Chapter 851 1 penny for a box of soda. Chapter 851 Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng both inquired and found the mailing address. I found Yin Xiaoyan in school, a little girl in the third year of junior high school. The head teacher looked at Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng, still a little wary. How could two big men suddenly find a little girl? Furthermore, the situation in Yin Xiaoyan's family is quite special. She also knows that this child usually lives with his grandparents and has no relatives. If it weren't for Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng driving a car, it was not like a bad guy. She would never let Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng see Yin Xiaoyan. How could a bad guy drive a car? What are you looking for, Yin Xiaoyan? On the way to the classroom, the head teacher questioned vigilantly. Teacher Liu, don't worry, I will chat in your office soon, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Well, that's good. Teacher Liu nodded, relieved a lot. Soon, Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng came to the classroom door of the third grade class. It's in class inside. Teacher Liu knocked on the door, greeted the teacher in class, and then shouted, Yin Xiaoyan. Beckoned to the classroom, Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng stood at the door of the classroom, leaning on the door and looking into the classroom. I saw a black and skinny girl wearing a floral jacket with pudding, stood up behind the classroom, and walked towards the door of the classroom. These two uncles are looking for you. Let's go to the office and say, Teacher Liu said, and then greeted the teacher in class. Yin Xiaoyan looked at Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng timidly, with doubts and fear in his eyes. After arriving at the office, Jiang Xiaobai took out the letter he was kicking in his arms. Xiaoyan, can you see if you sent this letter? Jiang Xiaobai handed the letter to Yin Xiaoyan. The teacher Liu beside Yin Xiaoyan also stretched his head to watch. Yin Xiaoyan was a little scared, but still nodded. I am Jiang Xiaobai, the leader of Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory, and this is the director of the garment factory. Jiang Xiaobai introduced himself. Teacher Liu on the side was stunned. Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory, Jiang Xiaobai. These two words are connected together, and she can still know who it is. Although they are a small county, there is no Jiang Xiaobai clothing franchise store in the county, but there is one in the city. Some people in county also went to the city to buy clothes, wearing Jiang Xiaobai brand clothes. Some time ago, she deliberately went to the city with a colleague and bought a piece of clothing at the Jiang Xiaobai clothing store. But the young man in front of him turned out to be Jiang Xiaobai. What is going on? What letter? Let me see. Teacher Liu said, taking the letter from Yin Xiaoyan and looking at it. Jiang Xiaobai also introduced the situation roughly. Xiaoyan, uncle apologized to you first. I'm sorry, uncle will definitely find out what happened in this matter. Jiang Xiaobai said. Xiaoyan, now you can talk about the details. We rushed over from Longqing last night to deal with you. Shi Sheng also said from the side. Looking at the historical student of Jiang Xiaobai who sincerely apologized to Yin Xiaoyan, Teacher Liu on the side suddenly felt that the clothes that he had spent more than 100 yuan a month in the Jiang Xiaobai clothing store some time ago were worth selling. Because of a problem with the clothes, the boss and the factory director of the garment factory rushed to a small county in Datong City overnight. If the clothes are more expensive, they are more expensive. Just like others, the clothes are also worth the money. Well, Xiaoyan, can you take us back to see that dress? Jiang Xiaobai asked tentatively. Also looked at Teacher Liu who was aside. Well, let me go back with Xiaoyan, Teacher Liu said. A group of 4 people left the office. Downstairs, Jiang Xiaobai opened the car door. Teacher Liu, trouble you? Jiang Xiaobai said. No trouble, no trouble. It was the first time Teacher Liu took a car, and was very curious along the way. Yin Xiaoyan is also the same, but she is still a little scared. Carefully looking at the interior of the car, Jiang Xiaobai turned on the radio, and there was a sweet singing voice in the car. The car stopped at the entrance of an alley, and the car couldn't get in. Yin Xiaoyan and Teacher Liu walked in front, Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng followed behind. At the last house in the alley, Yin Xiaoyan stopped. Jiang Xiaobai followed into the yard. In the yard, some waste products were thrown out, and there were 2 old hens running. There are 3 ruined houses in the yard, and there is no need to enter the house. Jiang Xiaobai can feel the scene of the ruined family, because Jiang Xiaobai met, when he first went to Jianhua village. The poorest households in the village were like this. Xiaoyin, how does your family live? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Shhh. Yin Xiaoyin set up his index finger and gestured for a while, then tiptoedly led Jiang Xiaobai and others into the house. My grandma is sick and should have fallen asleep in the house. Yin Xiaoyin explained before answering Jiang Xiaobai's question. My grandfather usually picks up waste products and exchanges some money. In fact, my grandfather wants to sweep the road, but my grandfather is too old to be spared. Yin Xiaoyin felt aggrieved at the end. There are only 2 beds in the room, and there is a shabby wardrobe that can no longer be seen in the original color. Xiaoyin, where did you get the money for the clothes? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Jiang Xiaobai knew that the clothes in his own store were not cheap. Yes, Xiaoyin, where did you get the money for the clothes? Teacher Liu on the side also thought of this question. I made it by moving soda for people. Uncle Xiaobai, I didn't lie to you. I really bought it at a clothing store in the city with the money. Yin Xiaoyin explained anxiously, and stretched out his hand to show Jiang Xiaobai. The eyes are already teary. I saw thick calluses on his hands. Moving a box of soda gives a penny. It's in the soda factory in our county. Uncle Bai, if you don't believe me and take you where Uncle Wang can prove to me that I moved a total of 9,310. 4 boxes of soda gave me 93 yuan and a quarter. I bought a piece of clothing for my brother for 56 yuan, and there is still 37 yuan and a quarter of a cent. I plan to sell medicine for my grandma. Yin Xiaoyin ran to show Jiang Xiaobai the 37 yuan and 4 cents left in the closet. This is the ledger I keep. Took out the ledger again. The suffering of life did not overwhelm the little girl. She was very strong, but she did not want to be misunderstood and wronged, and she worked hard to maintain her self-esteem. The tears in his eyes were already spinning, but he raised his head slightly, unwilling to let them fall. End of this chapter. Chapter 852 Diary. Chapter 852 Diary. Jiang Xiaobai held a thick gross ticket in his hand. There was no big money, all of which were divided into 2, is a few cents, only a few. On the ledger in front of me, the font is beautiful, but it is strong on the back of the paper, very vigorous. And it remembers how much money I made today and how much money I made today. Said it was a ledger, but it was actually a bit like a diary, except that all of Yin Xiaoyin's diaries kept track of how much money he made every day. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the contents of the diary seriously. On January 16, 1987, some of my brother's classmates wore Jiang Xiaobai's costume. When my brother talked about it, he was very happy. Although he didn't say he wanted it, I know he definitely wanted it in his heart. But the younger brother is very sensible, knowing that it is not easy for grandparents to make money, and it is about to celebrate the Chinese New Year. It has been 3 years, and he did not wear new clothes during the Chinese New Year. On January 17, 1987, I was outside today. My brother looked at the new clothes of the next door neighbor, Xiaoming, for a long time. I also saw it next to me. The little plaid shirt would definitely look good if I put it on my brother. On January 19, 1987, it will be my brother's birthday in a few months. Only after the death of my parents, my brother has not had a birthday. I want to make money for my brother to sell new clothes as a birthday gift for my brother. Yin Xiaoyin's diary remembered a little messy, but Jiang Xiaobai looked at it very seriously. On January 25, 1987, the uncle of the soda factory today promised me that I could move soda to make money. My brother's new clothes are now available. So happy. On February 3, 1987, I moved 70 boxes of soda today and earned 70 cents. If the teacher left more homework today, I could still carry dozens of more boxes. I have strength. On February 4, 1987, I moved 120 boxes of soda today and earned 1 and 2 cents. I have already saved more than $10. which is one step closer to selling new clothes to my brother. The younger brother will definitely be happy after putting on the new clothes. Only after the parents left, the younger brother has not been really happy for a long time. On February 29, 1987, I had saved 53 yuan and 6 cents. Last weekend, I took a shuttle bus to the Jiangxia clothing store in the city and asked about the price of the clothes. The red sportswear is 56 yuan, is only 2 yuan and 4 cents short. If you move a lot, you can earn enough money to buy clothes for your brother in 2 days. On March 2, 1987, I have saved up to 56 yuan today. Although I am tired, I am very happy. Grandma is still coughing every day. I will continue to move the soda bar tomorrow. If I can earn some money for my grandma for medicine money, Grandma can also feel a little better. Teacher Liu on the site has already held Yin Xiaoyan in his arms. The teacher believes in you, the teacher believes in you. March 29, 1987. Today is my brother's birthday. Yesterday I went to the city and bought the sportswear for my brother. My brother was very happy to put on the new sportswear, especially happy. But after my brother was happy, he asked me to resign my daughter-in-law and said that I didn't like it. I knew that my brother had no money at home. So I told him that the clothes that cannot be returned are bought at a discount. On April 10, 1987, I washed my brother's sportswear today, but it was broken. I am so stupid. How can I wash my brother's sportswear? Jiangxia for a long time put down the diary. He looked at the tall and thin girl with a disheveled look in her arms by teacher Liu. Xiaoyan, come here. Jiangxia said softly. Uncle, Yin Xiaoyan came over and was about to explain, but was interrupted by Jiangxia. Uncle believes you. Uncle asks what you mean. I want to know how a little girl of yours saved so much money. It's not that I don't believe you. If I don't believe you, Uncle won't come over, right? Jiangxia is serious, explained to Yin Xiaoyan. Yeah. Yin Xiaoyan nodded repeatedly. The tears in his eyes finally flowed down. They said that my brother's clothes are fake, and the fake ones bought are not real at all. They said I didn't sell them in a clothing store. Yin Xiaoyan choked and said, Uncle believes in you. Uncle believes in you. Jiangxia said repeatedly. I have moved for 2 months. Do your hands hurt? Are you tired? Not tired. Yin Xiaoyan shook his head. Go and get the clothes out for Uncle. Uncle, have a look. Jiangxia said. Well, Yin Xiaoyan nodded, went to the closet and took out the sportswear. He's a big red sportswear top, neatly folded. Jiangxia looked at the hairball on the top of the clothes with a gloomy face and opened the clothes. Only a seam was opened from the armpit to the bottom. It's just that now the clothes are sewn with a thread of the same color. The clothes are sewn very well, with dense stitches. It's just that Jiangxia looked at the dense stitches on top like an ugly scar, which made people embarrassed. Jiangxia grabbed the other part of the clothes and gently pulled, and then found that the other sleeve was also pulled. Yin Xiaoyan opened his mouth, full of distress, but bit his lip without making a sound. Jiangxia grabbed the clothes and threw them directly on Shisheng. Look, if this is the clothes produced by the garment factory, if it is produced like this, I think it can be closed directly. The sweat on Shisheng's forehead was dripping, and he did not dare to utter a word. If this is really the clothes produced by Jiangxia garment factory, he doesn't know if the garment factory is closed, but he knows that he, the factory manager, will definitely not be able to do it. Shisheng took the clothes and looked at it carefully, and then shook his head for certain. Director, this is not the case. The stitches of the clothes produced in the factory will not be exposed. For places like clothes, we will have 2 lines on the clothes that come out of our factory, and there will be a small sign for clothes out of our factory in this place. Shisheng explained. Yin Xiaoyan, who was aggrieved by the side, wanted to speak. However, Jiangxia promptly said, Xiaoyan, don't worry, Uncle believes in you. It's not your problem. It may be something wrong with other places. Don't worry, Uncle will definitely give you an explanation. Well, Xiaoyan, can you take your uncle to the clothing store in the city? Jiang Xiaobai said. Teacher Liu, I have to trouble you too, Jiang Xiaobai said to Teacher Liu again. Teacher Liu nodded uselessly and said, Director Xiaobai, this question must be clarified. Give us an explanation. Okay, don't worry. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said affirmatively. I will go to the soda factory at that time and tell the uncle that I won't be there to move soda at noon. Yin Xiaoyan said. In a word, Teacher Liu almost cried again. End of this chapter. Chapter 853 Shrew. Chapter 853 Shrew. Shi Sheng drove, Jiang Xiaobai sat in the co-pilot, and Teacher Liu and Yin Xiaoyan sat in the back seats. On the way to Datong City, Jiang Xiaobai kept looking back and asking about Yin Xiaoyan's home. Yin Xiaoyan's parents used to work in the factory, and when Yin Xiaoyan's younger brother Yin Xiaojun was born, Yin's mother died. Father Yin pulled the two children to grow up, and the days could be passed on. Fortune is unparalleled, and misfortunes never come singly. In an accident at the factory, Father Yin was seriously injured and died later. Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun, sisters and brothers, lived with their grandparents. Although there are two uncles and aunts, but at this time the family is in difficulties, no one can help. In addition, the grandmother is sick and needs medicine in bed, and this family is completely crossed. If Grandpa insisted, Yin Xiaoyan would drop out of school. But that's it, Yin Xiaoyan would drop out of school and go home after graduating from junior high school to do something to help the family. Shi Sheng drove the car, although he did not speak, but he felt very uncomfortable. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and comforted Yin Xiaoyan's suicide. How can I say that being poor is a disease? And such a family is not only Yin Xiaoyan's family. It turns out that when Jiang Xiaobai first arrived in Jianhua village, there were several families like this in the village. It's just that afterwards, the educated youth canned food factory was built, and the people in the village are getting better off slowly. The car drove all the way to the vicinity of the franchise store, and Jiang Xiaobai asked Shi Sheng to stop. You are waiting in the car, I will bring someone in to ask about the situation. Jiang Xiaobai said. When he started the franchise store, Jiang Xiaobai did not show up, so it is impossible for the franchise store to know him. But Shi Sheng is different. He is the director of the factory, and he had dealt with the owners of these franchise stores. So if he knew Shi Sheng, Jiang Xiaobai would not be able to ask anything. Teacher Liu led Yin Xiaoyan and walked in front. Jiang Xiaobai followed them and walked into the franchise store. Welcome, Jiang Xiaobai clothing factory store. The waiter's smile was a little stiff. There are still many customers in the store, choosing various clothes. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the store, and Teacher Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai with questioning eyes. Ask directly. Jiang Xiaobai knew what Teacher Liu meant. Now there are so many customers in the store. After all, this clothing store is his own. But Jiang Xiaobai doesn't care at all. 2 days ago, we bought a big red sportswear in your store. When I went home, I washed it and it fluffed, and the clothes were too weak. Teacher Liu took Yin Xiaoyan and put the clothes directly on the bar. Said. A middle-aged woman sitting at the bar raised her head when she heard the voice, and there was a big mole on her chin. Let me see. When the middle-aged woman opened her mouth, with a thick voice, she took the clothes from Teacher Liu and glanced casually. In fact, when she saw Yin Xiaoyan, the middle-aged woman Huang Xiaofan knew what was going on. She had an impression of this tall, thin, long black girl. It's May now, the weather is already hot, most of them have changed into thin coats, but the girl is still wearing a padded jacket. She can guess without asking. It should be because of the difficulties at home and no money to buy clothes. When the little girl came for the first time and asked for the price, the waiter saw that the girl didn't look like a girl who could afford clothes, so she said angrily. He saw it and took it the second time. A bunch of gross tickets came to buy clothes, and I received them by myself. What's wrong? Did you wear your clothes? Huang Xiaofan asked casually with slanted eyes. What does it mean that we wore it out? We wore it for a few days. The first time it was washed, It broke. Could this be the thing we wore? There is a problem with your clothes, Teacher Liu said angrily. What are you yelling? I tell you that our Jiangxia clothing store is a well-known brand across the country. There are stores in Beijing and Modu, and they are sold all over the country. How can there be problems with the quality of clothes? Stand up at the bar. The waiter and the customer in the store heard that there was a quarrel, and slowly gathered around. Others crashed a car to watch the excitement. Others robbed the bank to watch the excitement, even if the bullet would hit themselves in the next second. The people who eat melons are always everywhere. You came out. You insulted our shop for no reason. I said you are a slut. Are you happy? Huang Xiaofen is a middle-aged lady who has a big mole for a year. As a people's teacher, Mr. Liu, after experiencing this battle, was so angry that he was trembling and speechless. You, what are you? I tell you that the person in charge is responsible for talking nonsense. Hurry up and get rid of me. If you want to make trouble, you can get out of the wild without looking at this place. Huang Xiaofen pointed at Teacher Liu, sputtering stars flying all over the sky. Yin Xiaoyan beside was even more frightened, holding Teacher Liu's hand tightly, but did not take a step back. Speak as you speak, Jiang Xiaobai said, frowning. Oh, a bug came out of melon seeds. You are so special. What a thing. That trouser belt was not tied properly. Let you jump out. Huang Xiaofen turned his head and pointed at Jiang Xiaobai and started cursing. Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand and knocked out Huang Xiaofen's outstretched hand with a snap. You dare to hit me? My old lady did it with you. Huang Xiaofen yelled and rushed out from behind the bar. Then everyone heard a crisp sound. Snapped. Then Huang Xiaofen returned to the bar at a faster speed, and then sat down on the ground. The waiter was stunned, and he hurried to help Huang Xiaofen when he heard Huang Xiaofen's wailing. In fact, not to mention Huang Xiaofen, but both Teacher Liu and Yin Xiaoyan on the side were stunned. I didn't expect that Jiang Xiaobai, such a big and beautiful person, would actually do it. In the view of Teacher Liu, such a big leader should find the person in charge, identify the identity and so on, and then severely reprimand and deal with this middle-aged woman. But I didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to do it so directly, and to solve this shrew who seemed to be extremely combative in such a straightforward manner. But think about it, this method is really special. What a joy. You hit them. Hurry up, hit them. Huang Xiaofen cried heartbreakingly, covering her face. Get out of here. If you lose your job, you can find it again. If your life is gone, you will be gone. Don't find it yourself. Get out. Jiang Xiaobai cursed and walked towards Huang Xiaofen. A group of waiters watched Jiang Xiaobai coming over, as if they had to do something at any time, and they retreated subconsciously. Jiang Xiaobai was unwilling to speak any truth to such a shrew, so he stepped directly on Huang Xiaofen's fat face. End of this chapter. Chapter 854 Fakes and the Story. Chapter 854 Fake and the Original Story. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai was not sure that the franchise store had a problem. But the clothes are bought at the franchise store. If the franchise store doesn't know anything about it, it's definitely impossible. That's why Jiang Xiaobai asked Shisheng to call the person in charge of the franchise store. But Liu Chunlin, who was stunned, directly angered Jiang Xiaobai, and he was in Dragon City. After seeing the clothes, Shisheng said with certainty that it was not made by the clothing factory, and Jiang Xiaobai was not sure that the franchise store had a problem, because there are too many processes for a piece of clothing from production to the hands of consumers. It may also be the person in charge of the delivery, or someone else in the factory has a problem. When it is delivered to the franchise store, the clothes are already like this. But looking at the virtues of Huang Xiaofen, the owner of the franchise store, Jiang Xiaobai felt that he was absolutely inseparable. It should be that the franchise store had a problem. Even if it's not a franchise store that has a problem, it's not wrong to be wronged by Huang Xiaofen's attitude. Jiang Xiaobai stepped on Huang Xiaofen's face with the heel of his leather shoe. Say, what is going on with this dress? Upstairs. In the storeroom, Huang Xiaofen stepped on her face by Jiang Xiaobai. and her words were a little unclear. Shi Sheng had been observing the situation in the clothing store outside the clothing store, and saw the customers inside, afraid that something would happen to Jiang Xiaobai, and hurried in. As soon as he entered the store, Liu saw that Jiang Xiaobai had stepped on a woman under his feet. Although Shi Sheng didn't know this woman, but seeing this, he should have already started it. Fortunately, Director Xiaobai did not suffer. "Look at it," Jiang Xiaobai ordered, turning around and walking upstairs. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai left, the woman lying on the ground immediately became more inspiring and got up from the ground. While cursing that the waiters are all soft-hearted, none of them can do it, and at the same time they let people go. She did not scold Shi Sheng, Teacher Liu, and Yin Xiaoyan anymore. Although she is not easy to deal with, she still understands the truth that a good man does not suffer from immediate losses, even though she is just a shrew. On the one hand, he was afraid that Jiang Xiaobai would come down again, and on the other hand, he didn't know what kind of person Shi Sheng was, whether he was the same as that stunned green. "I hit my old lady, I don't want you to look good," Huang Xiaofen muttered, and saw the way to go and call someone there. Turned around and started scolding other customers again. "What to look at? It's nothing special. If it's a good thing, you know that it's fun to watch, and there is not even a justice. Fortunately, we didn't do justice, or you would have to be killed." "I didn't know who," said one in the crowd. Huang Xiaofen immediately rushed over. "Who scolded the old lady? Who? Stand up and see if I can't kill you," Huang Xiaofen yelled. The more he didn't care, the more you scream, the more you watch the bustling customers spread out. No one wants to face this shrew, but they don't want to leave, waiting for the development of the situation. Shi Sheng looked at the woman in front of him, his head buzzing. This is the wife of the franchise store. She is usually managed by this kind of person. With this kind of quality, Jiang Xiaobai doesn't need to say that he feels guilty. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the inside of the storeroom. Identical clothes piled on both sides, opened separately according to the label question and several details mentioned by Shi Sheng. There is no problem on one side. As Shi Sheng said, it is produced by the garment factory. On the other side, they are all the same clothes that Yin Xiaoyan bought. They are all fashion goods. Jiang Xiaobai looked at, his face turned blue. "Go directly to pick up the big iron lock next to the warehouse. Directly lock the door of the warehouse, and then turn around and go downstairs." Huang Xiaofen was yelling, when she suddenly saw Jiang Xiaobai coming down. She stopped immediately. "Where is the key to the storeroom?" Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand. "Here." Huang Xiaofen reached out tremblingly and handed the key to Jiang Xiaobai. "Are there any more?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "No more, it's all here." Huang Xiaofen shook his head, and added another sentence after thinking about it. "The door of the warehouse is open. We don't usually lock it." Jiang Xiaobai gave Huang Xiaofen a glance, but did not speak. "I am special. I don't know if it's unlocked yet." "Say, what is going on? Why are there so many fakes?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a black face. "We can't pay you," Huang Xiaofen whispered. Before she finished speaking, she saw a man coming in and ran over. "Husband, they are making trouble. They beat me. You see who called me?" Jiang Xiaobai narrowed his eyes and looked over. "Who? So awesome, making trouble here. Enough," the man said, and when he saw Shi Sheng, the words in his mouth could no longer be said. When he started the franchise store, he followed his elder brother. He still has an impression of Shi Sheng, the top director of the factory. "Director She, how are you?" The man rubbed his eyes. "What's the matter with this dress?" Shi Sheng asked. This. The cold sweat fell on the man's face. Huang Xiaofen also felt something was wrong. The silent middle-aged man in front of him seemed to be a factory manager. Huang Xiaofen looked at Yin Xiaoyan, who was standing next to Jiang Xiaobai, cursing viciously in his heart. "Since you are special, you know a big man, how to dress like this, if you wear it swiftly, or if an adult brings it over, how dare I buy you fake clothes?" "Director She, should we go up and talk?" The man bit his head and said. Shi Sheng turned his head to look at Jiang Xiaobai, and asked with his eyes, There are so many people here, if it is spread out, it will not look good. But Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "No, just say it here, in front of everyone." The man turned his gaze to Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was young. He thought that Jiang Xiaobai was a driver or something, but he did not expect that this historical student was actually this young man. The big factory director of the garment factory is mainly a young man, and the company where Jiang Xiaobai garment factory is located is a young man. Don't think too much, the identity of young people is ready to come out. The man felt a little numb in his scalp, and his elder brother and the deputy director of the franchise stall were still able to talk. As far as history students are concerned, even if something goes wrong, there is still some room for relaxation, and it is enough to actively remedy it. But if it is really Jiang Xiaobai, then this matter is really— "Quickly speak," Shi Sheng shouted. The man began to talk slowly. It turned out that he felt that the price of clothes from the Jiang Xiaobai garment factory was high. Once I went to the south and found that there were other brands of clothes from Gaoyi, so I found a small clothing factory and made some goods to sell back. Of course, not all fakes are sold. Instead, they participate in the sale and pick customers to sell. Well-dressed, decent ones will sell the real ones. Otherwise, the ones who don't understand or bully will sell fakes to them. End of this chapter. Chapter 855 Report. Chapter 855 Report. The man bit the bullet and told the whole story again. Jiang Xiaobai's face was already green. Although he had expected it before he came, it was estimated that this might happen, but he didn't expect it to be true. It turned out to be like this. What I said. How could a piece of clothing I bought here half a month ago go bad? How can I earn money from the wrong heart? Yes, how can this be done? It's too unnatural. Who would dare to buy clothes like me? A mix of genuine and fake products is sold. It's really shameless if you can think of it. If you do this business, there will be no development in the future. It depends on the dishes. Are you also individuals? The onlookers all spoke. Huang Xiaofan lowered his head and said nothing, and the man's face was also ugly. At this moment, the door of the shop was pushed open again, and a middle-aged man led in several investigative bureau staff. "Comrade Liu, my sister sent someone to tell me that someone is making trouble. It is probably this group of people." The middle-aged man had eyes bordered by gold threads, and he was very handsome, but after seeing Shi Sheng, his eyes were a little sluggish, and then Liu understood something and gave his sister Huang Xiaofan and brother-in-law a look. After that, I greeted Shi Sheng familiarly. "Director She, who did I think it was?" This is not the case where the flood rushes into the Dragon King temple. The family does not recognize the family. The middle-aged man finished speaking, then turned to the leader of the Law Enforcement Bureau and said, "Comrade Liu, please trouble you. This matter is totally misunderstood." Some people from the Law Enforcement Bureau nodded, said it was okay, and were about to turn around and leave. But he was stopped by Jiang Xiaobai. "This comrade is here just right. Wait a minute, we are just about to call the police," Jiang Xiaobai said. The middle-aged man with golden eyes suddenly looked ugly. He didn't understand who Jiang Xiaobai was, but he looked at Shi Sheng with ugly expression. "Director She, everyone can sit down and talk about anything. There is no need to make this step. Director Liu and I are comrades in arms." Shi Sheng said nothing. "You and Liu Chunlin are comrades in arms. You are Liu Chunlin's father, and Liu Chunlin can't keep you. What's more, it is estimated that Liu Chunlin is not going well this time." "You mentioned the relationship with Liu Chunlin in front of the director Xiaobai. That is, you are giving Liu Chunlin eye drops." Shi Sheng was indifferent. Comrade Liu had stopped to look at Jiang Xiaobai and asked, "This comrade are you?" They were called by men with golden eyes, but that was because the middle-aged man said that there was a disturbance in the store and it was their responsibility. But it does not mean that they will be quite middle-aged men. "I'm Jiang Xiaobai from Huiking Holding Company. Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory is a subsidiary of our company. This shop is a franchise store of our Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory." Jiang Xiaobai first thought about the relationship. Comrade Liu, headed by the Law Enforcement Bureau, immediately understood Jiang Xiaobai's name. He has never heard of it, and he doesn't pay attention to it. It has nothing to do with their work and life. But he has heard of Jiangxia Kai's clothing brand. Jiangxia has stores all over the country. He also knew for the first time that it turned out that there was a superior in the garment factory. Big guys, Jiangxia Bai garment factory, Jiangxia Bai. The relationship between them is quite clear at a glance. However, he knew for the first time that Jiangxia Bai's costume, this Jiangxia Bai, turned out to be a personal name and a living person. What was even more surprising was that he was so young. "Hello, what do you say? What can I do for help?" asked Comrade Liu, the man with golden eyes on the side. After hearing Jiangxia Bai's introduction, suddenly cold sweat broke out on his forehead. No wonder the director she was indifferent just now. It turned out that this inconspicuous young man turned out to be Jiangxia Bai. When he started the franchise store, he took his two brother-in-law to go there, and he also had a general understanding of Jiangxia Bai garment factory. Although he has never seen Jiangxia Bai, he has heard the name Jiangxia Bai. Thinking, the man secretly scolded the two idiots, his sister and brother-in-law, telling them that they couldn't do it this way. If they couldn't do it, something would happen. It was not easy for him to explain to his old comrade Liu Chunlin. Say nothing. It's all right now, let the top boss of the family find him in person. I report the owner of this franchise store, that is, this woman and man. They are suspected of selling fake goods under the name of our Jiangxia Bai clothing brand, and obtaining huge profits, and some factories forge our trademarks and brands. Jiangxia Bai said word by word. The two of them admitted just now. Everyone present was a witness, and the physical evidence was in the warehouse above. This is the key to the warehouse. Jiangxia Bai handed the key to Comrade Liu. Comrade Liu felt his brain buzzing. I originally thought that a clothing store was making trouble, and persuaded me to turn big things into small things. But now it's actually involved in such a big case, and they haven't done this kind of case before, and they still need to go back to the bureau and ask the investigators to handle it. Okay, you and I will go back. Xiao Wang will take care of the exhibits. Xiao Zhang, you will find two witnesses to come back with us for a written record of evidence. Although Comrade Liu has never handled such a case, the basic procedures for reporting a case are still familiar, and they are arranged in an orderly manner. Comrade Jiangxia Bai, when we report the case, we also need to make a report. We need you to go back with me. Comrade Liu looked at Jiangxia Bai and said, "I'll forget it. Can Shi Sheng, the director of our garment factory, go back with you?" Jiangxia Bai asked. Miss Liu and Yin Xiaoyan are still there and need to be settled. Comrade Liu nodded and said, "Yes, it's all the same." Comrade Liu left after waiting for people. Huang Xiaofen and her husband were taken away. Huang Xiaofen's brother, who was the last man with golden eyes, hesitated and followed. Jiangxia Bai looked back at the crowd of onlookers who had not yet dispersed, turned around, took a deep breath, and said loudly, "Everyone, I'm Jiangxia Bai, the person in charge of Huiking Holding Company. This Jiangxia Bai clothing franchise store is owned by our company. Sorry for what happened. First of all, I apologize to everyone." Jiangxia Bai said, bowing deeply to everyone. Jiangxia Bai. His name is Jiangxia Bai. It turns out that this Jiangxia Bai clothing brand came from here. It is the clothing factory he made. Jiangxia Bai clothing, Jiangxia Bai. It turned out to be like this, but how is this done? Doesn't it mean that this brand is a well-known brand in the country? How can I sell fakes in the store? Everyone was talking about it, saying everything. End of this chapter. Chapter 856. Deal with Chapter 856. Everyone, be quiet. Jiangxia Bai frowned and said helplessly, hating Liu Chunlin, this idiot even more in his heart. A good franchise store, let him do this, but fortunately he found it early, otherwise, this clothes brand that was so hard to establish will be stinky by him. If it were to be true, even if Liu Chunlin took it with him, it would not be enough to compensate. The crowd slowly calmed down. In fact, they understood what happened just now, and it has nothing to do with Jiangxiabai. Instead, Jiangxiabai took the initiative to investigate. Also choose to forget or forgive for harm. Sorry, this happened and we failed everyone's trust. I, Jiangxiabai, have the responsibility, and our Huiking Holding Company and Jiangxiabai Garment Factory are also responsible. From the opening of this franchise store to the present, customers who have sold clothes in this franchise store can come with relevant bills, and we will return all the purchases. And if you can take the clothes you bought, and our staff has identified them as fakes, you can also choose a piece of clothing in the store as compensation for free. If you don't trust us, we will pay double the amount. Jiangxiabai said. The crowd had already broken the pot. Then if our clothes are missing, can we return them with the ticket for buying clothes? Someone asked. Yes, you can get a full refund if you bring the ticket to buy the clothes. If the ticket is lost and the clothes are in, you can also get a refund. If all the buckets are lost, we will also check the list of clothes sold. As long as they have been sold, there will be no loss. Jiangxiabai said. If it's not a fake, can I also give a refund? Refund? If this happens, it is a management problem of our company. We will be responsible for the refund as long as you want. Then if it is determined to be fake, after refunding the money, you can pick a new dress for free, or get doubled the money. Yes. Jiangxiabai answered the customers' questions one by one. The crowd onlookers became even more excited from Jiangxiabai's answer. Just like Jiangxiabai said, even the genuine product can be returned or exchanged. In other words, you can change into new clothes even if you wear old clothes. And some people have already thought of the loopholes in Jiangxiabai's words. If one of the family members brought clothes and the other brought the receipts, they would be two pieces of clothing. If you buy fakes and bring clothes and bills to them, you will get 3 times the amount. Everyone, in 3 days. 3 days later, I will send someone over, and then everyone will come with clothes and bills to refund the money. Jiangxiabai will count. Thank you everyone. Jiangxiabai bowed to everyone again, and everyone slowly withdrew. Jiangxiabai glanced at the waiter in the store, did not speak, turned around and waited for Teacher Liu and Yin Xiaoyan to leave the clothing store. Jiangxiabai looked at the time. It was already past 12 noon. Sorry, it's noon. Let's find a place to eat first, and wait for Lao Song in the afternoon and then return. Jiangxiabai asked. Teacher Liu nodded, and then Jiangxiabai looked at Yin Xiaoyan. Small tone. Okay. Yin Xiaoyan also nodded, and said timidly while sitting in the car, Uncle, I am not ... I just asked you to prove it to me. Yin Xiaoyan stammered. In fact, she didn't know what she wanted to express. But I still feel that today's affairs are quite a big noise, as if it was caused by myself. She has always been a kid who is willing to make trouble for others, and no one wants to make her trouble. Because of causing trouble to others, others will hate themselves even more. This time, if it were not for nothing, she would not write to Jiangxiabai. In fact, she would regret it after she finished writing the letter. Jiangxiabai looked at Yin Xiaoyan's timid little face in the rear-view mirror with a look of guilt. He felt a little distressed for the child. In fact, the matter was just buying a fake, and it was clothes, not something to eat, which might cause harm. This matter is placed on others, and Jiangxiabai has absolutely paid the compensation, so he can make up for what he owes. It happened to be such a poor child, so hard-earned money, bought fakes, was laughed at. There was no resentment at all. Poor and distressing. Little sound. Don't say sorry, it was the uncle who was sorry for you, and the uncle didn't take care of them, that's why this happened. Jiangxiabai said. Aside, Teacher Liu also spoke up. Director Xiaobai, don't say that. You don't want to. It's all the problems of those two people. And you also apologized and made compensation. You have done well enough. She was there from beginning to end of what happened today. She knew that it had nothing to do with Jiangxiabai. Instead, Jiangxiabai, as a person in charge, did not take it seriously after the incident and came to deal with it as soon as possible. Also did not cover up, should be dealt with, should apologize, should compensate. All this has been done impeccably. All this seems to be normal to the child Yin Xiaoyan, as it should be. But teacher Liu is already an adult. She knows what is called the big picture and what is called an adult. There is no right or wrong in the world of adults, but interests are paramount. She knows how difficult it is to do all this. It should be, Jiang Xiaobai said lightly, and then continued to say to Yin Xiaoyan, and uncle would like to thank you. If you hadn't told him about it, uncle wouldn't know it. Maybe more people would buy fakes like you. Yin Xiaoyan immediately became happy when he heard Jiang Xiaobai say that and helped him. Uncle, as long as it doesn't cause you trouble. The car stopped in front of a restaurant. Jiang Xiaobai waited for Yin Xiaoyan and teacher Liu and walked in. After eating at noon, I waited for Yin Xiaoyan to buy several clothes. Xiaoyan, what size clothes does your brother wear? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Uncle, I don't want it. Yin Xiaoyan resolutely shook his head, and Yin Xiaoyan didn't want the clothes he bought for Yin Xiaoyan. Jiang Xiaobai insisted on buying it. This is what my uncle paid you. Everyone has it. You heard it when you were in the store, and your uncle would like to thank you. Jiang Xiaobai tried his best, and Yin Xiaoyan agreed to accept 2 sets of clothes. 1 set of own, 1 set of younger brothers. But why don't you say that Jiang Xiaobai is grateful for the other 2 sets of clothes? But the more Yin Xiaoyan was like this, the more pitiful Jiang Xiaobai felt for this child. The more you don't want it, the more I will give you. Jiang Xiaobai thought to himself, not embarrassing Yin Xiaoyan, first put the clothes in the car. End of this chapter. Chapter 857 2 options. Chapter 857 2 choices. Shi Sheng did not only do materials when he arrived at the Law Enforcement Bureau. After Comrade Liu reported the situation on the scene, a higher-level leader received Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng clearly expressed the attitude of Huiking Holding Company and Jiang Xiaobai. After finishing the materials, he took out the BP machine and called Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai was at the entrance of the Law Enforcement Bureau. He picked up the historical student and then returned to the county. It was too early to return to the county. Jiang Xiaobai took everyone to dinner before sending teacher Liu home. Excuse me, teacher Liu. Jiang Xiaobai got off the car and took teacher Liu home. No trouble. Yin Xiaoyan is lucky to meet you, teacher Liu said. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand without saying much. After sending teacher Liu, Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng sent Yin Xiaoyan home. At the entrance of the alley, after Yin Xiaoyan got off the car, she watched Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng want to take her home. Yin Xiaoyan waved his hand and said, I don't need uncle, I can go back by myself. Although it's dark in this alley, we've been like this since we were young and we don't have to send it. Jiang Xiaobai brought out the clothes from the trunk, smiled and said, it's okay, not far away, I will send you back, and talk to your grandfather by the way. Besides, Xiaoyan, I will send you back all the way back, so you have to give us a drink. Yin Xiaoyan had no way to refuse this request, nodded, and invited Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng to be the guests of the family. Walking into the alley in the dark, Jiang Xiaobai felt chilly all over, and the road under his feet was also bumpy, not easy to walk. This place is really familiar to people, and people who are not familiar with it really dare not come in at night. Remember that the road during the day is not so long, Jiang Xiaobai muttered, and saw a dark figure approaching. In going, what's the trouble? Jiang Xiaobai was startled. As soon as his body was about to react, he heard the little black shadow talking. Sister, is your sister you? Xiaojun, it's my sister, why aren't you at home, waiting at the door? Yin Xiaoyan held the little black shadow in his arms, rubbed the little black shadow's head, and asked. Jiang Xiaobai vaguely saw that the little black figure was a little boy. It's getting dark. You haven't come back yet. I'll wait for you at the door. I want to go to your school to find you, but Grandpa won't let me, the little boy said, turning his head to look at Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng. At this time, I had already reached the door, and the light in the yard came out, and I was finally able to see people clearly. Jiang Xiaobai only then saw the appearance of the little boy, wearing a black jacket, looking a bit like Yin Xiaoyan, but also black and thin. This is her brother Yin Xiaojun, Jiang Xiaobai thought. Yin Xiaojun looked at Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng warily, and then asked, "Sister, who are they?" Yin Xiaoyan did not answer his brother's question, but asked, "Is Grandpa at home?" "Come in and say, Grandpa, Grandpa, sister are back." Yin Xiaojun ran into the house. While Jiang Xiaobai was standing in the yard, an old man crouched and walked out of the house, rubbed his eyes and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng behind Yin Xiaoyan. "Grandpa, this Uncle Jiang Xiaobai," Yin Xiaoyan said. The old man invited Jiang Xiaobai into the room. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the old man in doubt, with a vigilant look, and told the story again. Looking at the clothes Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng were carrying again, most of the vigilance in their hearts was eliminated. "Quickly, sit down. Xiaoyan pours water for these two uncles." The old man greeted. "Thank you, comrade. The children in the family are ignorant, which is causing you trouble," the old man said. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "Don't say that. This incident was originally our fault. If it weren't for the small voice reminder, I didn't know that such a thing happened." Jiang Xiaobai groaned for a while and continued, "That's it. I saw Xiaoyan today. I think Xiaoyan is very pitiful. You are getting older and life is not easy, so I want to help them go to school and life." Jiang Xiaobai knew that it was a bit abrupt to say that at the first meeting, so Jiang Xiaobai said directly. The old man was a little wary. As soon as he was about to refuse, he heard Jiang Xiaobai say again, "There are two ways. One is that I will give you 1,000 yuan a month, and this 1,000 yuan will be used to give you life and Xiaoyan, the two Xiaojun, go to school. I heard that Xiaoyan's grandma is sick and needs medical treatment. I also paid out the money." Jiang Xiaobai said. The old man's eyes were dull. "And there is such a good thing, 1,000 yuan a month. Of course, this 1,000 yuan is limited to the four of you, not others," Jiang Xiao added. The old man nodded repeatedly, and listened to Jiang Xiaobai to continue speaking as he was about to speak. "The second one is that because our company is in Longqing, we took these two children to Longqing. We live in my house if we are willing to live with our family, and if we don't want to find someone outside to take care of them. Of course, if you live outside, you also go and live together in Longqing. If her grandmother is sick, she will watch it in Longqing." After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, he drank water without speaking any more. Actually, Yin Xiaoyan's family is in a lot of circumstances at this time, but the key is that Yin Xiaoyan's strong little girl is pitiful. This is why Jiang Xiaobai is willing to help her. The two choices were given because Yin Xiaoyan's grandfather was too old to take care of the two children. In addition, Yin Xiaoyan's grandma was still ill and needed someone to take care of him. Yin Xiaoyan on the side of was stunned. But Yin Xiaojun heard a little. Suddenly shouted, "I will not go. I will be at home, not going anywhere." "Xiaoyan, take your brother out first," the old man said. Yin Xiaoyan nodded, and took his brother to another room. The old man looked at Jiang Xiaobai seriously and asked, "Can I ask why?" Jiang Xiaobai took out a cigarette from his pocket, ordered one by himself, and then pushed the rest to the old man. He said, "I read Xiaoyan's diary. 9,314 boxes of soda. I moved it for more than 2 months, and my hands came out of cocoons, and I saved 93 yuan and a quarter of a cent. I bought a piece of clothing for my brother and spent 56 yuan, and there was still 37 yuan and a quarter of a cent. I was going to sell medicine to my grandma, but I didn't leave a cent for myself to spend." Jiang Xiaobai said. The old man's eyes were also red. He also just learned about this. "I think such a sensible child shouldn't be so pitiful anymore." Jiang Xiaobai looked at the old man and said seriously, "This is the reason he did this." End of this chapter. Chapter 858 Remedy. Chapter 858 Remedy. Yes, these two children are pitiful and sensible, and never let me and her grandma worry about them. The old man nodded, and took a deep breath with the cigarette. "You are getting older, and her grandma is still sick. I think it might be a bit difficult for you to take care of her. After I went to Longqing, I can help take care of them, and the nanny can also take care of these two children. It is just right that I also have a small child in my family. They can also bring their younger brother to play after 2 years. Moreover, the education and medical environment in Dragon City is also very good. If you are also willing to go to Dragon City, I can rent you a house, and you can also pick them up on the weekend. Jiang Xiaobai planned the future in more detail. Of course, if you are unwilling and choose to live in this county, I also promised that the money you should give will not be less. If the money is not enough every month, you can increase it, as long as it is used for them. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, the old man opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't say anything. Jiang Xiaobai knew that the old man would not be able to make a decision for a while, so he said, "Don't worry about this. You can think about it. You can also ask Xiaoyan and the others for their opinions. I'll come back at noon tomorrow and just tell me at that time." Jiang Xiaobai stood up and prepared to leave after speaking. But unexpectedly the old man bowed deeply to Jiang Xiaobai. "Your great kindness, I will let them remember. Don't do this." Jiang Xiaobai quickly helped the old man up. "Xiaoyan, uncle is gone." Jiang Xiaobai greeted as he stood in the yard. Yin Xiaoyan ran out of the house and sent Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng to the alley with the old man. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng getting into the car, waved goodbye, and walked away slowly until the car lights completely disappeared into the darkness. The old man took Yin Xiaoyan's hand and walked home. "Little Yin, how do you feel about this, Uncle Jiang Xiaobai?" The old man's voice was a little hoarse. "Very good, but Grandpa and Xiaojun are not going anywhere, so we will stay with you." Yin Xiaoyan said. "Well, don't go," the old man said with a smile, but his voice was a little different from usual. On the other side, after Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng returned to the reception, Jiang Xiaobai directly cursed in Jiang Xiaobai's room. "Director Shay, my big director, if you don't want to do it, just say it. Can you destroy the brand that you've finally built up? Look at a good clothing factory that allows you to do it. I told you during the previous meeting that I asked you to strengthen the management of franchise stores. This franchise store is not finished when it is opened. How can you promise me? Say?" Jiang Xiaobai patted the table. Shisheng whispered, "I promise that there will be no accident." Shisheng was also helpless. Who could have thought that this would happen? When the meeting next year, he even vowed to guarantee that there would be no accident. "We still need to increase the number of franchise stores," Jiang Xiaobai also suggested to remind him at that time. But he didn't take it seriously either. Although Liu Chunlin is usually responsible for the management of this franchise store, but he is the director of the factory, Jiang Xiaobai scolded him. He could only respond, "Yeah, you promise." "Now, how do you say it now? I know, you may feel wronged in your heart. Liu Chunlin is in charge of this matter, but are you thinking about it? The dogs thing is paid, and you are taking the shares. If something goes wrong, the dogs thing is changed to another place and continues to take the salary. Where do you go to get the shares?" Jiang Xiaobai scolded for 20 minutes. And Shisheng's cold sweat came down. It was not the first time he saw Jiang Xiaobai hot fire, but it was the first time he was angry with him. "Okay, it's useless to say you. Now think of a way to remedy it." Jiang Xiaobai finally sat down. Shisheng quickly gave him a glass of water, and helped Jiang Xiaobai light the cigarette. Jiang Xiaobai pondered for a while, and said, "Although this is a bad thing, but if we do it well, it might be an opportunity for publicity." Shisheng's eyes lit up and he looked at Jiang Xiaobai. "You are like this. We will publish the newspaper within the scope of Chase City, looking for customers who have bought clothes for compensation. Isn't this, everyone knows? Will it affect our clothing?" Shisheng said with some worry. "At this time, the media is underdeveloped. When you are in a clothing store, you can say it in front of everyone, that is, so few people know it, and it can't be passed from person to person. But if it's in the newspaper, it will be a big deal. I think of it at this time, the impact is not good. What did you do earlier?" Jiang Xiaobai stunned and then said again, "Only when we look for customers in the newspaper, We can even more show that our Jiangxia buy clothing treats customers and products seriously. Finally, there were a few more people who didn't know about it and didn't come to return the clothes. We worked so hard to return the clothes and pay compensation. Contact the newspaper after turning around, report the matter directly, and explain the cause and effect of the matter clearly. After Jiangxia Bai finished speaking, Shi Sheng understood that there was a problem with the franchise store. The fake goods were sold, and the clothing factory and other newspapers were looking for customers to compensate. In the process, there was a little more twists and turns to prevent a fake product from falling out. This kind of treatment of customers is treated. The attitude of the product. Maybe not only Jiangxia Bai garment factory will not be affected, maybe in the eyes of everyone, Jiangxia Bai garment will be more trusted in the future. As for whether anyone will see, in fact, at the beginning, a poor girl bought soda to buy a birthday present for her brother, bought fake clothes, wrote to Jiangxia Bai, and then cracked down on fakes. This is a fascinating story. In the story, Yin Xiaoyan is the protagonist of the story, Huang Xiaofan is the villain, and Jiangxia Bai is the supporting actor who helps the protagonist. Also, we must immediately form an inspection team, go to each franchise store, conduct an open investigation, and see if there are any similar situations. One will deal with it seriously, close the store directly, and hand it over to the relevant local department for handling. It will never tolerate. Jiangxia Bai said viciously. Jiangxia Bai and Shi Sheng discussed one by one in the guest house. When the discussion is over, the history and students will not wait, regardless of the time. Call the factory directly. Bring the backbone of the factory to the factory, and have a conference call. Of course, Jiangxia Bai told him the term conference call. He was going to return to the garment factory overnight to arrange things. I was scolded by Jiangxia Bai as an idiot. Isn't the arrangement different for calling and having a conference call? It is necessary to go back in such an emergency situation. Shi Sheng and Jiangxia Bai did not sleep, they were busy preparing to remedy them, and wipe their buttocks. The garment factory also got busy because of a phone call from Shi Sheng, preparing to hold a conference call. On the other side, in Yin Xiaoyan's home, Yin Xiaoyan's grandparents, including Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun, were also not asleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 859 Decision. Chapter 859 Decision. Old man Yin sits on the edge of the bed, looking at his wife who is lying on the bed and coughing constantly. For a while, his wife stopped coughing, and old man Yin started talking about today. Of course, there are mainly two choices mentioned by Jiangxia Bai. But when the wife on the bed heard Yin Xiaoyan's soda, he coughed violently again. It's not for us, the wife lying on the bed coughed. Tears were already in her eyes, and she said softly, "The third child's life is not good. Leaving these two poor children, why is it so bad?" The wife slapped the bed vigorously with his fist. "Don't worry, you listen to me." Old man Yin hurriedly comforted his wife. Again said the two choices given by Yin Xiaoyan later. The eyes of the wife lying on the bed exuded brilliance. "Do you think this Jiangxia Bai is credible?" asked his wife. "When I left, I drove away in a car," the old man Yin said, and Xiaoyan also said, "Jiangxia Bai, the big factory director." Old man Yin finished speaking, after thinking about it, and then said, "Moreover, in this situation in our family, no one else has any plans." The wife lying on the bed nodded and said, "Yes, good thing, these two children will finally come to their pains. If there is such a person in charge, they will definitely be able to live well in the future." "Yes, now I'm talking about how to choose whether to stay or let someone take the child away. If we stay, we're getting older day by day. It doesn't matter whether we two, but the point is that there is no way to take care of these two children. Then there will be money and it will not be a good life." Old man Yin wrinkled and continued, "If I let them go to Longqing, I will be a little worried and reluctant. They have never traveled far away, and they have not been to a place where they are unfamiliar, and there is no relatives around them, so they are wronged. We don't even know." Ahem, the wife lying on the bed interrupted old man Yin's words. What can I do if there are relatives around me? There are so many relatives here, and all of them are hiding far away. In the family, no one even comes to my mother who is sick. My wife said, Old Man Yin knew that she was a few unfilial children in her own family. Originally, after the accident happened to the youngest couple, they also considered allowing Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun to live with their uncles or aunts. After all, they are too old to take care of the two children. But none of these families was willing. In the end, there was no way. They both took their children. But later my wife became ill, and I was going to let them take care of them, and then take care of the two children by myself and concentrate on taking care of them. But they are not willing, so now they both have no hope of these children. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai also said that the money will be spent on the two children. Old Man Yin said, yes, so I think we should let the children go to Longqing. If they are willing to rent a house for us in Longqing, then we will also go there. If they don't want to, it doesn't matter, as long as they can take the children away. Although his wife's voice is a bit weak, but the words are very firm. I guess there is no problem. There is no need to fool us with a factory manager as big as someone else. He just happens to be able to treat you when he went to Longqing. Old Man Yin nodded, and made a decision in his heart. It doesn't matter if the disease is cured or not. Anyway, my bones won't survive for a few days. The key is to stay. Those unfilial sons know that there are nobles to support these two children, and they come to the door every day. And annoying. He coughed again. The old couple on this side made the decision, while on the other side Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun were still worried. Sister, you said that Grandpa won't let us go with that man. If we don't go, we will stay with Grandpa and Grandma. Yin Xiaojun lay in the bed, turned to look at his sister, and whispered. Yin Xiaoyin is also very confused now. She did not expect that Jiang Xiaobai would offer to support their family. I don't know, it is possible to go, or not to go, Yin Xiaoyin said, and then said, I don't want a man in the future, a man. I want to be called an uncle. No matter what, people will do it for us. Yin Xiaoyin is about to graduate from junior high school. She can still tell who is good and who is bad. What's more, children from poor families are in charge early. She is not only a child from a poor family, but also an early bereavement of her father and mother. She is even more sensible. Well, I know my sister, but I really don't want to leave my grandparents. Yin Xiaojun still obeyed his sister, nodding his head in the dark, and then muttered. Yin Xiaoyin hugged his younger brother in his arms and whispered, it's okay, no matter where you go, my sister will accompany you. Yin Xiaoyin already understands the matter. If he is alone, then he will definitely not leave his grandparents. But there is still a younger brother, grandparents are getting older, and it is very hard to take care of them both. Here in the Yin's small courtyard, two rooms are worried about their future life. On the other side, Jiang Xiaobai garment factory. Most of the people in the factory or who can rush over have already arrived. This is the first time that all the key members have been suddenly called for a meeting on a big night. The reason is unknown, only that it was factory director Shi who asked the meeting. But isn't director Shi not in the garment factory? How would this open? After arriving in the meeting room, they knew what conference call they were going to hold. In recent years, using the telephone is not a new thing. But the telephone is not popular, and writing letters is still the most commonly used method of communication. What is a conference call? Why did you let the meeting go in the middle of the night? Did something happen? Yeah, I slept all the time, and I was dreaming, and I suddenly asked for a meeting. What's the situation? A group of backbone yelled and walked into the meeting room. Then I saw the phone on the desk and the microphone next to the phone. Listen carefully, and you can hear the discussion between Shi Sheng and Jiang Xiaobai on the phone. If Koshishing was alone, maybe someone would come forward and pick up the phone on the desk to ask what happened. But there is Jiang Xiaobai. Everyone in the conference room doesn't have the guts. The director of the office also pointed to the phone on the desk and said, it was notified by the director of Shay, and then he stopped talking. Everyone dared not complain anymore. and one by one walked to their seats and sat down. I also vaguely understand what a conference call is. It is estimated that the meeting is held over the phone, which is called a conference call. But what everyone is still puzzled is that day Director Xi and Deputy Director Liu suddenly left and arrived in Longqing. Then there was no news. Tonight, there was a meeting suddenly, or a conference call. What is the urgent matter? End of this chapter. Chapter 860 Telephone Conference. Chapter 860 Conference Call. Soon, the office director said to the phone on the table. Director Xie, everyone can be there. There are 15 people in total. Director Xiaobai. Shi Sheng looked at Jiang Xiaobai in the guest house. You can just say it. Just follow the arrangement just discussed, Jiang Xiaobai said. The conversation between the two was clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone in the conference room of the garment factory through the microphone. Well, since everyone is here, I will start the meeting now. I am very unwilling to toss everyone up after everyone sleeps in the big night and have a meeting with everyone in this situation. Shi Sheng cleared his throat and said, but an incident that happened 2 days ago gave me a special heart and shock. Shi Sheng explained the cause and effect of the incident. Everyone in the conference room of the garment factory was secretly alarmed when they heard it. More importantly, when this happened, the first person to know was not the garment factory, but it was directly stabbed to the director of Xiaobai. After hearing about Yin Xiaoyin's poor life experience and distressing deeds, everyone felt a little sympathetic. But at the same time, she was a little speechless. This little girl was really good, and she directly stabbed the matter to the director of Xiaobai. The key is that this letter was still circling around in the clothing factory, and they sent it to Longqing. Comrades, the Jiang Xiaobai clothing brand was fortunately established by us, and it finally became a well-known clothing brand in the country. The establishment of franchise stores is to allow our garment factory to develop better and faster and occupy the national market, not to let franchisees smash our brand. Shi Sheng said bitterly, and of course everyone in the conference room had a deep understanding. Most of them belong to Huiqing Holding Company. At the backbone level, they all know that Huiqing Holding Company is a private enterprise. They are different from state-owned enterprises. They are not iron rice bowls. When the brand is broken, the rice bowl is broken. What's more, some state-owned enterprises have not performed well in the past 2 years, and they are also in arrears of wages and no benefits. So, what we have to do now is to try our best to remedy. Zhang Omin. Shi Sheng called on the phone. Zhang Omin has been living in the garment factory since he came to the garment factory. Director Xie, I am here. Zhang Omin said quickly. You are responsible for forming an inspection team, and then conduct a thorough inspection of all franchised stores and directly operated stores, and even flagship stores, to see if this phenomenon still occurs. Of course, we put franchise stores first, direct sale stores second, and flagship stores last. Okay, when will it start? Zhang Omin asked. The sooner the better. Tonight you will choose the manpower and you will leave early tomorrow. I will give you half a month to check all the franchise stores. Once you find a similar situation, you will never tolerate it. Check it out. Shi Sheng said. Zhang Omin smiled bitterly and did not dare to respond. Director Xie, half a month is too short. If you want to run the franchise stores across the country, the time on the road is more than half a month. In just half a month, we will be divided into several groups and the inspection work must be completed. Shi Sheng said, without giving Zhang Omin a chance to go back. He continued to arrange the next job. The working group responsible for the aftermath in Chase City, responsible for communicating with the media and newspapers. It was already more than 2 in the morning when the conference call ended. Everyone, please work hard and get things done as soon as possible. Finally Jiang Xiaobai said. Everyone in the conference room responded. If something like this happens, if you handle it well, you will make up for it. If you don't handle it well, then wait for it to be cleaned up. The conference call ended, and everyone in the garment factory's conference room stood up and left. It's just 2s and 3s, and I didn't go back to sleep anymore. After a while, The office lights in most of the office buildings turned on. Are all preparing to start their work nervously. Early the next morning, Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng went to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Once again communicated with the leaders of the department, and said that newspapers and media will be invited to participate, and when necessary, a separate lawsuit will be filed on civil compensation issues. Request Huang Xiaofan and others to compensate the losses caused by the brand. The Yin family, Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun, got up in the morning. They were planning to go to school, but Grandpa stopped them. Go to school to give them a vacation, but he did not go out to collect waste as usual. Instead, he called the two children into the house and talked about the old couple's decision. Grandpa, I won't go anywhere, I'm at home. Yin Xiaojun's tears came down after listening, and he muttered, but it is the child without parents, and there is no yelling. Grandpa. Yin Xiaoyan also shouted, but said nothing. Old man Yin wiped away his grandson's tears, and then barely squeezed out a smile and said, my child, you listen to your grandpa's saying that grandpa and grandma are too old to take care of you too, and your grandma is still sick. You went to Longqing, can enjoy a better education and life. You are good, that is the greatest filial piety to grandparents. Grandparents are gone, and feel relieved. Old man Yin said. The two children cried again. Old man Yin made his grandson cry just now, and now the tears in his eyes can also flow. This is especially true for the wife leaning on the bed. For a long time, the room became quiet, but the eyes of a few people were red. For a while, if your little white uncle comes, stop saying that you don't want to go. You must remember the kindness of others, and when you grow up, find a way to repay them. Old man Yin exhorted. Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyan nodded vigorously. They are not naive children. Old man Yin was cooking when Jiang Xiaobai came in. Yin Xiaoyan was helping. Yin Xiaojun was burning the fire, but I don't know if the firewood was wet or what was wrong. The smoked Yin Xiaojun's face was black and grey. You are here, come in and sit in the house. Hurry. Old man Yin greeted Jiang Xiaobai. Enter the house quickly. Uncle Xiaobai. Yin Xiaoyan shouted. Yeah. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and found that Yin Xiaojun, who was being smoked in the pot, was also looking at himself secretly, but did not say hello. Jiang Xiaobai didn't care, and walked into the room. Sit down. I discussed with her grandma last night. We decided to trouble you to take the baby. Both of us are old. His grandma is still sick and unable to take care of it. The old man Yin finished speaking and turned to Jiang Xiaobai. With a deep bow, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't help him. Well, do you guys go with me too? If you go, I will be responsible for contacting the hospital to rent an apartment for you. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and asked, if we can, let's go too. It's just the old stuff of us. Old man Yin said vaguely. End of this chapter. Chapter 861 Transfer. Chapter 861 Transfer. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai was able to take away the two children and let them live well. He was already very grateful to Jiang Xiaobai. I don't want to trouble Jiang Xiaobai anymore, but if he refuses Jiang Xiaobai's proposal, then there may be a limited number of times to see the child in the future. If you are in Dragon City, you can go to see the kids on weekends and the like. If you stay, it's not bad for the children to come back once or twice during the holidays. And you and your spouse are getting older, maybe they will leave one day. In addition, her wife's illness does need to go to the hospital. If she is sick, it doesn't matter, but if her wife is sick, it doesn't matter if she has no chance. Now that she has a chance, how can she bear to watch her wife die in bed? So even though he knew that it would not be good to climb along the pole and cause trouble for others, he still agreed. It's okay, let's go with it. Jiang Xiaobai said indifferently, which was originally said before. Contacting a hospital for two elderly people and renting a house are nothing for him now. Since we ran into it, the gang will help. Thank you. You are the great benefactor of our family, old man. Old man Yin said that he was about to kneel, but Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly held him on. Uncle, don't do this matter is nothing to me. It's just a matter of effort. Jiang Xiaobai persuaded. Let's do this. After dinner, I will go to school with you. First ask for leave for the two children, and then clean up in the afternoon. I will drive to pick you up tomorrow morning and we will go to Longqing. Jiang Xiaobai arranged. Okay, listen to you. Old man Yin nodded and said, I'm going to cook. The meal that Jiang Xiaobai ate at Yin's house at noon was not a delicacy, but the old man Yin killed the two old hens in the house. Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyin's sister and brother also realized something. They didn't say a word when they were eating. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai and old man Yin went to Yin Xiaoyin's school first. Yin Xiaoyin wanted to follow, and Jiang Xiaobai took them with him. You said you want to transfer the child to Longqing? Teacher Liu looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked in a daze. Yes, I am going to support these two children. I will let them go to Longqing in the future. It is also convenient to take care of them. I will ask her for leave first, and then I will arrange for someone to come and transfer them. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Well, it is the blessing of their brothers and sisters that they can meet you. Teacher Liu opened his mouth and didn't know what to say. Yesterday, she still didn't feel Jiang Xiaobai's status, just thought she was a good factory director. Now, I finally have a clear understanding. I also know the situation of Yin Xiaoyin's family, but I can only help Yin Xiaoyin negotiate with the school to reduce or exempt the tuition fee, or subsidize Yin Xiaoyin a little bit. Others, even though I want to help, but I have more than enough energy. But I don't have enough energy. I have to live in my own family and I have children to raise. Said, they need to subsidize school, take them to Longqing, and then send someone over to transfer school. Jiang Xiaobai and old man Yin waited at the school gate. Teacher Liu compensated Yin Xiaoyin to go to the classroom to pack things, and the two talked by the way. Xiaoyin, how do you think you are not very happy? Teacher Liu asked. It's okay, teacher. Yin Xiaoyin shook his head. Yesterday Jiang Xiaobai had chosen two choices. She knew that, but she didn't expect that grandparents would choose to let them go to Longqing. When she thinks of leaving, she still feels reluctant to part with her classmates, teachers, grandparents and grandparents. After you go to the new school, you have to study hard. The teacher knows that you are very smart. Teacher Liu exhorted, with red eyes, and some reluctant to bear this poor unsensible child. Went to two schools. After talking to the school, Jiang Xiaobai sent Yin Xiaoyin and old man Yin home, and drove back to the guest house by himself. Hey, Xiaobai, it's me. Jiang Xiaobai dialed the home phone. Xiaobai, how are things going? When will you be back? Zhao Xiaobai asked joyfully on the phone. Tomorrow. Jiang Xiaobai paused and continued. Xiaobai, I want to tell you something. You said. Zhao Xiaobai said. That's it. I came here this time because of. Jiang Xiaobai has been talking about the diary since receiving the letter, and then said that he finally plans to take the two children back to raise. In fact, Jiang Xiaobai also considered the issue of directly giving money, but directly giving money, the two elderly people are too old and can't take care of them. If you send it to the orphanage, it's better to leave it alone. So Jiang Xiaobai pondered over it, and can only take it back and raise it, is to hire a nanny for the two of them. They are too young to live. Yin Xiaoyin was 14 years old in the second year of junior high school this year, and her younger sister Jiang Xiaomai was the same year old, while Yin Xiaojun was only 10 years old. Bring it back. Anyway, we are raising one, and the same is true for three, not to mention that these two children are both so old, and it is hard to carry them. Zhao Xiaobai heard Jiang Xiaobai words, tears streaming down. Women are emotional at first, not to mention that after giving birth, they feel sorry for Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyin who have no father or mother. Sensitive makes people feel distressed. Jiang Lanlang is still in his arms. Zhao Xiaobai said categorically without waiting for Jiang Xiaobai to tell the reason for taking it back. Thank you, wife. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. Thank me for what I am doing. I am sorry for these two children. When I arrive tomorrow, I will tell my mother and I to clean up the house. Zhao Xiaobai said. Tomorrow afternoon, go and call Dong Hai. Let him come to help. Jiang Xiaobai said. Okay, I have to find 2 beds. Zhao Xinyi said. Hang up. Jiang Xiaobai called the sales department of Huiking Building again. Me, Jiang Xiaobai, look for Li Donghai. Director Xiaobai. Li Donghai answered the phone. As long as he was outside, he would call Jiang Xiaobai, the director of Xiaobai, not his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you call Liu Shun. Go to my house and help. Xinyi is at home. Jiang Xiaobai said. What is it? Do you want to drive there? Li Donghai asked in a daze. It's okay to drive. I can tell you on the phone. Ask Xinyi when you arrive. Jiang Xiaobai said. Hung up the phone. Li Donghai was stunned, and while calling Liu Shun, he was still a little puzzled. What's the matter? Brother Li, go out with me to do something. Li Donghai said. Then the two arrived at Song Weigo's office. Manager Song, Director Xiaobai just called and asked us to drive out to do something. Li Donghai said. Although Jiang Xiaobai is the boss, the county magistrate is not as good as the current one. He is now under Song Weigo, and he still has to say hello. What's the matter? Do you need some help? Song Weigo asked in a daze. End of this chapter. Chapter 862 Concerns about Auntie. Chapter 862 Worries about Auntie. He knew what had happened in the garment factory early this morning, and he also scolded Liu Chunlin as an idiot in his heart. Also knows that Jiang Xiaobai is still in Datong City. Could it be that something happened to the factory manager Xiaobai's house? This Li Donghai is Jiang Xiaobai's brother-in-law, and Liu Shun is Jiang Xiaobai's neighbor. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly called them and asked them to do something, so you don't have to think about it to know that it's a private matter, not a business matter. Director Xiaobai did not say, but it is probably not an urgent matter. Liu Shun and I will check it out first, and call you if there is something to do. Li Donghai said. Okay, go. Call if you have anything. Song Weigo said. When Li Donghai and Liu Shun arrived at Jiang Xiaobai's house, Han Lin and Jiang's mother also arrived. Looking at the people coming, Zhao Xinyi told the story again, explaining one by one in the province. Very poor child. If you don't let us go back to the alley, let's take it. Jiang Mu said. Zhao Xinyi shook her head and said, you don't need a mother, you are so old, and it's tiring to have children. It's right that you need to hire a nanny at home, and bring 1 child, and the same goes for 3. That's okay. Jiang Mu didn't say any more. Han Lin also nodded. The house was big enough. This was originally a 3-bedroom and a living house. Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi had 1 room, but there were 2 left. Mom, one of you will help me look at the child, and the other will go out with me to sell some clothes and daily necessities for the 2 children, Zhao Xinyi said, looking at Li Donghai again. Brother-in-law, go buy 2 single beds for me. Okay, I'm going now. Where are you going? I drove and gave you the delivery. Li Donghai nodded and said. It turns out that this is the case. The 2 children will be blessed after following Xiaobai. Mother Jiang stayed at home to take care of her grandson. Li Donghai drove Han Lin and Zhao Xinyi to Liu Xiang, and then drove to get the bed. Zhao Xinyi is busy here, preparing for the arrival of the 2 children. On the other hand, Shi Sheng has already discussed with the newspaper in Chase City about seeking compensation for the return of the customer. Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory was willing to pay for it. Of course, there was no problem with the Datong Morning Post, and promised to give half of the second page for a week of continuous publication. Shi Sheng came out of the Datong City Morning Post and went to the Datong City Evening News to continue the discussion. At the same time, the working group responsible for verifying compensation that rushed from the Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory to Datong City also went to Datong City and settled in Datong City. Yin's house. It's tidying up. Actually, there's nothing to tidy up. You can't take away the tattered things at home. All the dreams sold were sold. Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun's sister and brother were packing their own things in their own room. Sister, are we going to live at that uncle's house in the future? Yin Xiaojun looked up at his sister Yin Xiaoyan and asked. Well, we will live at uncle's house in the future. Yin Xiaoyan nodded. Does the uncle's house also have an aunt? Will the aunt be unwilling? Yin Xiaojun asked. Before, The third uncle planned to take their nephews with them, but the third aunt was unwilling, and both children knew in their hearts. Yin Xiaoyan froze for a while, shook his head and said, I don't know if there is an aunt, Xiaojun, don't think too much, just pack up. Then, can I put on new clothes when I leave tomorrow? Yin Xiaojun pointed to the clothes Jiang Xiaobai bought yesterday. Yin Xiaoyan nodded, and hugged his younger brother in his arms. The two of them know that although grandparents will go to Dragon City with them, they will not be with them. They are going to live with an unfamiliar uncle. Faced with a new environment and an uncertain future, both children have various worries in their hearts. At night, the two children suffered from insomnia. This is the last time they slept in this room. I don't know when they fell asleep. Early the next morning, they got up, had breakfast, and waited for Jiang Xiaobai at home. Old Che, I will leave the matter to you here. I will drive back to Longqing in a while. If you have any situation, you can call me at any time. Jiang Xiaobai was on the phone at the guest house. Last night, Shi Sheng and the people from the garment factory stayed in a guest house in Datong City, and did not come back to the county. Don't worry, Director Xiaobai, I must take care of it. Don't guarantee, I see the action. Jiang Xiaobai hung up the phone, exited the room and drove towards the Yin's house. When I arrived at Yin's house, in addition to Yin Xiaoyan's sister and brother, Yin old man and his wife, there were also several middle-aged men and women. Listen to the title, it seems to be the children of the Yin family. Even if they are not filial, they are also children, and they still have to say something before leaving. So the old man Yin went to tell them yesterday afternoon, but told them that he was leaving. Someone adopted and supported Yin Xiaoyan's sister and brother, and gave them to Longqing to see a doctor. Old man Yin didn't say much about other things. Are you ready? Get in the car and go, Jiang Xiaobai said. Jiang Xiaobai has no interest in taking care of the children of the Yin family. Yin Xiaoyan took his younger brother, reluctantly glanced at the dilapidated yard, and then the two got into the car. Old man Yin, after driving a long way out of the car, kept looking at the sons and daughters who were seeing off. Although none of the children said that they would go to the city to see a doctor after leaving them. Pity the parents of the world. The atmosphere in the car was dull at first, but soon Yin Xiaojun looked out the window curiously and asked questions. Is a child, and it's the first time to go out. I am curious about everything. Sister, why is this tree moving back? Sister, look. Little duck. The crown sedan drove towards Longqing in a fast speed. At noon, I found a restaurant on the road and just ate a bite. When it was in Longqing, it was already more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Xiaobai drove directly to Longgang Hospital. First, Yin Xiaoyan's grandmother was hospitalized, and then he left money for the old man Yin, so that he would bring the children to see them tomorrow. Then took the two little guys into the car and walked towards the house. It's just that when I got out of the hospital and got in the car, the atmosphere in the car became dull. Just Han and Yin Xiaojun, who has been chattering all the way, stopped speaking. Because from this moment, they really left their grandparents in the ward. Old man Yin and his boss stood in front of the window, watching the crown sedan drive out of the hospital. Tears again stayed. Xiaojun, what do you like to eat? I will ask your aunt to cook it for you at night. Jiang Xiaobai said while driving, while looking at the two silent children in the rear view mirror. Auntie, is this aunt? Yin Xiaojun's focus was beyond Jiang Xiaobai expectations. Yes, it's the uncle's wife. You can call it aunt, Jiang Xiaobai said, and found that Yin Xiaojun's face was even more ugly. End of this chapter. Chapter 863. Auntie is pretty. Chapter 863. Aunt is beautiful. In the anxiety of the two children, Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyan, the car stopped in front of the Longgang family building. Jiang Xiaobai didn't know the thoughts in the hearts of the two children, nor did they know the fear in their hearts for the creatures like their aunts. Took the two children upstairs and walked towards home. Jiang Xiaobai directly took the key and opened the door. Hearing the movement in the room, Zhao Xini stood up from the sofa holding Jiang Lanlong in her arms. Quickly, come in. Jiang Xiaobai waited for the two children to enter the house. Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun's sisters and brothers looked carefully at the room, and saw a beautiful and cynical woman, and they were also looking at them while holding the child. They have never seen such a beautiful person. In the impression, shouldn't such creatures as aunts be harsh and mean people? How could she grow so beautiful? Xinyi, this is Xiaoyin, this is Xiaojun. This is your aunt, just call it aunt. Jiang Xiaobai introduced with a smile. Xiaoyin, come, let auntie have a look. Zhao Xinyi waved to Yin Xiaoyin. Yin Xiaoyin timidly led his younger brother Yin Xiaojun and walked over. Auntie. Yin Xiaoyin yelled in a low voice. Auntie. Yin Xiaojun also shouted, but he lowered his head and looked at the floor, not daring to raise his head. Oh, this will be your home from now on, live with peace of mind. Zhao Xinyi looked at the poor children and said, her eyes full of distress. Jiang Lanlan stretched out a hand from Zhao Xinyi's arms, and tried to touch Yin Xiaoyin. This is my brother Jiang Lanlan, Zhao Xinyi said, and handed Jiang Lanlan to Jiang Xiaobai. Let's go, I'll take you to the room. Zhao Xinyi led Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun towards the room. This time Jiang Lanlan was very defensive. Seeing that he could not catch his sister, he reached out and grabbed Jiang Xiaobai face. Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyin were led by Zhao Xinyi, and they turned around to look at Jiang Xiaobai, their eyes full of inquiries. After all, the two of them have been in contact with Jiang Xiaobai for some time. Knowing that Jiang Xiaobai is really good to them is still a bit strange to Zhao Xinyi. Although this aunt is not beautiful, she feels very close. Go and have a look with auntie. Jiang Xiaobai went to hold Jiang Lanlan's small fleshy hand with one hand, and said casually, this is Xiaoyin's room. I put all the clothes in the closet for you. The daily necessities are in this cabinet. The toiletries are in the bathroom. They are a set of pink. Xiaoyin, take a look at the shortcomings. Let your uncle buy it for you. Zhao Xinyi said. Yin Xiaoyin was already stunned. A delicate single bed covered with a beautiful pink bedsheet. The whole room is also dominated by pink, and there is a huge doll next to it. This is when Zhao Xinyi was shopping. She bought it when she happened to see it. There is a wind chime hanging beside the bed, and it jingles when it touches it. A white wardrobe with a few plum blossoms on it is very beautiful. On the windowsill, there is a pink curtain. Under the curtain is a delicate desk with a lamp on top. The whole room is a princess room. She never dreamed that she would be able to live in such a room one day. She and her younger brother sometimes imagine that when they grow up and earn money, they will live in another house. At least the windows must not leak air, and there must be a desk in the room for two people to read and do homework. But I never thought that there would be such a house to live in. Yin Xiaoyin stepped forward and opened the closet. There were all kinds of clothes hanging in the closet. Basically Zhao Xinyi bought them from Jiang Xiaobai clothing franchise store yesterday. Of course, it is said to buy, but Jiang Hongxiang was given at the cost price, and she also wanted to give it to Zhao Xinyi for nothing. But Zhao Xinyi is determined not to. After all, she has to pay for the goods from Jiang Xiaobai garment factory. Auntie doesn't know how big clothes you are wearing. You should try first. If it is not suitable, auntie will take you to change. Zhao Xinyi said. Thank you, auntie. Yin Xiaoyin looked at Zhao Xinyi with red eyes. Yin Xiaojun's eyes were also red, not moved. He understood just now that this is his sister's room. But my sister's room is so good. He wants to live with her sister. Besides, he lives with her sister at home. No thanks. The past is over, and the days will be better in the future. Zhao Xinyi held Yin Xiaoyin in her arms and comforted her life. Okay, go take a bath and change clothes. I will take my brother to see the room. Zhao Xinyi wiped the tears from the corner of Yin Xiaoyin's eyes. Then took Yin Xiaojun to another room, but Yin Xiaojun was a little reluctant to leave. Such a good room, he wanted to live with his sister. Yin Xiaoyin also followed behind and came to the room of his brother next door. This room used to be Jiang Xiaobai's study, but it has now been vacated as a room for Yin Xiaojun. The two rooms have completely different styles, but they are all the same exquisite. It just doesn't have the pink tones, but it's still very cartoon. Yin Xiaojun was a bit more lively than Yin Xiaoyin, picked up the puppet on the side of the bed and looked at it, then flicked the wind chime and made a pleasant sound. Yin Xiaoyin went to take a shower and changed into a new dress. Jiang Xiaobai found out that the girl was not so dark. It's just so thin, the skin is not so white, just wheatish. Zhao Xinyi went to get Yin Xiaoyin's hair. Yin Xiaojun took a shower and changed into new clothes, and ran to the living room next to Jiang Xiaobai and sat down. The TV set was playing Journey to the West, and Yin Xiaojun watched it with relish. Jiang Lanlan was in Jiang Xiaobai arms, looking at Yin Xiaojun with a hee-hee smile. Yin Xiaojun reached out and touched Jiang Lanlan's little finger. Jiang Lanlan smiled happily. Zhao Xinyi cooked 6 dishes in the evening, but the 2 children Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun did not dare to eat more. They are still a little strange to this family. Jiang Xiaobai told them how to turn on the TV, how to use the phone and other home appliances, and told them to go to bed early at night, and then they returned to the room with Zhao Xinyi. After Yin Xiaojun washed his feet, he came to Yin Xiaoyin's room and crossed his legs on his sister's bed. "Aren't you sleeping?" "Sister, I can't sleep," Yin Xiaojun said after a pause, then said, "Sister, Auntie is so beautiful." "Well, the aunt is kind to us. It feels like she is dreaming," Yin Xiaoyin said, opening the diary. "Sister, I miss my grandparents a bit, and I don't know how they are in the hospital," Yin Xiaojun said. "It's okay. Uncle will take us another day," Yin Xiaoyin said. "Well, my little brother is very funny, he smiled at me this afternoon, I still hold his hand, soft." Yin Xiaojun chatted with her sister for a long time before returning to his room to sleep. End of this chapter. Chapter 864. Good day. Chapter 864. A beautiful day. After his brother left, Yin Xiaoyin lowered his head and opened the diary. Wednesday, May 28, 1987. The weather was fine. Today is a special day. We left our grandparents' house and followed our new uncle to Dragon City. When I left, I was reluctant to part with that home. Although it was a little broken, it was cold in winter, and it rained in summer and sometimes water would get into it. But where did my brother and I live for several years? I came to Longqing, such a tall building, there are cars, and people wear beautiful clothes. Grandpa and Grandma stayed in the hospital to see a doctor. When I left, I knew that Grandpa and Grandma were very reluctant, and I don't know when I can go to see Grandpa and Grandma again. I came to Uncle Xiaobai's house. The aunt is very beautiful and treats me and my brother very well. Except for my parents and grandparents, no one has ever treated me and my brother so well. Grandparents said, "I will repay Uncle Jiang Xiaobai in the future, I will, and when I grow up, I will repay Uncle Jiang Xiaobai and aunt with my brother." The room is very beautiful, my brother and I both love it. And by the way, there is a very cute little brother named Jiang Lanlan. Today is a particularly beautiful day and a new day. Yin Xiaoyin finished her diary and lay on the bed not knowing when she fell asleep. In this day's diary, the middle is separated from the original one by a page, and a small sticker is posted on the top. The days in front are those suffering, and in the days after, Yin Xiaoyin hopes that, just like the cartoon character in the small sticker, he can laugh happily. Early the next morning, after Jiang Xiaobai had dinner, he went to Bing's restaurant. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai left, Han Lin, Jiang Mu, Jiang Tishan and others all came over. I didn't repeat it yesterday because I felt that the 2 children were just here, and I was afraid that a bunch of people would be there and the 2 children would be uncomfortable. This is Grandma, and this is grandparents. Zhao Xinyi took the 2 children to recognize each other. The 2 children yelled timidly, and then Jiang Tishan and Jiang's mother took the children at home. Han Lin and Zhao Xinyi took the 2 children out for shopping, and then bought something. The daily newspaper of Daton City has published the news in accordance with the requirements of Huiqing Holdings. Today is the first day. Jiang Xiaobai is waiting for this news to ferment. At the same time, The inspection team led by Zuguomin had already divided several troops towards the franchise stores. Time is tight and the task is heavy. If you can take a break, you can take the time to rest. The Directx hereby only gave half a month. We have to be prepared to run non-stop in most of the countries. You know what the end of the task is. As soon as he got on the train, Zuguomin confessed. He climbed into the bunk and fell asleep. Yesterday they had gone to a franchise store. They had a thorough investigation work overnight, and they did not rest. They boarded the train again early this morning. The people under their hands are all lying in their bunks and taking time to rest. The morning paper in Datong City still has a lot of attention. Jiangxia Buy Clothing franchise store is a place selling high-end clothing in Datong City, and many people still know about it. But today suddenly it was published in the newspaper, and the clothing store in Chase City was closed. And Huiking Holding Company will come forward to explain the situation and be responsible for the compensation for the return. Most of the page is enough to explain the causes, consequences and compensation measures. What? Our Jiangxia Buy Clothing store in Chase City closed. When did it happen? Why don't I know? 2 days ago. This newspaper said that it was a franchisee of a franchise store selling fake goods. It was discovered. Now it is undergoing judicial procedures. The garment factory has come forward to apologize, and unconditionally returns and compensates. In the office of a unit, a few middle-aged women discussed this, and a newspaper was circulated. If it is true or false, there are such things. Unconditionally return the goods, and pay compensation if it is confirmed that it is a fake, and it will be published in the newspaper. Is there such a clothing factory? Really? It's said in the newspaper. Can there be fakes? This is really true. I bought a sea salt shirt suit for my husband last year, but it broke after 2 days of wearing it. I went to find it. People didn't care about me. I knew that, so I bought a ginger-style suit. Up. Hey, Iron Shirt Factory. Are you referring to Buxinshing's factory? I heard people say that the factory is no longer working, and I owe a lot of money outside and it's over. It's true. Didn't the ceasefire in the first 2 years? That was the first 2 years. It was just a garment factory. Unlike this Jiangxia Buy garment factory, there is a company on it. Now the tallest building in Longqing in our province is being built by someone else's company. It is called Huiking Building. Like, a woman knows Huiking Holdings Company quite well and spreads knowledge to everyone. In fact, her husband said a little more at home. She listened to a little knowledge, and then came out to talk about it. It's not just Huiking Building. The canned educated youth we bought is also from others. A middle-aged man added. Dialogues with similarities and minor differences appeared in the streets and alleys of Chase City. People feel very uncomfortable with this way of publicly apologizing and expressing unconditional return and compensation. When did a garment factory ever do this? I used to go to a department store. Not to mention returning goods, is to buy clothes. When shopping, it is not easy for people to give you a good face. In the past 2 years, with the increase of self-employed, the attitude when buying things is much better. However, it is impossible to return the product. Now people publish the news in the newspaper, apologize and ask for compensation for the return. This kind of company, not only in the clothing industry, but also in other industries, has not heard of it. For the first time, I felt that being a customer of Jiangxia Buy Clothing store was so good. Jiangxia Buy is trying to hold customers up high. Jiangxia Buy Clothing has opened up the market with its novel style of clothing, impeccable service attitude, high-end luxury decoration storefront, and then occupied a lot of sportswear trends with the Olympic Games. The big market, fashionable things can't always be there, although with Jiangxia Buy, the advantage of fashionable clothes may be maintained for a long time. But Jiangxia Buy is now trying to reverse the impression of Jiangxia Buy clothing brand in consumers' minds. He hopes that when people mention Jiangxia Buy's clothing, in addition to fashionable style, good service, and high-end decoration, more to mention, Jiangxia Buy Clothing attaches great importance to consumers, its attitude towards product quality, and its reassuring attitude towards after-sales. Now everything is proceeding according to Jiangxia by idea. This news is slowly fermenting over time. End of this chapter. Chapter 865 Ki Genhua. Chapter 865 Ki Genhua. 5 days later. The news about the counterfeit goods and return compensation in Jiangxia by garment factory has been flying all over the sky thanks to the promotion of Huiking Holding Company. This evening, Zhao Gang went to Jiangxia Bai's house specially, and talked with Jiangxia Bai about it after dinner. Xia Bai, what's the matter? Why is there a lot of noise in the clothing factory about fake goods? Zhao Gang frowned and asked. He heard what people said, and there were many people who said it. So he was a little worried. Did you offend someone who is pushing behind? You have to plan early, otherwise. Jiangxia Bai listened to Zhao Gang's words, froze for a moment, and then asked, Dad, how did you know the news? I heard what people said. Many people are talking about it. Zhao Gang said. Jiangxia Bai smiled, and he said, this kind of operation can be understood by anyone who has read the newspaper. How could Zhao Gang be blinded? Jiangxia Bai took out a copy of Dragon City's Metropolis Daily from under the coffee table and handed it to Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang was a little confused, so he took it and looked at it. I saw the news of Jiangxia Bai Garment Factory in the second edition of Longqing Metropolis Daily. The title is The Conscience of Current Apparel Enterprises on After-Sales Issues. I used a large chapter to write in detail. Jiangxia Bai discovered the whole process of selling fake goods in franchised stores and the follow-up handling problems. The article also listed in detail several disputes caused by other factories due to after-sales issues. Without exception, they are all left alone. Consumers dumb eating coptis, and there are cases where they can't tell. Then compared the practice of Jiangxia Bai Garment Factory, and finally wrote that this is the first domestic product that attaches importance to quality and has been ahead of other domestic companies in terms of product after sales. The whole article is not a style that first suppresses and then promotes, nor is it a derogatory article on the surface, but an article that is actually praised. But it is an article that directly praises Jiangxia Bai Garment Factory. Jiangxia Bai did not wait for Zhao Gang to finish reading, and took out some other newspapers. Zhao Gang looked at it, and basically they were all complimenting and affirming Jiangxia Bai articles on handling practices in this fake incident. It's an accident that there are fakes, but there is no need to expose them. Things can be handled in a small area, but in this case, there will be some fakes sold outside. Maybe it will explode sometime, just like a timing bomb. I just opened it directly. In this case, I can still control it in my own hands. Jiangxia Bai said with a smile. Zhao Gang threw the newspaper away, worrying about it for nothing. He thought something was wrong. The co-author was deliberately done by this kid. In this way, it turns bad things into good things. No wonder so many people are talking about it. It turns out that he himself is behind the scenes. By the way, what's going on with these two kids? Zhao Gang changed the subject and said, and he reached out and touched Yin Xiaojun, who was watching TV. Yin Xiaojun asked Zhao Xinyi to take it for a haircut 2 days ago. Except for a handful of hair left in front of his head, everything else was pushed out. Yin Xiaojun also likes this hairstyle very much, and thinks it is a bit similar to the Red Boy's hairstyle in Journey to the West. It's just that the only worry is that after finishing the haircut, many people have to touch his head without moving. Especially Uncle Xia Bai. Even the older sister did not touch it too much. What's more disturbing was that the younger brother Jiang Lanlan also stretched out his little hand to touch it. Seeing Zhao Gang touching himself, knowing that this is grandpa, he did not resist, and he showed a good smile, and then he watched TV wholeheartedly. It's coming soon. It's almost done. It is estimated that we will go to school in 2 days. It is in our Longgang school, 1 elementary school and 1 middle school. Jiangxia Bai said. Where's Xiaoyan? Why don't you see Xiaoyan? Zhao Gang asked. It's not doing homework in the house, or playing with Lanlan. Jiang Xiaobai said he didn't know if Xiaoyan really liked Jiang Lanlan or he was helping with the child with the idea of repaying him. Anyway, whenever I have time, I will play with Jiang Lanlan. Zhao Gang nodded and said, well, yes, your mother has found an aunt for you. Come over tomorrow, and you can see if it fits. Talked for a while. Zhao and Hanlin had just left, and the new babysitter came the next day. Jiang Xiaobai was just about to go out. Seeing the babysitter came, he did not leave. Invite the new babysitter in and sit down on the sofa. Hello, drink water. Don't know how to call it? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. My surname is Ki, and my name is Ki Zhenhua. The woman was a little restrained. She was about to drink with the water cup. When she heard Jiang Xiaobai question, she quickly put down the water cup and replied. At this time, Zhao Xinyi also walked out of the room. Ki Zhenhua, Jiang Xiaobai muttered, how could this name be familiar? Suddenly Jiang Xiaobai's eyes lit up. Ki Zhenhua, Xiao Ki, Ki Zhenhua, isn't this dear little Ki Zhenhua baby? There really is this name. How about Dai Qiang? Looking at Jiang Xiaobai complexion, Xiao Ki's complexion also changed. She came from the countryside to work. Her aunt from afar introduced her to her, saying that she knew the mistress mother. This family is the leader of the family and asked her to come over as a nanny. But looking at it like this, it seems that the man in this family doesn't like him. But isn't it? I was quite enthusiastic just now. Why did you react like this after hearing your name all of a sudden? Is it a problem with my own name, Ki Zhenhua? I have told my parents that this name is not good, and too dirty. Wanted to change her name before she came out, but her parents disagreed, and the aunt disagreed. Otherwise she would be replaced by Ki Lijun. People Teresa Teng and Ki Lijun are not ordinary people at first sight. Xiao Ki, how old are you? Zhao Xinyi asked with a smile. 20 years old, Ki Zhenhua replied. This woman should be the mistress, that is, the daughter of the big leader. The woman her aunt knows is her mother. I heard that she is very beautiful. Now that it is true, I can be considered a flower in the village. But in front of others, I am completely embarrassed. Whether it is in appearance, dress, figure, skin, it is 1,000 miles away. Where is home? From Lu City. Who else is in the family? Zhao Xinyi asked one by one. The village flower Ki Zhenhua answered carefully. Zhao Xinyi was quite satisfied after asking. Basically that's it. Because it was introduced by her mother, Hanlin, she knew the basics. Others need to be actually seen. And there is nothing to ask. Zhao Xinyi looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked Jiang Xiaobai's opinion. Little Bai, look at it. Jiang Xiaobai nodded. Ki Zhenhua is Ki Zhenhua. End of this chapter. Chapter 866. Adapt Chapter 866. Jiang Xiaobai got up and left. Zhao Xinyi was teaching Xiao Ki the main tasks and things he paid attention to. Xiao Ki was not at Jiang Xiaobai's house at night, but went back to her aunt's house. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai could not live at home. This is Yin Xiaoyan. This is Yin Xiaojun. Ki Zhenhua also knew the two children in the family. You can call Aunt Ki. This is to help at home. Auntie Ki. Auntie Ki. The two children cried out in a cute manner. At a young age, these couples have 3 children, and the older ones are so old. It is estimated that they should go to junior high school. Ki Zhenhua greeted Yin Xiaoyan and thought, she was getting married late. And she was not married at the age of 20. If you don't go to school in the village, you usually get married at the age of 18 or 90. But Zhao Xinyi looks at her in her 20s and is not a few years older than herself. Why is the child so old? Xiao Ki was full of doubts, but after a while, he heard the two children calling Aunt Zhao Xinyi. Ki Zhenhua was at a loss. What kind of situation? When Zhao Xinyi introduced just now, he said that it was the 3 children in the family. Seeing that the room was also long-lived. But how did you call Auntie? Could it be the child of the host who just left? They were married and the child didn't get used to it, so they didn't call me Mom. Comrade Ki Zhenhua was frantically thinking about it, but it shouldn't be. Zhao Xinyi, the other person, heard that her father is the chief leader. People who are so beautiful, how can they marry a man who is ugly and has 2 children? Usually you mainly watch the children. The 2 children will go to school in 2 days. They just have to cook a meal at noon. They don't have to deal with it, and then do housework. Nothing else. Zhao said with a smile. Looking at Zhao with a friendly face, Ki Zhenhua relaxed a little nervously and nodded. I have brought my younger siblings at home, and the youngest brother was also brought up by me. You can rest assured that I have experience. Ki Zhenhua said. That's good. If you do well, I will give you 150 yuan a month. Do you think it will work? Zhao asked. 1 month, 150 yuan? Ki Zhenhua's eyes widened, and he felt a little nervous breathing. He heard it right, 150 yuan a month. Well, 150 yuan a month, I will give it to you on the last day of each month. Can you see it? Zhao said affirmatively. Okay. It's too good. Now in terms of the average salary level promoted, it is 80 yuan to about 100 yuan. This is still the average salary of some workers in big factories, and the average income of a person in the village is less than 30 yuan. Several major laborers in their family can earn more than 1,000 yuan a year, which is pretty good. And how much Zhao gave him? 150 yuan a month. This salary has far exceeded the salary of an ordinary worker. She is an uneducated little girl. What is she dissatisfied with? Too satisfied, too good. She almost wanted to agree quickly, but she felt a little frightened. It's like a later generation who has an average monthly salary of 5,000 yuan. Suddenly someone wants to give you 30,000 yuan a month. This, too much. I don't need it. Ki Zhenhua said vaguely, eagerly in her heart, but still refused. If she didn't refuse to agree directly, she would be a little ignorant. Although she also felt in her heart, she turned her down. Zhao would definitely not regret it when she said it. But I was terrified. What if someone changes their tune? Zhao smiled and said, not many, 3 children in the family. They also cook and clean up the house. If you don't have any comments, then it's settled. After that, Zhao saw the uncontrollable smile on Xiao Kai's face, and smiled faintly without saying anything. In the evening, Jiang Xiaobai, who had been busy all day, came back. Ki Zhenhua discovered that the brothers and sisters of Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyan named Jiang Xiaobai were uncles, not fathers. When I heard Jiang Xiaobai answering the phone again, he picked up the phone and said that he was Jiang Xiaobai and his surname was Jiang. Now, Ki Zhenhua is more curious about the identities of Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun, brothers and sisters. But she didn't ask much, and after dinner, she left after finishing the house. Originally, Jiang Xiaobai wanted to give it away. Ki Zhenhua said that her aunt's house was not far from here, so she left. How is this Xiao Kai? Jiang Xiaobai asked casually. Cleaning up the house and doing work is very neat, and the other days will be longer before you can see it. Zhao said. Okay, then you can go to work after 2 days of adaptation, Jiang Xiaobai said. Well, I don't know if I will cry if Lanlang is away. Zhao said with reluctance to hold the baby. Here, Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao are talking, and on the other hand, Ki Zhenhua returns to his aunt's house. Aunt Ki also asked about Ki Zhenhua at Zhao house. It's not a child, it's 3 children. There is also a girl, a boy. These 2 children are named Yin, uncle and aunt. But the male surname is Jiang and the female surname Zhao is a little confused. Ki Zhenhua said in confusion. With Aunt Ki is also confused. Ki Zhenhua talked about other things, and sooner or later this matter will be known. My house is really big, with 3 rooms, a large living room, bathroom and kitchen, and a telephone, color TV, air conditioner, refrigerator, washing machine. Everything. Ki Zhenhua said and gestured. There is a 12-inch black and white TV in the village. Also, people give me 150 yuan a month. 150 yuan? Aunt Ki was also taken aback. Then he said, then you will work hard for others. That Zhao Xinia's father is the big leader. He will have a good relationship with them in the future. Maybe he can arrange a job for you, or introduce you to a good family. Well, I know auntie, don't worry. Kai Zhenhui nodded seriously. The next day, Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun's transfer procedures were completed, and Jiang Xiaobai brought them to the school. Zhao Gang's secretary greeted the school. Jiang Xiaobai received by the dean of the academic affairs office. Then he sent the children to the classroom. Jiang Xiaobai told them to pick him up at noon, and then sent the two children into the classroom. Facing the new environment, the two children were still a little uncomfortable. When the teacher asked Jiang Xiaobai to introduce themselves on the stage, Jiang Xiaobai could clearly see it, but no one could help. Jiang Xiaobai drove away after completing the enrollment procedures for the two of them. I have to come and pick them up at noon. After the two children adapt, the school is not far from home, and the two children can go home by themselves. Like at home, Zhao Xini is also adapting in the past 2 days, letting Kai Zhenhui take the child. End of this chapter. Chapter 867. Check the problem. Chapter 867. Inspection problem. Jiang Xiaobai garment factory's return controversy began to set off a wave of turmoil in China, especially in accordance with the list of shipments. At the end, 2 customers have not returned the goods. Jiang Xiaobai garment factory found 2 customers after several inquiries, explained the situation to the 2 customers, returned the goods to the 2 customers, and compensated. This move has deepened people's impression of Jiang Xiaobai garment factory. Zhang Omin, who came back in mid-May, reported the inspection situation to Jiang Xiaobai at the Bingzi Hotel. There are no fake goods, but some franchise stores do have problems in management. For example, a franchise store in the Netherlands has problems with service attitudes, a particularly negative attitude towards customers, and some have problems with inventory. Our clothing can be refunded to the franchise store when the season is changed, but they are still hanging in the store. What is more serious is that there are 2 clothing factories which have problems in promotional activities. In enthusiasm promotional activities, our factory gave them very low discounts for franchise stores, but they still have the original price. Zhang Omin said a lot of questions one by one, and Jiang Xiaobai expression was a little bad. But I also know that this matter has nothing to do with Zhang Omin. Instead, Zhang Omin has taken care in this inspection. For half a month, I have been in the dust, no less tired. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and said, okay, it's hard work. For a while, I'm afraid you will arrange for you to eat. Rest here at night, don't go back to the clothing factory. Rest for 2 days and continue to set off. Give me straight. Check the camp and flagship stores to see if they have the same problem. Zhang Omin was taken aback and nodded. This job was originally set before. Jiang Xiaobai was able to let them rest for 2 days before setting off, which was quite good. Originally, he thought he would bring back so much bad news that Jiang Xiaobai would be furious, but he didn't dare not say it. If he didn't say it, Jiang Xiaobai knew it and might not let him go. Old Che, what is Liu Chunlin doing now? Jiang Xiaobai asked, turning his head to look at the Shisheng on the side. Recently, Shisheng has been running at both ends of the Dragon City and Datong City. Also only came back to Longqing 2 days ago. Zhang Omin returned to report on his work, and of course he was listening. In the factory, Shisheng was stunned. It has been half a month since this incident. He originally thought that Jiang Xiaobai had forgotten Liu Chunlin, but he didn't expect to bring it up again. How's your condition? Jiang Xiaobai asked coldly. After he came back from Datong City, Liu Chunlin wanted to see him. He probably wanted to explain to him or talk about something, but Jiang Xiaobai never saw Liu Chunlin once. Later, I heard that Liu Chunlin had returned to the garment factory. Status, Shisheng smiled wryly. This is really hard to answer. Liu Chunlin is in charge of the franchise store. If the franchise store has an accident, he bears the inescapable responsibility. Ordinarily, this should be sincere and conscientious. However, as far as Shisheng learned, this was not the case at all. and I didn't know that Liu Chunlin was really not taking it seriously. Still felt that it was already like this. Jiang Xiaobai couldn't do anything to him. Whether the garment factory is in good condition, it should be eaten and drink, but it is not cool. And after listening to reports, it seems that some bad remarks have been made, such as making a fuss, killing the donkey and so on. What the make a big deal is talking about, don't think about it. It must be that Jiang Xiaobai is going to fight against the franchise stores in Chase this time. Unloading the Mo and killing the donkey couldn't be more obvious. Jiang Xiaobai didn't give him face and moved the franchise store. This was just hitting him in the face. At any rate, he was also one of the veterans of the Jiang Xiaobai clothing factory, older than his qualifications. In fact, knowing that Liu Chunlin was like this, Shi Sheng was angry and pitiful. He wants to cover Liu Chunlin now, and give this old friend and colleague another chance. But he also understands that in Jiang Xiaobai garment factory, he is not covering the sky with one hand. Just like Zhang Yuomin in front of him, this is Jiang Xiaobai's cronies, and there are other people. Maybe Jiang Xiaobai knew about it a long time ago, and even Liu Chunlin was dissatisfied when he complained. Know what you say. Plus Zhang Yuomin's report. After thinking about it, Shi Sheng told Jiang Xiaobai the truth. Good, good, good. Jiang Xiaobai said coldly with a sullen face. Shi Sheng and Zhang Yuomin looked at each other. This Liu Chunlin may be over. Both of them know Jiang Xiaobai and what kind of character Jiang Xiaobai is. When you make a mistake and he yells at him, it means that you are still saved and you can make up for it. Just like Shi Sheng followed Jiang Xiaobai in Chase City, Jiang Xiaobai scolded Shi Sheng for a spray after returning from a franchise store in Chase. But when I turned back, I still let Shi Sheng preside over the work, and it didn't happen because of this. But when Jiang Xiaobai was quiet, it was terrible. Old Shay, make an appointment with the person in charge of the first prison, and I will go back another day. Jiang Xiaobai said. Shi Sheng was surprised, and then nodded heavily. In the evening, Jiang Xiaobai accompanied the inspection team who had been running around for half a month for dinner. They affirmed their credit, but asked them to continue their efforts to thoroughly investigate the direct-operated stores and flagship stores. After dinner, Shi Sheng and Zhang Yuomin came out with fluffy Jiang Xiaobai. Franchise stores are the big head. After the investigation, we will arrange for people to make rectifications. The remaining directly operated stores and flagship stores worry me very much. If some of the franchise stores also appear in the directly operated stores and flagship stores, I am really worried. Up. Jiang Xiaobai and Shi Sheng said. Let's talk about everything until the inspection results come out. Don't worry. Shi Sheng said, maybe things are not as bad as you think. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, I hope, and then said to Zhang Yuomin, you must strictly check. Don't cover up to me because of some relationships or favors, or I can't spare you. Jiang Xiaobai said. Do not worry. Jiang Xiaobai drank. Li Longquan sent Jiang Xiaobai home. When he returned home, Kai Zhenhua hadn't left yet, and saw Jiang Xiaobai coming back, and made Jiang Xiaobai a cup of tea. Thank you. Xiao Kai, where is Xin Yi? Jiang Xiaobai asked, taking the child from Kai Zhenhua. You haven't come back yet. Kai Zhenhua said. Okay, take you home. No need to stay. Jiang Xiaobai said. Now that Kai Zhenhua takes the child, Zhao Xinyi is also at work. As soon as Kai Zhenhua left, Zhao Xinyi returned. I just went back to work. My colleagues in the unit had dinner together, and they came back late. Zhao Xinyi said. When Jiang Lanlan saw Mama came back, he immediately stopped staying in Jiang Xiaobai's arms, and stretched out his little hand for Zhao Xinyi to hug. End of this chapter. Chapter 868 Mud Bodhisattva. Chapter 868 Mud Bodhisattva. Just when Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory was intensively conducting a thorough investigation of all directly operated stores and flagship stores, Jiang Xiaobai was not idle, and first went back to Zhangxuan County to meet with the person in charge of the number 1 prison. At the door of the first prison office building, Jiang Xiaobai saw Liu Chunlin. Liu Chunlin greeted him and looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said casually, Director Xiaobai, I have something to do with you. Just a few words. Jiang Xiaobai stopped, looked at Liu Chunlin and said, just tell me. Liu Chunlin glanced at the Shisheng behind Jiang Xiaobai. Seeing that Shisheng did not intend to leave, Liu Chunlin raised up and said, the manager of Xiaobai, the owner of the franchise store in Chase City, is the brother-in-law of my comrade in arms. Can you? We have been comrades in arms for many years, when we were in the army. Liu Chunlin said babblingly. Jiang Xiaobai was stunned. He originally thought Liu Chunlin was waiting here to admit his mistake and to find an excuse to explain it. But I didn't expect it to come to intercede with others. Shisheng listened, and he was speechless for a while. You are now crossing the river with a mud bodhisattva. It is hard to protect yourself. If you don't think about your own affairs, you even intercede with others. Shisheng no longer knows what to say. I don't know if this old friend is stupid or big-hearted. You give me a face, don't go through the judicial process. You mention other conditions, let's discuss it again, and when you report to the above, you can tell them lightly. I also called them and scolded them. They are also the first time. When everyone makes mistakes, they are also obsessed with ghosts. I hope you give them a chance. Liu Chunlin said. He heard that Jiang Xiaobai came over today to talk to the leader of the first prison. He thinks it should be to communicate with the receiver and sue the owner of the franchise store. Actually, he didn't want to care about this, but his old comrade in arms has been looking for him during this time. He also invited himself to eat, and gave him cigarettes and alcohol. And the purpose of the old comrades in arms is not to continue to open franchise stores, but as long as they don't go through judicial procedures, they can sentence their sister and brother-in-law. Liu Chunlin feels that this requirement is not too much. There is no way to get rid of the whole person, just close the franchise store. That's why I came here today, to stop Jiang Xiaobai. If Jiang Xiaobai and the leader above are all done together, this matter will be difficult to handle. Director Xiaobai, you give them a chance, Liu Chunlin said, and Jiang Xiaobai interrupted. Give them a chance? Jiang Xiaobai asked curiously. Well, Liu Chunlin nodded. I will give them a chance. Who will give Jiang Xiaobai the opportunity to the garment factory? And who will give you the opportunity? Jiang Xiaobai asked. Give me a chance? Liu Chunlin was stunned. He didn't understand the meaning of this sentence at once, but he understood what Jiang Xiaobai said. Who gave Jiang Xiaobai the opportunity to the garment factory? Director Xiaobai, it's just that. And now the external response is not good? You give me a face. Liu Chunlin said. Jiang Xiaobai is happy. This is special. Liu Chunlin hadn't noticed it before, but now his face is quite big. Give you back face, you are so special. What a face. Li Zilozi did it for you, and face back. What kind of face do you have? Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Liu Chunlin's face flushed all of a sudden. Jiang Xiaobai walked towards the office building with the two of Shisheng. Jiang Xiaobai, don't go too far. Be a man and stay on the sidelines. Don't do anything wrong. Liu Chunlin shouted towards Jiang Xiaobai back. Jiang Xiaobai stopped and turned around and said, how do you do it? Then he continued to walk forward. Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory is now the god of wealth in the first prison. I don't know how much dividends it receives from Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory every year. Regarding Jiang Xiaobai's proposal to change the deputy director, although the first prison had some opinions, there was a lot of noise outside, and they did not dare to raise any opinions. After Jiang Xiaobai said that he agreed to send another capable deputy factory director, the first prison had no opinion at all. Liu Chunlin made a mistake. He was already normal when he was beaten up. Now they are given the opportunity to reappoint a deputy factory director. They still have reason to disagree. It was almost thankful to send Jiang Xiaobai and Shisheng away. In the afternoon of the same day, Jiang Xiaobai met the new deputy director of the first prison, a young man in his 30s, in his office. Director Xiaobai, he'll report to you. The young man has a very low attitude, saying that he has just graduated from university for a few years and has little work experience, so he came with an attitude of learning. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, looked at the time, and said, okay, I will cooperate with Director Shi in the future. let's go, and go to the workers' meeting. Jiang Xiaobai said to get up, and I will go. The young man followed. It is not good to be modest and cautious. I heard that his hapless deputy factory director couldn't recognize the situation, so he was replaced. The unlucky factory manager probably doesn't know yet. Jiang Xiaobai's movements are too fast. Substitution in the morning. A meeting will be held in the afternoon to announce the appointment of the new person. The young man guessed right. Liu Chunlin was already in the conference room, and he didn't know at all about his being replaced. Seeing Jiang Xiaobai taking a young man to sit down on the podium, she was still a little puzzled. Why did a young man come and sit on the podium? Okay, now we will start the meeting, Shi Sheng said, first reporting the incident of the franchise store in Chase City. In fact, everyone in the clothing factory already knew about it, and now it's just an official announcement. I have a welcome below. Chairman Jiang Xiaobai speaks. Shi Sheng said, of course. He used the formal address for formal occasions. The meeting room level became quiet, and Jiang Xiaobai took the microphone and said, this time the incident has taught us a profound lesson. Jiang Xiaobai first talked about the problems in the management of the garment factory, and affirmed everyone's achievements in handling the incident, especially the inspection team represented by Zhou Omin. There was fierce applause at the conference room level. Liu Chunlin was a little uncomfortable with Jiang Xiaobai's attitude towards him in the morning. He kept his head down and expressionless and did not applaud. The emotion was clearly written on his face. Jiang Xiaobai paused and said, now we announce several personnel appointments. Liu Chunlin raised his head with a dazed expression, and there were also personnel changes. How come I, the deputy factory manager, didn't know at all? Wouldn't the personnel changes pass me? Liu Chunlin, who had been irritated by what happened in the morning, was even more angry. He decided for a while, regardless of what position Jiang Xiaobai announced was the personnel appointment arrangement in the factory. He wants to put forward his opinions. The tiger doesn't show his power. You really treat me as the deputy director of the decorations. I don't have enough success. Can I still do bad things? I support your work so much, but you don't give me any face. Wait. Right? End of this chapter. Chapter 869. Who gives you a chance? Chapter 869. Who gives you a chance? Liu Chunlin took legal notice in his heart, swallowed and smeared, and prepared to exert force. He was still a little confused about Jiang Xiaobai. After all, Jiang Xiaobai's reputation is not for nothing. If you really smash Jiang Xiaobai, you will offend Jiang Xiaobai to death. But he gritted his teeth and decided to do it. The first item, in view of the problems that have occurred in the franchise stores in Datong City this time, the deputy director Liu Chunlin shall bear the main responsibility. It is now decided to remove Comrade Liu Chunlin from the position of deputy director of Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory, and the first prison will arrange a notice separately. Jiang Xiaobai said. Liu Chunlin's head buzzed. In the beginning, he was prepared to oppose no matter what personnel appointment Jiang Xiaobai arranged, but he never expected that he would be relieved of his position as deputy factory director. He felt that he had misheard, but when he looked at the expressions of everyone below, he was already talking in a low voice. Yes, just now I was relieved of his position as deputy director. But he was actually relieved of his position as deputy director. Liu Chunlin felt confused. Originally sitting upright and sturdy, ready to oppose at any time, but this time it seemed to have taken all of the energy out of the whole body. The whole person suddenly leaned on the back of the seat behind him, with both hands on the table, so that he did not fall. It is first decided to remove Comrade Liu Chunlin from the position of deputy director of Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory, and the first prison will arrange it separately. This sentence kept buzzing in his head, echoing over and over again. Liu Chunlin resounded in the morning. Jiang Xiaobai spoke to himself at the door of the office building of the first prison. At that time, he asked Jiang Xiaobai to give the owner of the franchise store in Chase a chance, and Jiang Xiaobai replied to himself, I give them a chance. Who will give Jiang Xiaobai the opportunity to the garment factory? And who will give you the chance? At that time, I understood the first sentence. It was Jiang Xiaobai who was afraid that such a thing would happen again, and the reputation of the director of Jiang Xiaobai garment factory was ruined. But the last sentence, who gives you a chance? I didn't understand it, and now I finally understand it. It turned out to be relieved of his position as deputy director. Yeah, whoever gave himself a chance, he had already finished, and even went to intercede for others. But is this matter? With just a few things, the final result is pretty good. As for the mud bodies that crossed the river, and it was hard to protect himself. He even worries about other people's affairs without waking up. Jiang Xiaobai didn't even look at Liu Chunlin. Liu Chunlin took the blame. As soon as the incident happened, Jiang Xiaobai called him to Dragon City, but he didn't care. Then the franchise store in Chase City is his relationship, and he is in charge of the franchise store management. If you make a mistake, don't reflect on it, and don't recognize your mistakes. What does this kind of person do in a clothing factory? Several reasons made Jiang Xiaobai not want to endure, so he replaced him directly. After Jiang Xiaobai signaled to be quiet, he announced 2 more personnel appointments. After the research and decision of Huiking Holding Company, Comrade Zhang Omin, the former chief of the sales department, was appointed as the deputy director of Jiang Xiaobai garment factory, and Comrade Zhu Qiong, the former director of the office of the first prison garment factory, was appointed as the deputy director of Jiang Xiaobai garment factory. Putting Zhang Omin in the position of deputy director of the garment factory has strengthened the strength of Huiking Holdings in the garment factory. At the same time, when the appointment was announced, Zhu Qiong was sent to the first prison and placed behind Zhang Omin, which was even more expressive. Zhang Omin was ranked in front of Zhu Qiong. Papa. There was fierce applause in the meeting room. Although Liu Chunlin's removal was a bit sudden, it can be seen that this matter may also be a bit sudden for Liu Chunlin himself. But I also confess that Liu Chunlin was dismissed because of the franchise store. Think carefully that everyone can accept it, and the 2 newly appointed deputy directors. Needless to say, Zhang Omin, the original sales section chief, was transferred from Jingqing by Jiang Xiaobai, and he established the first flagship store. There is nothing to say about the various work abilities, and it is understandable to mention it as deputy director. And this young man Zhu Qiong, Jiang Xiaobai also probably said that they have resumes. They were originally sent by the first prison, combined with the nature of Jiang Xiaobai clothing factory. Obviously, Ding Liu Chunlin is indispensable. The tree fell down and scattered, and I never saw the newcomer laugh, but never the old cry. Regardless of the original relationship with Liu Chunlin, now that the new deputy director takes office, he should still be welcome. Liu Chunlin hadn't heard of these 2 appointments and was still thinking about his own business. I, the deputy director of Jiang Xiaobai garment factory, is the envy of everyone. Holding an iron rice bowl, holding a high salary, and because of the rising popularity of Jiang Xiaobai clothing, his social status is also very high. Is the status within the first prison, which is also gradually improving. After all, this clothing factory is a golden rooster laying eggs in the number 1 prison, and there are some things that need to come forward. But now, I have been dismissed, and there is no good end to return to the first prison. Let's not say that the first prison will care about the clothing factory. As soon as someone is removed from your job, you just reuse it. Isn't this going to turn your face? Although the 2 are not the same unit, the first prison will certainly not offend Jiang Xiaobai. Many people don't know how to cherish when they have it, and they know how to cherish when they lose it. Liu Chunlin is like that. After thinking about it, Liu Chunlin felt that he couldn't live anymore. Turning his head and looking at the stage, Zhang Omin and Zhu Qiong gave their inaugural speeches passionately. Is even more uncomfortable in my heart. Zhang Omin is okay. After all, he has already prepared for it. They belong to Huiking Holding Company. But this Zhu Qiong, this special, is he picking his own peaches? Well, that's it for today's meeting. The meeting is over. Jiang Xiaobai announced the end of the meeting, then got up and walked towards the door of the meeting room. Liu Chunlin hurriedly got up, who almost did not fall. kicked and caught up with Jiang Xiaobai. But Jiang Xiaobai was surrounded by Shi Sheng, Zhu Omin, Zhu Qiong and others. Director Xiaobai, you can't do this to me. I am the veteran of the garment factory. Even if there is no credit, there is hard work. Me is so chilling to me. Liu Chunlin did not care about any demeanor or manners. Pulled everyone away, stretched out his hand to stop Jiang Xiaobai in front of Jiang Xiaobai. After Jiang Xiaobai and others walked out of the meeting room, other employees in the meeting room also followed, and they saw the scene in front of them. Some people think that what Liu Chunlin said is actually not a problem. It is indeed a bit pitiful. All looked around in the corridor. Get out of the way. Jiang Xiaobai frowned, and whispered, Director Xiaobai, you can't do this to me. Liu Chunlin was already ignoring the others, just talking to himself. Still stopped Jiang Xiaobai from letting Jiang Xiaobai go, and wanted to work hard one last time. He knew that if he let Jiang Xiaobai go, he would have no chance. End of this chapter. Chapter 870 I Shed Blood and Sweat for the Garment Factory. Chapter 870 I Bleeds and Sweats for the Garment Factory. This is this one again. You bleed for the garment factory, and you sweat for the garment factory, Jiang Xiaobai said. He is the most annoyed with this set. Is this the reason why you made the mistake? This is the reason why it doesn't matter if you make a mistake, but can you still feel at ease? Liu Chunlin, open your eyes and look behind me. Jiang Xiaobai suddenly turned around and pointed to the workers who were watching behind him. Now there are more than 1,000 people in our garment factory. There are more than 1,000 families and thousands of people behind this. I, Jiang Xiaobai, will be responsible for them. Jiang Xiaobai said loudly, yes, it is not easy for the garment factory to go today. You have paid, not only you, but many people have paid, and they have paid no less than you. But it is precisely because of this that I have to cherish this hard win today. I allow someone to sabotage, and no one can smash the brand of Jiang Xiaobai's clothing that has finally been erected. I don't allow anyone to pull us into the abyss. Do you understand? Jiang Xiaobai said. A loud applause erupted behind him. The applause is even more protracted. Liu Chunlin was already stunned. Jiang Xiaobai stepped forward. In front of Liu Chunlin, he whispered, besides, do you think no one is worried about your position? The first prison has looked for me many times. Some people want to replace you, but I have been blocking you, so there is no substitution. Jiang Xiaobai said, no longer caring about Liu Chunlin, who was desperate, and walked ahead with someone. Zhu Omin looked at Liu Chunlin like this, and sighed softly. People have been choosing all their lives. At first, he chose to follow Jiang Xiaobai to open a flagship store. Later, he chose to leave the family business and faced the threat of his wife's divorce. So he went to Jiang Xiaobai clothing factory desperately. That's why I have the current position of deputy director. If there is a wrong step, maybe I don't know what to do now. Zhu Qiong looked at his predecessors, and was even more alert to himself. This is a role model. No, this is a lesson from the past. Although I have become the deputy director of a garment factory, I still have to continue to work hard if I can be stable. And this Jiang Xiaobai boss can't mess with him, so he reminded himself that he can't mess with him. The remaining workers passed by Liu Chunlin one by one, sympathizing, gloating, pitiful, or pitiful. Different expressions, but no one spoke. After all, Liu Chunlin is infringing on everyone's interests. If Jiang Xiaobai garment factory is finished, they will all follow suit. Liu Chunlin stood there for a long time before leaving in despair. Yes, I am in such a good job in a clothing factory. How can no one want to come over and replace myself? I didn't think about it before, but now I know that it was Jiang Xiaobai who had been carrying it for himself. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai, Shi Sheng and others arrived at Shi Sheng's office, the phone on the desk rang. Hey, Shi Sheng. Shi Sheng answered the phone and said, then handed it to Jiang Xiaobai. Director Xiaobai, I am looking for you. Hello. Jiang Xiaobai answered the call. Director Xiaobai, I called the Bingzi Hotel to find out that you are back in the county. Song Xin's voice came over the phone. Since preparing for the beverage factory, Song Xin has gone to help exercise. Well, what happened just after the meeting? Jiang Xiaobai asked. The beverage factory's workshop is almost complete. When will you come back? Song Xin asked. I'll be early tomorrow morning. Huiking building is about to be handed over. I will go back if you don't call. Jiang Xiaobai said. Well, see you in Longqing. I heard Xinyi say that you brought the 2 children to the house, and you hired a nanny. And Xinyi went to work. Song Xin said again, without having to answer Jiang Xiaobai. He said, speaking of which, I haven't seen Xinyi for a long time. I blame you, the capitalist, to prepare a beverage factory and then leave it alone. We are busy all the time. For more than half a year, people have lost a lot of weight. Song Xin complained for a while, and then hung up the phone. The beverage factory is about to be completed. Jiang Xiaobai hung up and said with a smile, it is expected that production will be available in September. But the next thing is busy enough. The inspection of Huiking building will work, and the beverage factory will be put into production. In the meantime, Jiang Lanlan will have a 100-day banquet. Actually, Jiang Xiaobai didn't plan to hold Jiang Lanlan's 100-day banquet. What a full moon or a 100-day banquet. What's more, Jiang Lanlan has already passed 100 days. However, Jiang Tishan and Jiang's mother insisted on having one for their grandson, and Jiang Xiaobai had no choice but to do it. However, there is no plan to notify the people of Huiking Holding Company. It just plans to do a little bit in Jiangjia Hutong. Jiang Xiaobai went back to Jianhua village that night, and had dinner with Lawson Li. Liu Jian ran to the capital. It seemed that it was a matter of the feed factory. He wanted to cooperate with a research institute in the capital. I reported to Jiang Xiaobai before, but it was just an intention. Jiang Xiaobai asked Liu Jian to talk first, and then report when there is a result. Early the next morning, after Jiang Xiaobai got up, he went to the Educated Youth courtyard. The school for educated youth has been built in a good manner. Jiang Xiaobai turned around and told Li San before that he would be notified in advance when Li Bibai and Wang Meng got married. Li Lao San nodded with a smile. Wang Meng and Li Bibai affairs have been clarified. Although Wang Meng is 2 years older than Li Bibai, his home is not local. However, Lawson Li was extremely satisfied with Wang Meng, the son-in-law. How to say, this is the second largest shareholder of Huiking Holding Company, holding 10% of Huiking Holding Company's shares in his hand. The first batch of educated youths who followed Jiang Xiaobai to start a business. Now Wang Meng is left alone. Of course, this is a material condition, and Li Lawson is not that shallow-eyed now. The key is to understand Wang Meng as well. Although he is a little bit worse than his daughter in terms of education, he is a good person. This Wang Meng is practical, steady, and a good son-in-law. Wang Meng's age is not too young, so the two are also ready to discuss marriage. Let's go. Jiang Xiaobai waved his hand to the car, thinking about Wang Meng, with a smile on his face. As soon as he was born again, he followed his brother and finally found his own happiness. And another Wang Zhao, I heard that Liu Xiaomai, the Sichuan girl who studied abroad, seems to be coming back too. During this period of time, I heard Song Weigo say that Wang Zhao was so excited all day that he would go to Beijing to pick up the plane. For so many years, Wang Zhao, this kid has not waited in vain. It is worthwhile to go from love to marriage. It is rare that this Sichuan girl, Liu Xiaomai, can still come back. Looking at the changing scenery outside the window, I suddenly thought of a figure who was also familiar with studying abroad. I saw the photo in the Educated Youth courtyard this morning, and I also know how she is now. End of this chapter. Chapter 871 Acceptance and 100-Day Banquet. Chapter 871 Acceptance and 100-Day Banquet. An 18-story building, placed in a dignified provincial capital city, is nothing if it is in later generations. Means that a community has 30 or 40 floors. But at this time, the roadside is full of Netwastri bungalows, and the 5 or 6-story buildings are all high-rise buildings. An 18-story building is even tall. Jiang Xiaobai rushed past early in the morning. Today, the tallest building in Jin province at this stage is about to be accepted. Director Xiaobai. From the Huiqing Building Project Department, Song Weigo saw Jiang Xiaobai get out of the car and greeted him. Yeah? Jiang Xiaobai smiled and nodded, and together with Song Weigo greeted the inspection staff. China Construction, Zhengaiu Construction people are all together. Soon the acceptance staff began to work, and Song Weigo and Jiang Xiaobai were chatting in the office at the sales office. After the acceptance is over, we can prepare for the relocation. The headquarters of the various factories can't be moved for the time being, so let's not move. The headquarters of Huiqing Holding Company moved in instead in the Bingzi Hotel for a long time. Jiang Xiaobai smiled, said. Song Weigo nodded in response, but he was a little absent-minded. He wanted to talk several times, but he didn't say anything. Follow up on the settlement of tenants. We should also pay attention to the problem, and establish a management department to specialize in Huiqing Building. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the Huiqing Building not far away from time to time, and was also concerned about the acceptance. What happened? I didn't see Song Weigo's absent-minded expression. So in the end Song Weigo did not say anything. Jiang Xiaobai left at noon. 3 days later, Huiqing Building passed the acceptance inspection as a whole. On this day, Huiqing Holding Company opened remembering reception and announced the good news. Relevant leaders also attended the reception, although Jiang Xiaobai and the leader of the working group had an unpleasant quarrel due to funding issues. But when they met again, the two were still affectionate, and no one mentioned the past. The next day, all major newspapers in Jin province were occupied by the news of the successful completion and acceptance of Huiqing Building. Jin province has once again refreshed the height of the tallest building in the province, from the original 13-story height to the 18th story. Just as the news of Huiqing Building was being reported in the newspapers, Jiang Xiaobai was holding Jiang Lanlan in Jiang's Hutong, hosting a 100-AE banquet for Jiang Lanlan. Song Xin pulled Zhao Xinyi and didn't know what she was talking about, and Zhao Xinyi walked over after a while. Xiaobai, Song Xin wants to recognize Lanlan as her godson and serve as a godmother for her son. Zhao Xinyi looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said. Jiang Xiaobai was taken aback, and then immediately said, what is she going to be a godmother? Let's join in the fun. If you want to be a mother, just get married and have one. Do you really think so? Zhao Xinyi looked at Jiang Xiaobai and asked in a weird manner. Although he was a child, Zhao Xinyi quickly recovered after giving birth. Is no different from before having a baby, still like a girl. What's real? What are you talking about? Jiang Xiaobai said impatiently while teasing the child while holding Jiang Lanlan. Zhao Xinyi smiled, and then said, then let her be the godmother of the child. We are best friends, friends for so many years. You are free, Jiang Xiaobai said, holding Jiang Lanlan up and leaving. Jiang Lanlan seemed to know something, and stretched out a little hand to pat Jiang Xiaobai's chest. Jiang Xiaobai, a young man, with such a young and beautiful secretary beside him, the two of them are classmates. Jiang Xiaobai used his back heel to think about it and knew that there must be someone secretly guessing behind him. You have no way to prove your innocence in this kind of thing, and it is impossible to shut everyone up. There is no way to blame Song Xin for being so beautiful. This cannot be solved by marriage or not. Song Xin is married, as long as Jiang Xiaobai is a secretary. Some people will think so. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin are indeed ambiguous, but Jiang Xiaobai dared to swear that they did not feel that they had developed a super friendship relationship. But looking at what Zhao Xinyi did just now, did she doubt in her heart, or heard something? If she doesn't react fast enough, maybe Zhao Xinyi will think more about it. Come, give Lanlan to me. After a while, Song Xin found Jiang Xiaobai, stretched out her tender hands, and gently accepted Jiang Lanlan, said in his mouth, Lanlan, come, call mother. Godmother, godmother, there are so many people. Jiang Xiaobai quickly reminded carefully. Song Xin glanced at Jiang Xiaobai, and said with amorous feelings, "You mean you can be a mother when there are few people?" Jiangxia Bai is a bit speechless. "Forget it. Just say whatever you like." "Forget it. I won't tease you." Song Xin said, "By the way, the beverage factory is now complete, and there is no name yet." Jiangxia Bai nodded, thought about it, and said, "Or call home and herbal tea, home and one shixing, drinking home and herbal tea, and one shixing." Jiangxia Bai thought of a slogan casually. "In the future, Huiking Holdings will develop diversified development. It cannot be named after the company like some simple beverage factories. By the way, the beverage factory will also be put into production. Come back to the headquarters and be responsible for the company's settlement." Jiangxia Bai said again. At first, Song Xin was in charge of preparing the beverage factory with Jiang Wei. One was because Jiang Wei had no one and wanted people everywhere, so Jiangxia Bai gave both Song Xin and Li Xiliu to Jiang Wei. The other aspect is also to exercise Song Xin. After Song Xin returned from studying abroad, she has been working for Jiangxia Bai as a secretary. But with the establishment of Huiking Holdings, Song Xin became an assistant to the chairman. This position will be added to the board of directors in the future, and Song Xin still holds shares in her hand. Not only is a secretary who is responsible for making calls and arranging the itinerary, he also needs to assist Jiangxia Bai in charge of the entire company. That's why Jiangxia Bai put Song Xin out for exercise. According to Jiangxia Bai's plan, he will continue to let Song Xin go out and stay in each factory for a period of time to understand the situation of each factory. Okay. Song Xin nodded. In fact, at the beginning, she rushed to Jiangxia Bai. But now, Huiking Holding Company is gradually on the right track and has become a large private enterprise, and its future is very bright. Rather than going to a state-owned enterprise, all day, 9 to 5 years of experience. If you marry a husband, take care of your children all day long and so on. End of this chapter. Chapter 872. Pick up chapter 872. Just when Jiangxia Bai hosted a 100-AE banquet for Jiang Lanlan, Beijing Airport, Wang Zhao is wearing a straight suit, waiting at the terminal. Hold her hands behind her back, holding a bunch of red roses in her hands. My eyes kept looking in the direction of the exit. Breathing was a little nervous, and from time to time I stretched out my hand to straighten my tie. Today is the day when Liu Xiaomai came back, and he came to the airport to meet Liu Xiaomai. I haven't seen each other for several years. Due to time difference and work reasons, the two people only talked on the phone every half a month or even a month. The last time I met was a few years ago. He sent Liu Xiaomai away, and now I can still remember that day. Liu Xiaomai's eyes were red, and she hugged herself and said that she would wait for her. Thinking, Wang Zhao touched the ring in his pocket again. He heard Jiangxia Bai say that it is popular to propose rings and roses outside. Oh, Wang Zhao waved to the two bodyguards not far away. Two bodyguards rushed over. Huiking Holding Company kept a group of bodyguards, and basically every person in charge followed them. It's not that Jiangxia Bai is so big and likes to pretend to be 13, but this world doesn't look like later generations. It's not so peaceful. When I was in Dragon City, it was better, but Jiangxia Bai asked someone to follow him when he went out. This is also a lesson learned by Song Weigo when he opened a flagship store in Heshi. Look, my tie is not crooked, right? Wang Zhao asked. Brother Zhao, it's not crooked, the two bodyguards said with a smile. Wang Zhao treated them both well, and he wasn't the one who instigated them. They all had a good relationship. After so many years of experience, Wang Zhao is no longer the old man who collected the eggs and almost lost his old man's coffin. The whole yard was so bad that he still had a hippie smile. It is the senior executive of Huiking Holding Company who is in charge of all aspects. The projects in his hand are tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands or even millions. But today, Wang Zhao seems to be a young boy who wants to meet his beloved girl. The nervous look can be seen by passing by. Well, you guys say if I propose to marry you, Will others laugh at us? Wang Zhao said nervously. In fact, he felt embarrassed in front of so many people about the proposal, and even thought it would be a bit embarrassing. It would be better if 2 people were alone, but so many, it's really. But Brother Xiaobai said, women are willing to this. It seems to be called romance. Say that women like romance, and foreigners are like this. No, said a bodyguard. Wang Zhao just breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little comfort in his heart. He heard the bodyguard say, I won't laugh at us, I will only laugh at you. After a while, we will be a little farther away. Others don't know we are in the same group. Fuck off. Wang Zhao scolded. These 2 are still joking at this time. I don't know how nervous I am at this moment, so I still say this. Well, let's get out. Lai Yang, we will also follow you for a while, and follow others to point and point, otherwise, let people see the flaws. Of course, don't laugh at jokes, after all, they are our own people. The 2 bodyguards turned and left while discussing. They almost didn't anger Wang Zhao. Is there such a person? These 2 goods are not a thing. Look up to see the time. There are 5 minutes left. How do you feel like going to the bathroom? Called 2 non-human bodyguards, gave them the flowers, and asked them to help hold them. Hurriedly ran to the toilet, and heard 2 bodyguards shouting behind him, you come back quickly, this flower is too awkward to hold. You 2 are also individuals. Wang Zhao muttered. He has already gone to the toilet twice, and this is the 3rd time. It must be because I drank too much water in the morning. It is not nervous. What is so nervous about me? Wang Zhao comforted himself in his heart. However, the pace at her feet did not slow down. After finishing the work, holding the flowers, the terminal had announced that the flight Liu Xiaomai had taken had arrived at the Beijing airport. Wang Zhao nodded his feet, looked forward, and stared nervously at everyone who left the station. This is not, neither is the one in red, nor the one in green. Lift up the watch to check the time. 10 minutes have passed. Why it hasn't come out yet? Wang Chaos' eyes showed a look of anxiety. Don't you see that he has gone out? I knew I had made a brand to pick up people. If I missed it, where can I find it? Wang Zhao ran to the side and asked the staff. The flight has just arrived 10 minutes ago. When you get off the plane, you may also pick up your luggage. Don't worry, you think you can just jump out of the window when you take the train. It's an airplane. The airport staff proudly said that working at the airport at this time is very bullish. Wang Zhao was not in the mood to take care of it. If he was proud, he would be proud. It was long past the time when he would be angry because he didn't listen to it. Not to mention, still waiting for the pickup. The people who exited the station kept walking out, and Wang Zhao felt that his eyes were not enough. A slender woman in a long beige trench coat, jeans, high heels, and large sunglasses covering half of her face walked up to Wang Zhao. Wang Zhao tilted his head. His eyes were not attached to the woman at all. Instead, he felt that this woman stood in front of him a bit, blocking his vision. Wang Zhao moved a step aside, his eyes still searching for the personnel leaving the station. The woman with big sunglasses showed a smile at the corner of her mouth, and then moved a step sideways, blocking Wang Chaos. Wang Zhao frowned slightly, did not say anything, and continued to move. But he did not expect that this woman would actually stand in front of him again. Wang Zhao frowned, preparing to speak. I saw the woman in front of me took off the big sunglasses on her face, revealing a smiling face that made Wang Zhao day and night. Wang Zhao opened his mouth wide in surprise. His face was full of disbelief, but his eyes were full of surprises. Handsome guy, are you waiting for someone? Liu Xiaomai asked with a smile. I saw this stupid man as soon as he left the station, and he was more mature than a few years ago, and a decent suit makes the whole person look very energetic. But the appearance is still the same. Looking nervously, probably didn't recognize herself, but her eyes didn't stop for a second on such a big beauty like herself. On the contrary, she frowned and prepared to speak. Her temper remained the same. Sister Liu smiled, showing two cute dimples on her face. Wang Zhao, who looked sweetly at Wang Zhao, her boyfriend and fiancé, were also the men she missed deeply across the ocean. End of this chapter. Chapter 873 Propose. Chapter 873 Proposal. Wang Zhao looked at Liu Xiaomai in front of him in surprise. She remembered that when she first met a few years ago, although Liu Xiaomai was also in college, she was wearing a grey jacket, a pair of eyes, and a brief head on her head. Hair-cutting head. Looks a little quiet and lovely. When I sent Liu Xiaomai away by myself, it was almost the same. Although I also thought of it, after so many years, Liu Xiaomai has been abroad, and there will definitely be changes. But I never thought that it would change so much. A black and beautiful shawl and long hair, a beige long trench coat, plus jeans, outlines a bumpy figure. A pair of exquisite high heels on the feet adds 3 points of charm. The big sunglasses on her face add a touch of wildness. Just now, I have been looking for Liu Xiaomai in my own impression. It's strange that I can find it. Wang Zhao thought of a text in Chinese when he was a child. When a child moved, he counted 30 steps to bury his small box and then went back to find something. Yes. How can there be no change after such a long time? Little sister, Wang Zhao called out tentatively. Liu Xiaomai loosened her suitcase and fell into Wang Chaos' arms. Not because she has been abroad for a long time and opened up, but because the man in front of her is her fiancé, is her boyfriend who has been working day and night for several years. Wang Zhao has fantasized about the scene where the two meet again, and the hug is only one of the situations. It is nothing more ordinary. However, Wang Zhao was still very excited when she really held Liu Xiaomai in her arms again. The two bodyguards behind looked at this scene with smiles and envy. Sister-in-law is pretty. It's true that brother Zhao has been waiting for so long. Time, it's so beautiful. People come back from abroad are different. And there is also culture, high-achieving students. Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai hugged for a long time before they separated. Then Wang Zhao gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee, handed the rose in her hand to Liu Xiaomai, and then reached out to her trouser pocket to get the ring. Then, unable to take it out, Wang Zhao was sweating profusely, stood up and took it out before kneeling again. The dimples on Liu Xiaomai's face appeared again, and she guessed what Wang Zhao was going to do. Little girl, marry me, Wang Zhao said with courage. At this time, the people around have already gathered around, so just hug it. Relatives and friends who came back to pick up the plane at this time hadn't seen each other for a long time. What a hug! But everyone who proposed to marry him on one knee had never seen this. For this scene, people did not swear, but pointing is essential. The two bodyguards also gathered around, and pretended to say, making Wang Zhao angry. I agree. Liu Xiaomai's face flushed slightly. She took the flowers and asked Wang Zhao to put on her ring. Okay. The two bodyguards applauded, and then sparsely applauded. But more people feel that the world is getting worse, but no one dared to say it. If this matter is pushed forward a few years, it is estimated that all the hooligans will be called for, but now people will talk about it in their hearts. The two hugged again, and the surrounding crowd slowly dispersed. Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai walked toward the outside of the terminal. Just as soon as she left, Liu Xiaomai found that the two sturdy men who were standing in the crowd just now followed. Just as Liu Xiaomai was about to talk to Wang Zhao, she heard a voice shouting behind her. Liu Xiaomai. Classmate Liu Xiaomai. A man who also wore a windbreaker chased after him, with the same sunglasses on his face. Sister Liu, why are you walking so fast? I couldn't find you in a blink of an eye after getting off the plane just now. It was too hard for me to pick up my luggage, so much. The man said and saw Wang Zhao on the side. Stunned for a moment before he asked, little girl, who is this? The name of a man is a little more cordial. Makes Liu Xiaomai frowned. She explained to Wang Zhao first, and said, I met on the plane and I was also an overseas student. Then he said to the man, Student Zhang, you can call me Classmate Liu. This is my boyfriend, Wang Zhao. Liu Xiaomai's explanation made the man's face flushed. However, he shook hands with Wang Zhao in good manner. The three of them walked out, while the man talked to Wang Zhao. "Brother, what school did you graduate from?" "I went to junior high school and then came out, and then went to an evening school in Longqing, which is considered a technical secondary school degree." Wang Zhao said. "The brother, are you currently working in the system? Are you still at state-owned enterprise?" The male student continued to ask. Wang Zhao shook his head again, and the contemptuous expression on the man's face became stronger. "This kind of person is not worthy of Liu Xiaomai. I don't know what Liu Xiaomai thinks. Such a man doesn't rush away with a kick." Liu Xiaomai glanced behind her again, and the two sturdy men were still following, or else the man she knew on the plane would have been driven away. Walking out of the terminal, the man handed the luggage to Wang Zhao. "Brother, can you help me get my luggage? Where are you going?" "I'll buy airport bus tickets for the three of us," the male student said, pushing the luggage over at will. Wang Zhao stretched his feet to stop the suitcase, shook his head and said, "No need, let's go by ourselves." Then waited for Liu Xiaomai to walk towards the parking lot. The male student was stunned for a moment, then squatted down, body, and distressedly wiped the dust off the suitcase, cursed at the same time, and then he pulled the suitcase and chased it out. "Brother, don't be reluctant to take the airport bus. It's such a long way. Would you let your girlfriend walk back? I don't have to spend any money on my treats," the man shouted loudly. Many people looked at Wang Zhao with strange eyes. Then Wang Zhao took out the car key from his pocket and opened the door of a black Crown sedan. Huiking Holdings purchased another batch of cars last year, a total of 6 cars, except for 2 vans. All the other cars are black Crown cars. Wang Zhao was also assigned to a car. The male classmates were stunned, including Liu Xiaomai. Crown sedan. When Jiang Xiaobai and Wang Zhao were in Sichuan province, they had a sedan, but it was borrowed. "Is this car also borrowed?" Liu Xiaomai thought to herself. Wang Zhao didn't deliberately conceal Liu Xiaomai, but he didn't have much contact with him. Most of the contacts were when Liu Xiaomai was talking about foreign affairs. In addition, Wang Zhao was not the kind of dazzling person, so he assigned a car. It has to be made known to the world, not to mention that there is nothing so good about a car. End of this chapter. Chapter 874 moved away. Chapter 874. Where did the brother borrow a good car? Yes. Yes. Then give me a ride, the male student said with a smile. This Wang Zhao, a person with no education and no job, where to drive such a good car, is probably a matter of borrowing it or driving it sneakily. Liu Xiaomai saw a car, so she was not afraid of the 2 men behind her. She was about to get in the car and leave anyway. As soon as he was about to reject this annoying male classmate, I heard Wang Zhao reject it. "I'm sorry, I can't sit down," Wang Zhao said. "Puff, puff." Liu Xiaomai laughed softly and couldn't sit down. This excuse was really true. But the male classmate's face is a little bit awkward and can't sit down. "You are so special, why play with me?" "You." The male classmate was full of anger and saw 2 sturdy men running over as soon as he was about to speak. Received the suitcase and car keys from Wang Zhao. First put the suitcase in the trunk of the car, then one started the car, and the other opened the door. "Super brother." Liu Xiaomai's mouth has opened into an O shape, and she gave her boyfriend a surprise at the beginning of today. But her boyfriend also surprises herself one after another. It turns out that the 2 people who have been following behind are their own people, which made me feel terrified. I had known this, and I had already driven away this annoying male classmate. "I'm sorry," Wang Zhao said lightly, and then waited for Liu Xiaomai to get into the back seat. The bodyguard closed the door and got into the co-pilot. The car drove out in a hurry, leaving their male classmate alone in a daze. Actually, there is no problem squeezing 3 people in the back seat of the Crown sedan. If you are a normal classmate and want to use the car, then there is definitely no problem. But this male classmate has always been cynic and scornful to his fiancée. Although Wang Zhao has passed the age of fighting fiercely with a disagreement, no one hit me on the left cheek. I stretched my right cheek again. Past mentality. Take a car, take a fart car, eat dirt and go. Little girl, I think so. Let's go to your house first. If uncles and aunts agree, then we will get married at my house. Wang Zhao said what he had considered countless times. Okay, Liu Xiaomai nodded. By the way, after returning to Longqing, I will go to see Brother Xiaobai. Wang Zhao said. Well, Brother Xiaobai is in Longqing now? Liu Xiaomai asked. Jiang Xiaobai was her savior. If you hadn't had Jiang Xiaobai at the train station, maybe you would have been sold to Witch Mountain by a trafficker, be a daughter-in-law and give birth to a child, or you would be insulted and dead. That is able to have the life she is today. So for Jiang Xiaobai, Liu Xiaomai is also grateful from the heart. In the next period of time, the two went to Sichuan province first and sought the consent of Liu Xiaomai's parents. Liu Xiaomai's parents were all peasants, and they knew that the young man was waiting for her girl. It didn't change because my girl came back from studying abroad. What's more, this son-in-law looked quite rich, drove a good car and waited for the bodyguard, and the gifts he brought were not cheap. Without a second word, they agreed to the marriage of the two, and 3 days later, they simply held a banquet for the two in the countryside, even if they were married off. As for going to Jin province to attend the wedding at Wang Chaos house, the old couple stopped going far away. Liu Xiaomai and Wang Zhao kowtowed their heads to offer tea to their parents. Liu Xiaomai's eyes were red. Long marriage has been a worry for the woman since ancient times. Even if the future generations have convenient transportation, it will be the same. Not to mention this time. It's okay, we will often come back to have a look, or take my parents out. Wang Zhao comforted Liu Xiaomai. Liu Xiaomai nodded. She did not cry anymore on the days of great joy. 5 days after the marriage, Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai set off again and hurried back to Longqing. When they left, Wang Zhao secretly left the old man with 3,000 yuan. 3,000 yuan is really a lot of money at this time. At the beginning of July, Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai entered Dragon City. Brother Zhao, I won't work anymore. I won't leave tomorrow. Let's come back to Longqing and rest for 2 days. Okay. A bodyguard in the front row turned his head and looked at Wang Zhao and said. The other driver also went on to say, yes, Brother Zhao, it's really bad. After such a long journey, it goes without saying that the two of them, Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai, can't stand it. You must rest. Wang Zhao nodded and said, go directly to Binzu restaurant, and then you can rest after you eat something. I'll go to the director of Xiaobai. The car quickly stopped in front of the Binzu hotel, and Wang Zhao took Liu Xiaomai into it. Huiking Holding Company has been in Binzu hotel for so long. The waiter still knows Wang Zhao. The King Factory. Is Director Xiaobai up there? Wang Zhao nodded and asked casually. The waiter was stunned and shook his head. Go home? Or haven't you had it today? Wang Zhao stopped. No, you don't know Wang Factory. Your Huiking Holding Company has moved away. You have moved to the Huiking building, the waiter said. Wang Zhao was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know about it. He had heard before that the renovation was finished and he was about to relocate, but he hadn't paid attention to it during this time. I really don't know that I have moved away. Okay, thank you. Wang Zhao was about to turn around as he said, listening to the waiter saying from behind, Wang Cheng, I want to go to the top of the 18th floor of Huiking building. You. Okay, come here to find me. Wang Chaos voice came. Thank you Wang Chang, thank you Zhaoj. The waiter said excitedly. Brother Xiaobai is not here? Well, no, I moved away. Didn't we say that we built a building before? We moved away after it was built. Wang Zhao said. The two bodyguards stayed at the Bingzi Hotel, ate something, and opened the room to rest. Wang Zhao drove towards Huiking building. In fact, Bingzi Hotel is not far from Huiking building, and the car quickly stopped at the gate of Huiking building. Although Liu Xiaomai is used to seeing high-rise buildings abroad, it does not mean that she does not know what a high-rise building like Huiking building represents in China. At the gate is a fountain. Behind the fountain is a concrete prism over 8 meters. with the 4 large metal characters of Huiking Building written on it. Yi Yi is brilliant. Looking up again at the people going in and out of the revolving door, revealing a corner of the magnificent hall inside, which makes people fascinated. Huiking Building did not learn from Jinling Hotel, so it was surrounded by railings, is so wide open, except for the 2 Buoao standing at the door. "This is Huiking Building?" Liu Xiaomai asked after turning her head to look at Wang Zhao for a long time. "Okay. You Huiking Holding Company built it yourself?" The words Huiking Holding Company made Liu Xiaomai particularly bitter. Okay. End of this chapter. Chapter 875 Get Along Mode. Chapter 875 Getting Along Mode. Let's go. Wang Zhao looked at the brightly lit skyscraper in front of him, and there was a wave of waves in his heart. After all, this is Huiking Holding Company, which was created bit by myself and others following Brother Xiaobai. Thinking that when he first arrived in Jianhua village, there was no educated youth canning factory established. There are 2 soil workshops in the small courtyard of educated youth. They never thought that in 8 or 9 years, they would be able to own such a skyscraper. Looking at this is what I laid down for you. Holding Liu Xiaomai's hand, looking at the building in front of him, Wang Zhao was very energetic. Good guys are just like that, living vigorously and brilliantly. Liu Xiaomai hasn't recovered yet, and obediently follows Wang Zhao into it. Since the 2 met, Liu Xiaomai has always had the upper hand as she has nothing, or unconsciously. Even if I don't think so or say that, but subconsciously I always feel that I came back from studying abroad and my knowledge and education are much higher than Wang Zhao. Love is love, but both parties in love often unconsciously form a pattern of getting along because of their social status. Even Liu Xiaomai felt that it was Jiang Xiaobai, her lifesaver, but she would not let herself stand up, worship and other inexplicable emotions. But at this moment, Liu Xiaomai's heart was set off by a stormy sea. Yes, an 18-story high-rise building is everywhere in foreign countries. The magnificent decoration, I have seen it myself. But without exception, even in foreign countries, those things have little to do with oneself. Most of the international students are often in restaurants washing dishes and other places. She doesn't have the kind of washing dishes and dishes abroad, and she can still arrogantly say that this is not good, then that is not good when she returns to China. Is the owner of such an 18-story building abroad, and he is far away from him. Not to mention this is in China. Liu Xiaomai held Wang Chaos' hand tighter. As soon as they entered the lobby of the building, 2 girls dressed in the system, and the front desk greeted them. "Hello. What can I do for you?" "I'm Wang Zhao from Huiking Holding Company. I'm looking for the director Jiang Xiaobai." Wang Zhao didn't know the 2 girls. Although this is Huiking Building, part of the rented and sold place should be occupied by other companies. Maybe other companies arranged here? "Hello, Huiking Holding Company is on the 17th floor. Here the elevator is going." The girl at the front desk guided Wang Zhao and the 2 to the elevator. Fearing that Wang Zhao would not use the elevator, he thoughtfully pressed the elevator floor for Wang Zhao. Because Wang Zhao goes to the 17th floor, it is a direct elevator, but there are no lower floors with the largest number of people. The elevator stopped on the 15th floor. As soon as the elevator door opened, Wang Zhao was stunned. Brother-in-law. It was Song Weigo who came in, and Wang Zhao also knew the people who sent Song Weigo into the elevator. It is Jin Yangquan, general manager of Jinling Hotel, and Liu Zong, lobby manager. Wang Zhao smiled and nodded as a greeting, and the elevator door closed. "Super Son, you are back. This is Comrade Liu Xiaomai. Welcome," Song Weigo said enthusiastically. "Little sister, this is my brother-in-law," Wang Zhao introduced. Then looked at the woman behind Song Weigo, and said with some constipation, "This is Chen Qingqing, my brother-in-law's colleague." Jiang Xiaobai and Secretary Song Xin had rumors in Huiking Holding Company. Song Weigo and Chen Qingqing were also rumored to be full of storms in the city. Wang Zhao has also heard people say. He also asked Song Weigo to talk about this issue. However, Song Weigo always said that when he was stabbed in Heshi, Chen Qingqing took good care of him. The 2 were just working relationships, and they were not afraid of words like shadows. In addition, Wang Zhao really did not see that Song Weiguo and Chen Qingqing had a relationship beyond friendship and friendship, so they could only ignore it. But for this Chen Qingqing, he is not very pleasing to the eye. Brother-in-law Liu Xiaomai shook hands with Song Weiguo. The two were married in her hometown in Sichuan province, so she called Wang Zhao. Both Wang Chaos family and Song Weiguo knew about this. That was the general manager of Jinling Hotel just now, right? Wang Zhao said. Well, they bought 4 floors, 13 floors, 14 floors, 15 floors, and 16 floors for 35 million. Song Weiguo said. Liu Xiaomai took a breath in her heart, and found that Wang Zhao was still very calm, and she was even more shocked. Although the man next to her did not seem to have changed much from a few years ago. In fact, it has changed differently, but what has changed is not appearance, but knowledge and experience. Is Director Xiaobai here? Wang Zhao asked again. It seems to be there, but I'm not sure at this point. I'm leaving. Song Weiguo looked at the time, and it was already past 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Generally speaking, if it's okay, Director Xiaobai will walk away. The talking room is on the 17th floor. As soon as you step out of the elevator door, you can look at a huge white front desk. Above are a few large black characters written in running script. The 6 characters of Huiking Holding Company were not set on the wall, but hung on the front desk. In addition to the dragon and phoenix stance written in lines, there is a feeling that a few large characters will rise into the air at any time. Mr. Song. The 2 girls at the front desk nodded to say hello without coming out. Wang Zhao estimated that because the front desk is too long, it takes more effort to spare. Did Director Xiaobai go? Song Weiguo asked. I didn't see Jiang Dong walking, the front desk clerk replied sweetly, with 2 small dimples on his face. These front desk staff are all newly recruited, including the waiters who enter the lobby below. Song Xin personally trained them. Jiang Xiaobai name is Jiang Dong instead of Jiang Xiaobai original name Xiaobai plant manager. Let's go. I will take you there. Song Weiguo said. Song Weiguo took a few people to walk all the way inside. There was an elevator in the innermost, and he went directly to the 18th floor. When it was designed, the 17th and 18th floors were left for the office of the company. So there are 2 internal elevators going up and down. The bright white marble floor tiles can reflect the figures of several people, and they make a chuckle when they step on it. Huiking Holding Company's headquarters are not few people, but the office area is large. More than half of the entire office area on the 17th floor is vacant. This is for several other factories to settle in the future. Middle Song Weiguo also introduced to Wang Zhao the office area of Huiking Electrical Appliances in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 876 Office. Chapter 876 Office. After reaching the 18th floor, it is more open, but there are basically no office staff. Only signs such as director's office and manager's office hung at the door of several offices. Obviously, the office of the leader is all upstairs, and Jiang Xiaobai's office is at the bottom. Bang, bang, bang. Song Weiguo knocked on the door. Come in. A sweet voice sounded, and the door opened. Mr. Song, please come in. The girl is about 20 years old, pure and lovely. Look for the director of Xiaobai, Song Weiguo said. The girl nodded and said, okay, please go inside. This is Jiang Xiaobai absence. Why is she a beautiful girl? Is this Jiang Xiaobai secretary? Liu Zimai muttered in her heart, while looking at the office furnishings. The entire office is about 100 square meters, which is not too small. Of course, it is not too big for Jiang Xiaobai identity. To the north is a huge floor-to-ceiling window, which allows people to have an unobstructed view of the scenery outside, with 2 huge pots of green bonsai. A huge bookcase is back to the west, but the books in the bookcase look empty compared to the bookcase. A mahogany desk with some documents neatly placed on it. Because of the previous shock at Huiking Building, Liu Xiaomai looked at this office and thought it was okay. not exceeding her expectations. But suddenly I found this young secretary knocked on the side of the bookcase. Liu Xiaomai's eyes condensed, and then she realized that there was a wooden door with the same color as the bookcase, which she had overlooked. "Come in, Dong Jiang, Mr. Song brought someone here," the little secretary said sweetly. "Come in." Jiang Xiaobai had already got up and changed his clothes before leaving, nodded and sat down again. Song Weigo took Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai into it. Liu Xiaomai was stunned as soon as she entered the house. Huge and luxurious office. Liu Xiaomai estimated that the entire office would be more than 200 square meters. There is a hospitality area, a green area, and a large fish tank. This fish tank was specially made by Dark Sing Glass Factory by Jiang Xiaobai. The old factory manager spoke, and the current director of Dark Sing Glass Factory Jin Guoyan personally supervised the work. It took 3 days to make a special fish tank, and then a Jiafang truck was brought to Jiang Xiaobai. The big mahogany desk and the huge leather chair are all specially made, but a few empty rooms on the huge desk are decorated with jade cabbage. And a special transparent glass ashtray are also specially made by Dark Sing Glass Factory, just like the fish tank. Then there are 2 phones, nothing else. Jiang Xiaobai is wearing a white half-sleeved cartoon character, and underneath is a pair of cropped jeans, smoking his entire body in the seat. Seeing Song Weigo and others come in, there was joy in his eyes. Stood up and said, "Is this a little girl? Oh, the changes are so great that I almost can't recognize them anymore. Welcome back home." Jiang Xiaobai walked around from behind the desk and shook hands with Liu Xiaomai. Is really the 18th change of women, let alone a woman who has traveled to the country, foreign style. If it weren't for Wang Zhao to come in, he might not be able to recognize it. "Brother Xiaobai," as Liu Xiaomai said. She looked at Jiang Xiaobai. "It feels like my own Wang Zhao. The whole person seems to have not changed, with a slight maturity, also under the cartoon clothes that people are neglecting." And Liu Xiaomai feels a little weird, the boss of such a big company, such a huge and luxurious office. It stands to reason that the boss sitting here should also be in suits and shoes, and meticulous. But the contrast is too big. Jiang Xiaobai is like this, like the second-generation ancestor of the boss. Ignorance. "Sit, sit, sit, Xiaojin, make tea." Jiang Xiaobai greeted everyone to sit down. "If it weren't for you guys, it'd be ready to go, and the clothes are all changed," Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile, and explained why the clothes were so awkward. During working hours, Jiang Xiaobai still wears formal attire. He is not maverick. He has to do whatever he wants. After all, he is responsible for so many employees of Huiqing Holding Company. This costume, when people look at it, they feel unreliable, so they don't talk about it. "What's wrong? Do you think of a way to pretend to be 13? Jiang Xiaobai is not that interested, but wears it more easily after get off work. "Sister, how do you feel abroad? How are you?" Jiang Xiaobai asked with a smile. Some people chatted a few words, and Zhao Xiaojin made the tea for a few people. "Get off work? Don't wait for me, let's talk for a while and leave." Jiang Xiaobai sent the little secretary off work. Zhao Xiaojin is the new secretary recruited by Song Xin for Jiang Xiaobai, and Song Xin is now assistant to the chairman. "What are your plans after returning to China?" Jiang Xiaobai asked as she looked at Liu Xiaomai. "I haven't thought about it yet," Liu Xiaomai said. "It is Huiqing Holding Company that welcomes talents like you very much. If you are willing to come, we." Jiang Xiaobai rolled his eyes and began to dig people. After all, is a sea turtle. At this time, it is difficult to recruit a college student. Of course, it is good to be able to bring a sea turtle. It's just that Liu Xiaomai was just comfortable considering it, and she didn't give Jiang Xiaobai a positive answer, and Jiang Xiaobai didn't care. Chatted a few more words, only then did a few people go downstairs. "Let's go to the Z Hotel, and catch the wind for you." Jiang Xiaobai stopped driving and took Wang Chaos car. The next day, Wang Zhao came to Huiqing building alone by himself early in the morning. Jiang Xiaobai's office reported on Huiqing Electric. "Today is the day when Jia Beverage Factory is listed. Jiang Xiaobai promised Jiang Wei to pass. But I checked the time, and there was still some time, so I sat down and listened to Wang Chaos report. At present, the flagship store of Huiking electrical appliances is under renovation. It is expected to be completed in September and will open in mid-September. At present, 45 factories have been contacted to supply Huiking electrical appliances, including large refrigerators, air conditioner, washing machine, small electric fan, radio, etc. 45 companies are still few. Continue to contact. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, "Well, the main problem at the moment is the training of personnel. There is no problem with delivery. As long as you have the strength to repair these appliances, there is no way to repair these appliances. They are all the masters of various factories, and even some furniture installations, such as air conditioners, require training. Such talents." Wang Zhao was a little worried. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said with a smile, "This is not easy to do. It is far away in front of you. What is there to eat in that factory? Recruit people in advance, go to the factory, and let them help and train." End of this chapter. Chapter 877 Stopwork Celebration. Chapter 877 Stoppage Celebration. At this time, all kinds of talents are relatively short, and even if Huiking Holdings is developed to this day, there is actually no talent accumulation. To be precise, there is no talent accumulation at all. Every time we start work, skilled workers and technical talents are dug out at high prices. Of course, at this time, state-owned enterprises are also going downhill. As long as the money is enough, someone is willing to come. The wedding of Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai was held in Sangxuan County. Jiang Xiaobai went back to attend the wedding of Wang Zhao and Liu Xiaomai, then rushed back to Jianhua village without stopping, because the wedding date of Wang Meng and Li Bibai was also coming. Wang Meng's family belongs to the northeast Ice City, but obviously he is not going to go back because of his father's embarrassing status. So just pick it up at Jianhua village. When Jiang Xiaobai returned to the educated youth cannery, Wang Meng was greeted by the guests with a red face. Although Wang Meng is not a native of Jin province, he has been in Jin province for so long, coupled with Wang Zhao's identity as the director of an educated youth canning factory. There are also a lot of friends and guests. At this time, the traffic is not convenient. If you participate in the wedding, it is usually 2 days before. Brother Xiaobai. Wang Meng saw Jiang Xiaobai getting off the car and hurried over. Mengtsai. Jiang Xiaobai looked at the educated youth cannery, and suddenly frowned. "Why don't there be any atmosphere? Hang some ribbons or something?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "I didn't let it," Wang Zhao said. "He is going to get married in an educated youth cannery, so he doesn't want to decorate it. Just prepare to decorate a new house. If you are setting up the factory, you are afraid of bad influence." Jiang Xiaobai glanced at Wang Zhao, and he could guess Wang Zhao's thoughts without asking. "Little Liu." Jiang Xiaobai waved to Li Xiliu, who had just parked the car not far away. Li Xiliu ran over. "Congratulations, Brother Meng." "Xiao Liu, leave it to you. Now find someone and drive to the county. Tomorrow morning, I will drive the whole canned educated youth to be red. I want the whole factory to have a festive atmosphere. In addition, the whole canned educated youth will stop working for 1 day in the cafeteria tomorrow morning. Set the table. Let everyone come to be happy, and the money will be taken from the account." Jiang Xiaobai confessed that if his brother is married and his family is not around, he is duty-bound to make it a happy event for the entire factory. "Okay, Brother Xiaobai, I will do it now." Li Xiliu turned and left. Brother Xiaobai. Wang Meng was a little choked as he heard. His father has never come back since he returned to the northeast. "I was going to get married this time, and I called back to pick up my father, but my father said that my mother was not in good health, so he stopped coming." To be honest, Wang Meng was also a little sad. He was such a relative, but he could not get married by himself. "Although I am not unfamiliar with the place in Jin province, I don't have a family member. I still can't feel it at ordinary times, But this time, it feels more and more obvious. It seems that he is very happy in the past 2 days. He is very happy with many guests and friends. Of course, in the eyes of everyone, many people are indeed envious. At a young age, he was in a high position in Huiking Holding Company, and he was deeply trusted by Jiang Xiaobai. Now he married Xiao Jiao's wife, and his life is nothing but that. But only he knows the pain in his heart. Now that Jiang Xiaobai is back, a few short words have made his heart ups and downs and made him feel the warmth of his family. Okay, Jiang Xiaobai said impatiently, what a little daughter's gesture. Marriage is to be happy. Tomorrow I will pick up the bride with you, Jiang Xiaobai said. His eyes rolled, and then he said, speaking of which, after you two got married, there were some problems with generations. Bai is called my uncle. Should you also be called uncle together? Wang shook his head violently and said, isn't anyone calling after the woman? The woman yelled along with the man. Director Xiaobai. When Li Losun heard Jiang Xiaobai return, he hurried over and ran over from a short distance. Okay, the woman followed the man. Your brother Li is here. Jiang Xiaobai laughed. Wang Meng was taken aback. And then he realized, yes, he is usually called Li Lao San Li, so he belongs to the same generation. Now marrying Li Bai, the seniority is completely messed up. Looking at Wang Meng a little bit distressed, Jiang Xiaobai added fuel to the fire and said, the brains are buzzing. Who will let your old cow eat tender grass? Old cow? Wang Meng didn't know what to say. To be honest, there was really such a trace of old cow eating tender grass, although he was not 2 years older than Li Bai. Jiang Xiaobai no longer talked to Wang Meng, turned around and greeted Li San. Lao Li, I'm going to marry a girl. What dowry are you going to do? Hey, my third child is really prepared. It's very rich. Motorcycles, TV sets, and other household appliances don't pull. Li Laosan is no longer what it used to be. These things are nothing, and several people walked into the office building while talking. I came to Wang Meng's house. This is the new house. The new house is still dressed up. The windows and some furniture are all posted with red happy characters. There are colorful ribbons hanging on the roof, which still has some atmosphere. Mengtsai, I'll give you a gift. Jiang Xiaobai sat down on the bed vigorously, then was gently bounced up again, testing the softness of the test bed, and at the same time took out a bunch of keys from his pocket and threw it on the table. This is? Wang Meng asked. A small yard in Longqing, although I can't live in it now, but there must be a house. Jiang Xiaobai said. This. Li Losun wanted to talk aside, but didn't know how to say it. This is because my daughter Li Bai and Wang Zhao are married, and I can refuse as a parent. But I won't get married until tomorrow. This is a matter between my brothers and I am really embarrassed to intervene. Okay, I'll accept brother Xiaobai. Wang Meng grabbed the key and didn't say anything to refuse. Since Jiang Xiaobai took it out, he refused again, but it made the two of them seem divided. Brother Xiaobai gave it to himself, and took it by himself. Seeing Wang Meng accepted the key, Jiang Xiaobai took Wang Meng and went for a drink. Li Lao San still his guests at home, so he went home instead of going there. That night, Wang Meng was drunk by everyone drinking, and the entire educated youth canning factory was shut down for 1 day, and the celebration of Wang Meng's wedding was quickly spread throughout Jianhua village. The entire educated youth cannery has never stopped work since its establishment, even during the Chinese New Year. But for Wang Meng's wedding, work was stopped for an unprecedented time, just to allow everyone to participate in Wang Meng's wedding. This news made everyone secretly stunned, and at the same time let everyone know Wang Meng's status in Jiang Xiaobai's heart. End of this chapter. Chapter 878 Song Wei Guo's Thoughts. Chapter 878 Song Wei Guo's Thoughts. This Wang Meng is really extraordinary. It is possible for the director of Xiaobai to order the suspension of work to celebrate, of course, for the first batch of educated youths who jumped in the line. Wang Meng was left alone with Jiang Xiaobai. Can Jiang Xiaobai treat him badly? Yes, I thought that when 14 of them came over and started to make canned food, They were also very motivated, but then most of them left, and some died. Now there are two people left, Wang Meng and Jiang Xiaobai. That is, if those educated youths don't leave, there is no such thing as Wang Zhao, Song Weiguo and others. If those educated youths didn't leave, they are now no worse than college graduates, and even I think it is much better. Nonsense. It is certainly good for Huiking Holdings to develop into this way, but what was it like when their group of people left? Is just a few small family workshops, can it be compared with college students? Moreover, the situation in that meeting was not good, and people were panicking. Similar dialogues like this are found in various places in Jianhua village, because people are very clear about the development trajectory of Huiking Holdings. Early the next morning, the entire educated youth cannery became lively. The folk orchestra nearby has been invited over, and they played it early in the morning. Who makes the educated youth cannery rich? Just give it to the money. And the entire educated youth cannery has become a sea of red. Walking in from the gate, the big red flower bones are decorated one by one, and the colorful flags and big red flowers are pulled on the top of the road. The big red high characters are posted everywhere. Because the bride's Li Bi house is in the village, the team that meets the family is not in a hurry to set off. Of course, it's useless to be anxious, because the bridegroom Wang Meng rubbed his eyes and just woke up. On this day of great rejoicing, even Wang Meng, who has always been known for drinking, could not hold it. Li Bibai also got up early in the morning and was packing up, and Li Laosan walked in. The makeup artist walked out wittily, leaving the time for Li Laosan and Li Bibai and his daughter. It is said that the girl is the father's close-fitting padded jacket, and the close-fitting padded jacket is about to get married. When the father is Li Laosan, he also has mixed feelings in his heart. The father and daughter had a conversation, and finally Li Laosan went out with red eyes, but his head was so low that no one could tell. At noon, the team to pick up the relatives arrived. They had a fuss at Li Bai's house, and then they picked up the bride and went back. Is too close, there is no wedding car, although at this time the parking lot at the entrance of the educated youth cannery, various cars are almost out of place. After Wang Meng got married, Jiang Xiaobai stayed in Jianhua village for a few days before he was ready to go back. It's been a long time since he came back, and he likes the atmosphere in the village. Cooking smoke rises, quiet, peaceful. When Jiang Xiaobai was about to leave, Wang Meng said he had a call. Hey, old Song, what's the matter? I am going back today. Jiang Xiaobai answered the phone and said with a smile, Director Xiaobai, you have arrived at the county seat. Stop for a moment. I will invite you to dinner at noon. I want to tell you something. Song Weiguo's voice on the phone was a little low. Old Song, you haven't gone back yet? Jiang Xiaobai was a little surprised. It had been over for several days. According to Song Weiguo's personality, he had already gone back to work. The current Huiking Holding Company is also a lot of things. Well, no. Song Weiguo Dao. That's right. After finally coming home, let's accompany my sister-in-law and children. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, and then asked, by the way, what's the matter with you? Can't you tell me on the phone? I invite you to dinner. Let's talk while eating. Song Weiguo insisted. Jiang Xiaobai didn't say any more, and agreed, but Jiang Xiaobai muttered in his heart when he hung up the phone. During this period, I always felt that Song Weiguo's state was a little wrong, but he couldn't tell what was wrong. Mengtsai, I'll give you half a month off. If you want to go out to play, just play around. Jiang Xiaobai said. Wang shook his head fiercely and refused, and Jiang Xiaobai did not insist. At this time, people are not in the habit of honeymooning. If you make arrangements forcibly, it will not be beautiful. Patted Wang Meng on the shoulder, Jiang Xiaobai got in the car and left. At the county seat, Jiang Xiaobai asked Li Longquan to drive directly to Songwai country. The car couldn't get in at the entrance of Songwai country's Hutong. Jiang Xiaobai and Li Longquan walked to Songwai country with some things they bought at the supply and marketing cooperative. Looking at this alley, Jiangxiabai can still remember that he and Liu Aigo were sleeping on the street and came to Songwei National Hutong early the next morning to block Song Weigo. There is really no way at all, and there is a total of 100 yuan. Jiangxiabai knocked on the door and pushed the door into the yard. Song Weigo and his wife also greeted him from the house. Director Xiabai, you mentioned too many things. Song Weigo's wife said politely and took the things and put them in the house. Then make tea for the three. Jiangxiabai. Let's eat here at noon. I'll go out shopping for groceries. Song Weigo's wife went out to buy groceries. Song Weigo and Jiangxiabai were left in the house. Jiangxiabai lit a cigarette, looked at Song Weigo and asked, Lao Song, what's the matter? So solemn. Song Weigo also lit a cigarette, raised his mouth, and opened his mouth several times, but the words stopped at his mouth and couldn't speak. Looking at Song Weigo like this, Jiangxiabai didn't worry anymore, smoking a cigarette and waiting slowly. Since Song Weigo has asked himself to come over, it must be said. Director Xiabai, That's it. Song Weigo said, starting from the time Maka's Hong came to Jin to talk about coal mines. Since then, I have been paying attention. It happened that I also had two friends in Zhangxuan County. In March of this year, they contacted. Song Weigo said little by little. Jiangxiabai was silent the whole time, one cigarette connected to this cigarette, and in the end the whole room was filled with smoke. Song Weigo spoke very slowly, word by word. He thought Jiangxiabai would interrupt him when he might say something in the middle, or even Jiangxiabai directly shot the crime, pointed at him and cursed. He could accept it. After all, Jiangxiabai often scolds people in peacetime. But Song Weigo did not expect Jiangxiabai to smoke without a word. It seemed as if he didn't know what Song Weigo meant by saying these words. Even seemed a little absent-minded. Before, I withdrew from the shares of our Huiking Holding Company. It was just right that I had some money in my hand, so I wanted to invest in this coal mine. In this way, I was close to my home and it was convenient to take care of the children. I was ready to talk the day the building was completed, and later, the voice of Song Weigo alone in the entire room, as if Song Weigo was talking to himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 879. All good things come to an end. Chapter 879. There is no permanent banquet in the world. Song Weigo's wife does not know when she will be back, and is already busy in the kitchen. She knows Song Weigo's intention to leave Huiking Holding Company, and she also knows that Song Weigo wants to contract a coal mine. It is well known that Jin province is rich in coal resources, and the most famous is of course Datong City, but Jiangxuan's coal hospital is also very rich. There are many large and small coal mines in the county, and some people can even dig out coal in their own homes. Although there is no way to compare with open-pit coal mines in some places, it is enough for some small coal enterprises. But although she knew Song Weigo's thoughts, she didn't say much. Even she may not know what she is thinking in her heart. At the beginning, Huiking Holding Company wanted to build the Huiking building. It was she who worked so hard to persuade Song Weigo to withdraw from the shares of Huiking Holding Company. And now, Huiking Holding Company is booming. After the completion of Huiking building, the overall level has risen. But she knows that all of this has nothing to do with her own family, and all of this is because of herself. She regretted it too. But what's the use? Now Song Weigo wants to go it alone. She guessed that part of the reason might be because of this, so she didn't know what to say. Just sitting and eating silently in the kitchen. In the main room, Jiangxiabai was still smoking a cigarette, drinking tea, and listening to Song Weigo talking about his own thoughts. Sorry, Director Xiabai. The Huiking building is now completed, and I am also urging me to go there as soon as possible. So in addition to smoking and drinking tea, Jiangxiabai finally took other actions and nodded seriously. Then asked, since you have made up your mind, I won't keep you, when will I decide to leave? Jiangxiabai is not a mother bitch. At this time, I won't say anything. I will give you the shares of Huiking Holding Company. You can keep it. Just like those educated youths who gave up the canned educated youth and left, Jiang Xiaobai didn't say any more, and gave them shares. Even if it is their own two sizes, Wang Xiaojun and Liu Aigo are the same. There are some things to choose, but it is just a choice. Tears to cut margin. Although the front two words wave tears are very touching, but in the end it did not change the result. This is the reality. Needless to say, Song Weigo is not worth the price. Even at the price, Jiang Xiaobai couldn't do that. Otherwise, the hearts of the people will be scattered, and the team will be unable to bring them. Others will follow the same pattern. You can see that he cannot share the difficulties with the company. As long as he pretends to leave after he is finished, then I don't have to share the risks with the company. So this is the rule. Everyone needs to abide by it. Don't look at Jiang Xiaobai's eloquence in Huiking Holdings. It seems that he can do anything he wants, but it must be within certain rules. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai also thought about it. As time goes on, if Song Weigo does a good job, he can more or less allow Song Weigo to take some shares. But that point of stock may be the stock in the option pool, which is not comparable to the original stock, and the liquid is definitely not now. But now that Song Weigo is leaving, there is no need to say these words. Song Weigo was silent for a while, and then said, as soon as possible. Okay, then. You have time to visit Dragon City and make a handover. Although we will not work together in the future, we are still friends. Jiang Xiaobai reluctantly smiled and said. At this time, Song Weigo's wife also brought the dishes and warmed up a bottle of wine. Li Longqun has been silent by the side, and came over to eat together at this time. It's just that he didn't drink. He still had to drive in the afternoon. Only Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigo were drinking and chatting. Is there anything you can do for help? If it works, just speak up, Jiang Xiaobai asked, although he didn't keep him, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. Although Song Weigo was not the first to join Huiking Holdings, he was the first to provide assistance. Even if they did not join the educated youth canning factory, if it weren't for the batch of canned bottles that Song Weigo initially provided, or Song Weigo's help several times later, it doesn't matter whether there is an educated youth cannery or not. That's why Jiang Xiaobai shares were sold and given away. It's just that it's impossible to give out shares anymore. Huiking Holdings is so big that so many eyes are watching. No, there is enough funding. In terms of contacts, with the contacts accumulated in Huiking Holdings Co. Limited these years, all aspects are going well. Song Weigo said. Jiang Xiaobai was silent for a while, and then he said, on the way here just now, walking at the door of your alley, I still remembered when I blocked you with Igo. Yes, then you want to use it strong when I'm almost too late. You are a big man. We are strong against you. The two people fell into memories. The atmosphere on the table was very harmonious. The harmony reached the bottom of a bottle of wine in a while. Song Weigo's wife went to get a second bottle of wine. She did not persuade the two of them to drink less. It has been 9 years since 1978. But starting from today, what we have prepared is that after this meal, it will be impossible for two people to drink like this anymore. Second, the two people who drank seemed to know this, recalling the past, drinking one cup after another. Speaking of the first meeting, speaking of joining the educated youth cannery, speaking of the factory owed money, Jiang Xiaobai ran away early to avoid debt during the Chinese New Year. Song Weigo was blocked by someone. Speaking of dividends to all the villagers in Jianhua village. Speaking of the first Jiang Xiaobai clothing flagship store in Beijing. Speaking of the factory's shortage of stock, the long line of cars that came to the factory to pull the goods lined up. One by one, it is not only the memories of the two people, but also the memories of everyone of Huiking Holdings. The two were silent for a while, and laughed aloud for a while. A meal started at 12 noon and lasted more than 43 o'clock in the afternoon. I drank both bottles of wine, cigarette butts all over the floor, and the dishes on the table had long since been cold and then heated, but there was still some leftovers. Li Longqun helped Jiang Xiaobai to stand up, and Song Weigo's wife helped Song Weigo to stand up. The four people walked out of the yard, Jiang Xiaobai stretched out his hand and gave Song Weigao a hug. Go, Lao Song, Jiang Xiaobai said solemnly. Yeah? Song Weigao nodded. There is no permanent banquet in the world. Jiang Xiaobai got in the car, and Li Longquan started the car and drove away slowly. Song Weigao's wife helped Song Weigao and she was standing in her yard to see him off. I don't know when the wind started. Song Weigao's eyes were slightly red. End of this chapter. Chapter 880 Candidate. Chapter 880 Candidates. Director Xiaobai. Where are we going? Li Longquan asked as he drove the car. Back to Dragon City. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, then closed his eyes. I felt my stomach was overwhelmed. As soon as the car left Zhangxuan County, Jiang Xiaobai asked Li Longquan to stop, got out of the car and threw up, and then I felt better in my stomach. Director Xiaobai. Or go back. Let's go back to rest for one night, and leave tomorrow. Your body? Li Longquan looked at Jiang Xiaobai and said with some worry. It's okay, Jiang Xiaobai said, shaking his head. Li Longquan didn't say anything more. He knew the character of his boss. Once he identified one thing, others couldn't persuade him. He just tried to drive the car more smoothly to make Jiang Xiaobai sit more comfortable. Since entering Songwai's country, he didn't say a word except to say hello when he entered the door. This is because he knows his identity, a bodyguard and driver, and he is responsible for protecting Jiang Xiaobai. As for the company's affairs, he is not able to intervene. Of course, he knows that even if he speaks, it is useless. One has made up his mind to leave, and the other has no way to stay. He also had a lot of contact with Song Weigao. Brother Song is a good person. He knows Jiang Xiaobai better and he is righteous. What can he do? Blaming Song Weigao's lack of conscience, he still persuaded Jiang Xiaobai to give Song Weigao shares. Li Longquan's driving skills are very good, and the car drove very smoothly, but Jiang Xiaobai was still uncomfortable sitting. In the past, I didn't get motion sickness, but now I feel dizzy. Jiang Xiaobai shook the car glass down, and the wind blew in. It was much better, but he still vomited a few more times. I don't know when Jiang Xiaobai fell asleep, sleeping very deep. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, the car entered Longqing and came to Jiang Xiaobai's house. Li Longquan only woke up Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai got out of the car and floated sharply. Li Longquan helped Jiang Xiaobai to take Jiang Xiaobai to the store and knocked on the door. Brother Li, give it to me. What's wrong? Drink like this. Zhao Xinyi took Jiang Xiaobai from Li Longquan. Longquan asked Li Longquan to come in and sit and drink, but Li Longquan refused. Director Xiaobai, I was in a bad mood today and I drank a little bit. If nothing happens, I will leave. Li Longquan left, and Jiang Xiaobai frowned, still feeling uncomfortable in his stomach. As soon as they entered the house, the two children Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyan also ran over and poured water on Jiang Xiaobai. Nanny Xiaoke, I was going to leave, but seeing Jiang Xiaobai like this, she was embarrassed to leave. Helped Zhao Xinyi take off Jiang Xiaobai coat and wiped her face. It's been a while since she came to Jiang Xiaobai house, and she probably knew that this inconspicuous male owner seemed to be a factory manager. Also understood the origins of the two children Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun. So I still admire Jiang Xiaobai and Zhao Xinyi. They are both good people. I am more meticulous and hardworking when I get to work. Xiaoki, you can go back. I'll take care of it. Zhao Xinyi finally breathed a sigh of relief when he helped Jiang Xiaobai onto the bed. Or, I'll go back and say something, and then come and help. People who are drunk are dead. Xiaoki said. Zhao Xinyi waved her hand, signaled not to, and sent Xiaoki away, and then turned to look at Yin Xiaoyan and Yin Xiaojun's sister and brother. You guys go to bed too. Uncle is fine, just drank too much. Well, auntie, if you have something tonight, just call me and I will help you, uncle. Yin Xiaoyan said obediently. Okay, goodbye, go to sleep. Zhao Xinyi coaxed the two little guys away. Only then took Jiang Lanlan back from the sofa, who was already asleep, and put it on the crib beside him. Looking at Jiang Xiaobai, who was frowning, Zhao Xinyi reached out and smoothed his brows. His eyes are full of distress, and I don't know what happened to me outside, why I drink so much alcohol. Last night, Jiang Xiaobai called and told me to come back today. But it was already tonight. She waited. Jiang Xiaobai did not arrive home, and was later sent home by Li Longquan. She was drunk. She knew Jiang Xiaobai. Although she also drank a little while socializing, she never drank too much. Is what kind of joy or happiness is encountered. At most, it is a bit of a drink for 6 or 7 minutes. I am interested in talking, and I am more excited than usual. But when I want to drink like this, I get drunk, and when I vomit like this, it is really rare. Woke up the next morning, Zhao Xinyi asked, "What happened yesterday? Why do you drink so much alcohol?" I originally thought Jiang Xiaobai would not say, because of business matters. Jiang Xiaobai would generally not say much. But Jiang Xiaobai did not expect to answer. Song Weigou is leaving. The words made Zhao Xinyi stunned. Song Weigou was about to leave. She just didn't understand and knew who Song Weigou was. Jiang Xiaobai's right-hand man, the general manager of Huiking Holding Company, and the veteran who started a business together with Jiang Xiaobai at the end of the day. Why? Zhao Xinyi asked. "I'm going to contract coal mines. I'm going back to Zhangxiuan County. I can accompany my wife and children more," Jiang Xiaobai said. In fact, the last sentence is nonsense. If you want to accompany your wife and children, you can move to Longqing. As Song Weigou's identity now, that's not a word. But it's definitely not a difficult task. Next, Zhao Xinyi didn't ask more. After eating, Jiang Xiaobai went to Huiking Building. Dong Jiang, the little secretary, came early to clean up and finish the preparations. Well, Jiang Xiaobai nodded and returned to the office, drinking tea, thinking about the problems after Song Weigou left. First of all, who will take over Song Weigou's job? Only since the establishment of Huiking Holdings has ended the situation where each factory is in its own right. Some financial personnel persuaded the company to take it back one after another. Although each factory has some independence due to business reasons, it is much better than before. But relatively speaking, the company has a lot more things. In normal times, Jiang Xiaobai controls the overall situation, and then Song Weigou handles specific matters. But Song Weigou seems to be a general manager, nodding, but these things really cannot be done by anyone. So the replacement candidate needs to think about it. The first thing to exclude is Wang Zhao. Let's not say that Wang Zhao is now in Jinling, who is in charge of Huiking Electric. Even if there is no such thing, it is not appropriate. He does not have the experience of Song Weigou, even in the overall situation. There is no Song Weigou Oqiang, let alone the sophistication of humanity, responsible for some specific affairs. There is no problem. But if he was asked to take the lead, it would definitely not work. End of this chapter. Chapter 881 Confused. Chapter 881 Confused. Zhao Xiaojin looked at Jiang Xiaobai, thinking again, then looked at today's schedule. There was nothing important, and then gently closed the door and walked out. Wang Zhao? No, it's the same with Wang Meng. Although Wang Meng certainly has no problem with him sincerely, like Wang Zhao, he lacks in the overall situation. Moreover, Wang Meng's personality is a bit reckless. He is not the kind of slick person, he is a bit straightforward, and he is much worse in handling interpersonal relationships. In fact, there are not many senior executives in the entire Huiking Holding Company. Jiang Xiaobai continued to think about it. There is no problem with Liu Jian's academic qualifications, but Jiang Xiaobai was fooled into Jianhua village when he came out of college, and the people from Huiking Holding Company have some factions. However, since Jiang Xiaobai was founded by Jiang Xiaobai, it is still the first generation of old people, so there is not much confusion between each other. Simply put, Liu Jian has not experienced much experience, and he is lacking in this respect. Shi Sheng is a very good candidate. He is from a state-owned enterprise of the first prison garment factory. He has a sophisticated human relationship, overall outlook, and no problems in personality. Moreover, the person is also mature and respectful, and he resigned. It can be said that basically all the conditions meet the requirements of Jiang Xiaobai's choice for Jiang Xiaobai's election. Even in some respects, he is better than Song Weiguo. Then there is Jiang Weiyi. Jiang Weiyi is also very good. He was born in a central enterprise and has rich knowledge and experience. Shi Sheng, Jiang Weiyi. Jiang Xiaobai wrote the two names on the paper. After repeated consideration, both of them are in line with Jiang Xiaobai's current expectations for the candidate of the general manager of Huiqing Holding Company. Compared, the two also have their own advantages. Jiang Weiyi was born in a state-owned enterprise. And the old and the history are strong. It really made Jiang Xiaobai difficult to make a decision. If he couldn't figure it out, Jiang Xiaobai simply didn't want to. Xiaojin. Jiang Xiaobai shouted. Jiang Dong. Zhao Xiaojin walked in. Call Director Shi and Director Jiang to see when they have time. Let them come together these 2 days. Jiang Xiaobai ordered. Okay. Zhao Xiaojin was fine to ask anything. Since Jiang Xiaobai didn't say anything, then he definitely shouldn't know. Although Zhao Xiaojin has not been a secretary for a few days, he still understands this. Shi Sheng and Jiang Weiyi were a little confused when they received the notice from their respective factory offices. Two people, one is the director of the garment factory and the other is the director of the beverage factory. Although it is said that the cannery and beverage factories may cooperate a little bit, then the clothing factory and the beverage factory have nothing to do with each other. Can it be said that the beverages produced by the home and the beverage factory are placed in the Jiang Xiaobai clothing store? Shi Sheng pondered. Alas, this is really possible. After all, Jiang Xiaobai clothing is now a well-known brand in China. If the herbal tea beverages produced by bars and beverage factories are placed in the leisure area of a clothing store, the compelling quality of the beverages will suddenly rise. One more Jiang Xiaobai costume is the only official drink designated. Shi Sheng wondered. However, there was no delay in the movement of his hand. He grabbed the phone on the table and called Jiang Weiyi. Since Jiang Xiaobai asked the two to go together, the two of them had to make an appointment. Shi Sheng didn't get a big picture either, so he had to wait for Jiang Weiyi to call himself. Weiyi, have you received a notice? Brother Shay, what are you talking about? Director Xiaobai. Jiang Weiyi was also at a loss on the phone. Hey, I guessed. Is it possible that this is the case? Shi Sheng told Jiang Weiyi his thoughts. At the end, he asked, by the way, the first batch of products from your beverage factory is about to go offline, right? Well, it's going to be offline soon. Otherwise, your brother Shi is amazing. Why didn't I think of this? It's not possible. I guess it's. Jiang Weiyi heard Shi Sheng's analysis and suddenly felt a sense of realization. The two made an appointment and went to Huiqing Building early the next morning. Here, Shi Sheng left in the afternoon. In the morning of the next day, Shi Sheng and Jiang Weiyi walked into the Huiqing Building. Jiang Xiaobai also received Song Weiguo, and Song Weiguo went to Longqing this afternoon. Although Song Weiguo only told Jiang Xiaobai when he would come to Dragon City, Jiang Xiaobai understood what Song Weiguo meant. Said, I knew it. Pay attention to safety on the way. Jiang Xiaobai hung up the phone. Dong Jiang, Director Shi and Director Jiang are here, waiting outside. Zhao Xiaojin knocked on the door and walked in. Okay, you let Director Shi come in first, and Director Jiang is waiting for a while, Jiang Xiaobai said. Zhao Xiaojin faithfully conveyed Jiang Xiaobai's notice. The two factory directors who were about to cooperate looked confused. Meeting two people from the door, they conducted a series of friendly consultations on the cooperation between the two factories, and reached a series of intentions for the cooperation between the two factories in the future. But I didn't expect that when it came to the end, they would go in one by one. Let the two factories cooperate. Shouldn't they go in and talk together? What does it mean to go in one by one? How can you disagree to cooperate first? Impossible. Both factories are owned by Huiqing Holdings. That is, Jiang Xiaobai Garment Factory is a little special. If it is changed to another factory, such as an educated youth cannery or a pig farm. Needless to say, cooperation, even merger, is one sentence. But even if the garment factory is a little bit special, it won't be necessary to seek advice for cooperation. Shishing walked into Jiang Xiaobai's office with a face full of doubts. Jiang Xiaobai Shishing made a cup of tea, and then straightforwardly asked, "Old Shay, what do you think of the future development of Huiqing Holding Company? Will it be developed in the future?" Shi Sheng became even more confused. "Yes, if you are the general manager, what do you think?" Jiang Xiaobai went further and asked more directly. "If I am, I think that current." Shi Sheng thought about it, and then spoke. After finishing speaking, Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and then said, "Old Shay, you can wait a while outside to help me call in Jiang Wei." As soon as Shi Sheng picked up the teacup and took a sip, Jiang Xiaobai ordered the visit. Shi Sheng came in dazedly, and then went out dazedly. Jiang Wei watched Shi Sheng go in and out. There was not much time in total. Originally thought Shi Sheng came out, he should understand what history was going on. It turned out that when Shi Sheng came out, he was more confused than when he went in. Jiang Wei also received the same treatment. He went in confusedly and came out confusedly. Then the two went into Jiang Xiaobai's office in a daze. End of this chapter. Chapter 882. Sharp Knife. Chapter 882. Well, the tea is not cold. I won't pour it for you. I'll just say it if I have something to say. Jiang Xiaobai said straightforwardly. Lao Song is going to quit, resign and go back to Zhangxuan County to start a coal mine. I think you are both suitable for the general manager. I called you over today just to hear your views. In an instant, both Shi Sheng and Jiang Wei's eyes widened, and there was too much information in Jiang Xiaobai words. The two have to digest it. The first thing is Song Weiguo's resignation. Song Weiguo is the veteran of Huiqing Holding Company. The earliest veteran came to Huiqing Holding Company much earlier than the two of them. Has always been trusted by Jiang Xiaobai, but now he is going to resign. Secondly, the two of them are not here to cooperate, but to compete. Before you two came, Lao Song had already called. On the way here, I also listened to your thoughts just now. Lao Shi Lao is very important. In addition, the beverage factory is not on the right track, so the idea is that Lao Shi will take over Lao Song as general manager, and Yi will be promoted to executive deputy general manager to assist Lao Shi. Jiang Xiaobai didn't give the two a chance to speak, so he settled the matter directly. In fact, the speeches of the two people are basically similar to the personalities of the two people, and Jiang Wei is full of spirit and impassioned. Just considering that it's only 1978, and the entire Huiqing Holding Company is also in the stage of accumulating power, there is a saying called grow the grain, and slowly become the king. In addition, Jiang Wei's previous position was deputy director. Now he will be another director and learn from Shi Sheng. Then after 1992, the meeting will be nearly as experienced. Of course, this is all Jiang Xiaobai thoughts, and he won't say it, because the plan can't keep up with the changes, and no one can say what the situation will be at that time. This matter is not a humble refusal. Shi Sheng stood up and first stated that he must work hard and live up to Jiang Xiaobai expectations. Then Jiang Wei also said that he would cooperate well with the work of Shi Sheng. Okay, wait a minute and hand over work with Lao Song, and then Lao Shi will think about who is suitable to take over as the head of the clothing factory. Let's talk when we are done. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and the two got up and left. Walking out of Jiang Xiaobai office, Shi Sheng and Jiang Wei were a little bit sorrowful. It's not that I don't understand, but the world is changing too fast. The two people who were ready to cooperate turned into a competitive relationship, and then when the two of them were able to react, the competition ended. It is estimated that Manager Song will not be there until this afternoon, and the handover will be tomorrow. Let's find a place to have a chat. Shi Sheng looked at Jiang Wei and said, Okay, let's listen to your arrangements. Both of them have something to say. Found a small restaurant, and the two sat down. What's wrong with Manager Song? Why is he about to resign suddenly? Jiang Wei asked. Unfortunately, Shi Sheng didn't know. She hadn't heard of it at all. In fact, it was more than him. Even Jiang Xiaobai was caught off guard. Shi Sheng shook his head and said, I really don't know. I'm not prepared at all. Jiang Wei knew that Shi Sheng was not fooling herself. Although Shi Sheng became the general manager, Jiang Wei had no other thoughts in his mind. Because this happened too quickly and suddenly and then ended, not only did he not feel jealous, but he felt that he had picked up an executive deputy general manager for nothing. If Jiang Xiaobai let out the wind in advance, let the two compete, with expectations, and finally failed, there will definitely be a gap in his heart. But I didn't know at all, and didn't look forward to it. It's just that I was suddenly promoted from a factory director to an executive deputy general manager. What else is unsatisfactory? Manager Song has been with the manager of Xiaobai for a long time. They don't deal with each other in 1 or 2 days. I heard people say that at the beginning, the first batch of canned glass bottles was half sold and half given to the Xiaobai factory. Shi Sheng said, of course, these are all heard by some old people, and they are not very clear about the specific situation. Director Xiaobai must have been retained. Probably not retained. 2 people asked for a bottle of Fenjiu, and they drank and chatted. After Kong Jiang Xiaobai's office came out, the 2 of them were not the same factory director. In the future, he will be responsible for Novartis Huiqing Holding Company, 5 or 6 companies, tens of thousands of workers, and a company with assets of more than 100 million yuan. Song Weigo is gone. There is some loss, but more is the joy of promotion. People don't serve themselves. If they don't have ambitions, they don't expect to be selfless. Wouldn't they be uncomfortable with a state-owned enterprise and a central enterprise? How could Huiqing Holding Company value the potential of Huiqing Holdings to join in before it has spread its wings? Isn't just for development? The 2 did not drink much, and after dividing a bottle of wine, the 2 left each. Jiang Wei returned to the factory, and Shi Sheng returned to the Bingzi Hotel. Jiang Xiaobai asked him to choose a head of the garment factory to succeed him. Think about this. The garment factory is now the most important factory under the Huiqing Holding Company, and it is also the most developed one at this stage. But looking at the clothing factory, Shi Sheng found that there were really no suitable personnel. A total of 2 deputy directors, Zhang Omin and Zhu Qiong, are all newly mentioned. Zhang Omin was promoted by Firewire, the regional manager of the flagship store of the Northern Clothing Store, then the chief of the sales section, and then the deputy director. In just 1 year, it can be said that it has been 3 consecutive jumps. Further promotion of the factory director is not about the qualifications, but the lack of ability. And Zhu Qiong is not to mention. A young man was sent by the first prison. Needless to say, the conditions are inappropriate. It is appropriate. Jiang Xiaobai will not agree, nor will Huiqing Holdings. By the way, the director of Xiaobai hasn't always said that he has to choose people in the garment factory. Can't other factories also work? Shi Sheng's eyes lit up and his mouth muttered. In the afternoon, Song Weigo arrived in Longqing. That night, Jiang Xiaobai, Shi Sheng, Jiang Wei, and Song Weigo had a meal together. The atmosphere is not very embarrassing. Song Weigo is also very satisfied with Jiang Xiaobai selected Shi Sheng and Jiang Wei, then talked about the coal mine. Jiang Xiaobai and Song Weigo were very open-minded, but Shi Sheng and Jiang Wei were a little bit unwilling to let go. Then the handover will start the next day, which cannot be completed in 1 or 2 days. And Shi Sheng also took the time to meet Jiang Xiaobai, and proposed a candidate to take over as the director of his garment factory. Liu Jian? Jiang Xiaobai asked as he looked at Shi Sheng. Yes. There is no one in the garment factory, so I think twice and think that Director Liu is here. Shi Sheng said his reasons. Jiang Xiaobai nodded, indicating that he knew it. End of this chapter. Chapter 883 Tangled Li Donghai. Chapter 883 Tangled Li Donghai. Shi Sheng is gone. Jiang Xiaobai is considering Shi Sheng's opinion. It was Shi Sheng's suggestion that Liu Jian was transferred to the head of the garment factory. It was a good idea. The size of the garment factory is now the largest under the Huiqing Holding Company. Liu Jian's transfer to the head of the garment factory is also a step closer. Also, Liu Jian graduated from university and has been in Jianhua village for many years. It's good to go one step further and get some exercise. Moreover, this is the first request of Shi Sheng after he took office, and he had to show his face. Otherwise, Shi Sheng may really become a puppet general manager in the future. Thinking of it, Jiang Xiaobai picked up the phone on the desk and called the feed factory to inform Liu Jian to come to Dragon City. But putting down the phone, Jiang Xiaobai had a headache again, and Liu Jian was transferred to the head of the garment factory, so the position of the head of the feed factory was vacated. A series of positions are vacated. Everyone is good, and everyone can move up. At the end of July, Huiking Holding Company held its first high-level meeting at the headquarters of Huiking Building. The news of Song Weigo's resignation was announced at the meeting, and the personnel changes of a series of personnel including Shi Sheng, Zhang Wei, and Liu Jian were announced. The former head of the garment factory, Shi Sheng, served as the company's general manager. The director of Jia Beverage Factory Zhang Wei is the company's executive deputy general manager. The original feed factory director Liu Jian as the garment factory director, and the assistant chairman Song Xin served as the clothing factory deputy director. Pig Farm, the director of the factory, Li Laosan, is the director of the feed factory, and Liu Xiaomai is the deputy financial manager of the company. The personnel changes were read out one by one. In the bright conference room of Huiking Holding Company, everyone was fascinated by the series of personnel changes. This is almost the person in charge of each factory. Except that the beverage factory has not changed. Everything else has changed. And Zhang Wei, who has not changed, has risen a step. Even many people don't know who they have to lead. I just understood. It seems that the person in charge has changed one. Well, today's meeting is over. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, got up and took the lead and left the meeting room. Wang Zhao got up and came to Song Weiguo's side, holding Song Weiguo. Brother-in-law, what the is going on? Wang Zhao looked dumbfounded. Only after the wedding, he returned to Jinling, and did not go out to travel. The Huiking Electric flagship store is still preparing nervously. He knows that Jiang Xiaobai has great expectations for this project, and it has very different meanings for him and Wang Gong. So even if the wedding was just finished, he didn't pay much attention, so he hurried back. The second bride, Liu Xiaomai, came to Huiking Building. Jiang Xiaobai had invited her before. Now she is ready to join the job, but even if it is a turtle, Jiang Xiaobai did not arrange too high a position. Is the deputy manager of the finance department. For ordinary people, it is a step up to the sky. But for Liu Xiaomai, it is also a normal starting point. I haven't had time to discuss with you, let's talk later. Song Weiguo shook his head and said, although the meeting was over. But a banquet was prepared at the Bingzi Hotel, where everyone will be going in a while. On the bus to the Bingzi Hotel, Song Weiguo said his plan. There is nothing to hide from my brother-in-law. Also, the senior executives at the headquarters basically knew about this, but Wang Zhao stayed in Jinling and didn't get any news. Of course, because he is Song Weiguo's brother-in-law, everyone thought he should have known it early in the morning, so no one specifically told him about this. Li Donghai, Liu Shun, and the two wandered towards the Bingzi Hotel. Brother Hai, congratulations, Liu Shun said with a smile. The black line on Li Donghai's face. Congratulations, congratulations. In the appointment just announced, he is going to Jianhua village as the deputy chief of the sales department of the pig farm. This can be regarded as a small official, but when he is going to a village, he feels his brain hurts when he thinks about it. Have you offended my brother-in-law recently? No way. Why are you so cruel, and have the heart to let me go so far away? It will be difficult for your two nephews to see his dad in the future. What? Brother Hai is not happy. Liu Shun and Li Donghai have a very good relationship. Both of them are in the Huiking building where the relationship is registered. Is all Jiang Xiaobai relationship, and the personalities are also compatible, so they quickly become one. How happy. I would rather change with you and go to the beverage factory, Li Donghai said. This time Liu Shun didn't hang around at the headquarters anymore. Instead, he went to the beverage factory. who was also the sales department, but he didn't have a position. "You are a deputy section chief, change with me, okay?" "No problem," Liu Shun joked. Bing's Hotel, Jiang Xiaobai opened the table after a few words. After taking 2 bites at random, having a drink with Shi Sheng and others, Jiang Xiaobai was about to get up and leave. He couldn't let go of everyone, but he didn't expect Li Donghai to come. "Director Xiaobai, take a step to speak." Li Donghai held a wine glass with a flickering expression. Jiang Xiaobai opened his mouth and said directly, "No." Li Donghai choked. Jiang Xiaobai followed Li Donghai to the other side. In fact, Li Donghai didn't say anything. Jiang Xiaobai could also guess what happened. Sure enough, Li Donghai talked about not wanting to go to Jianhua village, let alone raising pigs. All kinds of difficulties, all kinds of problems, almost made him feel like acting a tragedy. "Brother-in-law, our family doesn't talk about 2 things. If you want to keep mixing like this, I don't say anything. I can raise you as an idler. I will say hello when I look back. You don't have to go. But if you want to develop in Jianhua village, you have to walk and do well." Jiang Xiaobai said straightforwardly. Huiking Holding Company is not a family business. She cannot be nepotism, and he can take care of those who are capable. But if you think about other things, it's impossible. Everything is done in accordance with the rules. "Brother-in-law, think about it for yourself, and tell me if you think it over." Jiang Xiaobai left after speaking, leaving Li Donghai standing alone in a daze. If he wants to develop, he must be thinking about it, otherwise, why would he come to Huiking Holdings? Isn't it good to follow Liu and continue to sell canned food? Why come to be constrained by this? He came here precisely because of his ambition and ideas. But she has lived in Longqing since she was a child, and now she is a wife, children, and young. It will be difficult for a middle-aged man to change jobs in later generations. What's more, a middle-aged man left his hometown and went from the provincial capital to raise pigs in a village. Li Donghai's expression changed rapidly, weighing the pros and cons. Can't make a decision for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 884 Chaotic Beverage Market. Chapter 884 Chaotic Beverage Market. Jiang Xiaobai left, and when he reached the door, Song Weiguo followed. Jiang Xiaobai stopped, handed Song Weiguo a cigarette, and lit one himself. "Do it hard, just say anything. Don't be polite." Jiang Xiaobai said. "Yeah?" Song Weiguo nodded, and the 2 of them finished a cigarette in silence. Only when Jiang Xiaobai got in the car, Song Weiguo said, "Director Xiaobai, I have taken the Chen Qingqing away." Between him and Jiang Xiaobai, even if they don't work together, they still have feelings. He resigned by himself when he left, and did not say that he was leaving with a large number of people. It's not that you can't take it away. With so many people in Huiking Holdings, it is impossible that all of them will be loyal to Jiang Xiaobai. Song Weiguo has been the general manager for such a long time. If he can't take him away alone, then he doesn't have to go out and do it alone as early as possible. But he didn't take any of them. He had left by himself, so he felt sorry for Jiang Xiaobai, and digging the wall. Was that still a human? But Chen Qingqing is different. Yes, Jiang Xiaobai also knows that Chen Qingqing is not the same, even if Song Weiguo took away another capable cadre. Jiang Xiaobai got in the car and left without turning his head. He did not agree, nor did he refuse to agree. It's just that after getting in the car, he mumbled, "This old thing is so special. Don't you be afraid of something wrong. There is a cover in Longqing or Nima. If you go to Zhangxuan County, under the nose of Wang Zhao." Jiang Xiaobai was frightened when he thought about it, and something happened sooner or later. "But I can't manage this matter by myself. If you want to take it away, take it away. If the 2 of you are willing to go, you can still forcefully stay behind." Here Jiang Xiaobai left, and Li Donghai hurried home to discuss with his wife Jiang Hongmai. When Jiang Hongmai heard that Li Donghai was going to Jianhua village, 100 people disagreed. But after Li Donghai finished speaking, he stopped speaking. "You decide. No matter how you choose, I will support you," Jiang Hongmai said. "Well, let's go." Li Donghai gritted his teeth and said, But if I can't stay any longer, you remember to take the child to his uncle's house. Jiang Hongmai chuckled and nodded. Bing's hotel. After Jiang Zibai left, the whole banquet hall finally became lively. People in various factories are looking for the old leaders to say goodbye, and then enter a couple of the new leaders at the same time, and they are familiar with the new leaders. There is no way to avoid this kind of thing, and people can't help themselves in the arena. The situation has changed. This time, after such a big personnel change in Huiking Holdings, various factories are digesting it. When a new leader takes office, he must understand the situation of the factory before he can gradually become a real factory director. The first batch of beverages from the beverage factory was off the assembly line. Jiang Zibai and Shi Sheng both came to the beverage factory. There are two kinds of packaging, cans and plastic bottles, but the plastic bottles are different from the later ones. But the minimum is 2 liters. There is no way. This time is not popular. So small bottles of drinks is Coca-Cola, also mainly in cans. The tone of the can is a big red overall, with the 4 characters of home and herbal tea printed on the top. The plastic bottle is just a circle of trademarks, and it is also red, while in other places, the light green herbal tea can be seen through the transparent plastic bottle. Jiang Zibai opened a bottle of herbal tea and took a sip. There is a little mint flavor, a little sweet, a little tea flavor. Jiang Zibai feels that it is no worse than later generations of iced tea, and even tastes much better. Because it is not so sweet and greasy, it is more of a sweet aftertaste. There are 2 production lines in total. Normally, there is no problem in producing about 20,000 bottles and 30,000 bottles a day. If the horsepower is fully driven, there is no problem in 50,000 bottles. If work does not stop day and night, it would be about 100,000 bottles a day. But now, the first issue in terms of labor is a problem, and it does not meet the highest moral standards. Zhang Wei introduced Jiang Zibai while taking him on a tour. He founded this beverage factory from scratch, like his own child, now showing it to others. By the way, Director Zibai, when you asked me and Manager Shi to go the last time, we mistakenly thought it was you who let us work together. At that time, we were still. Zhang Wei talked about the last time. Jiang Zibai really didn't know what happened. These 2 goods can really make up for the brain, but this method seems to be good. Zhang Wei brought up old things again, of course, also to promote cooperation. This matter, you can talk to Liu Jian and you too, and you can talk to Manager Shi after you have finished talking. Jiang Zibai said. By the way, besides this, do you have other promotion methods? Do you have any plans? Jiang Zibai asked after he arrived at the office after the tour. The beverage market at this time is also very chaotic in China. The 2 giants Coca-Cola and Pepsi have already entered the arena, and it's not the time when they shrank together before. Although there are many restrictions, but you can already get a glimpse of it. And the major domestic soda drinks also occupy the country, such as the Arctic Ocean soda in Beijing, Danfu Cola in Mountain City, Loshan Cola in Shandong, etc. Later, they were all 7 troops in the famous 7 armies flooded with Jiang Coke, plus Jianli Bao, a healthcare product for a while, and a magical thing for a drink. Of course, it was not his family who did this at this time. Later, Waha did the same. One can make healthcare products, one can make beverages, and another can make add calcium milk. Anyway, what to do to make money, and what to do to make money. It's not easy to get out of history. It's not easy, but relatively speaking, this time is the best time because of chaos. Everything is not a foregone conclusion. Everything is possible. That's it. I plan to first cooperate with clothing factories, then newspapers, TV stations. Zhang Wei briefly introduced his marketing plan. But Jiang Zibai is not satisfied. Too traditional, you said. Our herbal tea can also be made into healthcare products, Jiang Zibai suggested. Shi Sheng and Zhang Wei were a little startled and made healthcare products. At this time, there are signs of healthcare products, but there are still not many people who do it. But is there any relationship between healthcare products and beverages? They know Jianli Bao, but under the banner of some health products. Direct Xiaobai, do you mean to learn Jianlabao? Jiang Wei asked. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and said, well, if they succeed, we can learn from them, and we can do better than them. Open up the market with the name of healthcare products. With the prosperous development of healthcare products, when the healthcare products are about to decline in the future, it will be better to clear the relationship in time. End of this chapter. Chapter 885 Silent Rise. Chapter 885 Silent Rise. National Day, October 1, 1987. Huiking Electric opened in Jinling. Jiang Xiaobai also participated in the opening ceremony, but stood in an inconspicuous position. Because Huiking Electric has done a lot of advertising before its opening, including the 3 guarantees policy, it has attracted a lot of attention. Among them, some media reporters also came to participate in the opening of Huiking Electric. The employees of Huiking Electrical Appliances who wore red uniforms on the opening day stood neatly in a row to accept the test. Refrigerators, air conditioners, and washing machines were transported out of the store. Home delivery, 3 bags, plus the discount on the opening day, more than 30 employees. When they got off work that night, they couldn't lift their tired arms. But thinking about the commissions that can be obtained, all of them are too excited. Although the body is very tired, but my heart is very refreshing. As the leader, Jiang Xiaobai also stepped forward to encourage him. In the evening, Wang Zhao, Wang Gong and others were late for dinner. Meet Jiang Xuan again at noon the next day, and then returned to Longqing. The words Director Ma Shenglai are hung on a copper sign at the door of the paper mill in Xiamen City, Yi Province. This is an incredible thing at this time. Even Jiang Xiaobai has never dared to be so high profile. But because he is Ma Shenglai, no Ren felt that there was anything inappropriate. The story of Ma Shenglai also begins here. Ma Shenglai contracted a veteran state-owned paper factory 3 years ago. At that time, the paper mill was losing money for 3 consecutive years, and Ma Shenglai proposed to contract. After the contract, Ma Shenglai, who was a business chief, worked mainly on product structure and sales incentives. In the first year, Ma Shenglai completed a profit of 1.4 million yuan. The model established in the previous 2 years, Buxinxing made reports all day long. It is getting worse and worse. The factory is in debt, and it is unsustainable. And Ma Shenglai is the character who succeeded Buxinxing, and as Ma Shenglai became famous, the charm of contracting also makes people quite excited. Reports such as Ma Shenglai, a good factory director who always thinks about the interests of the country and the people, began to emerge in endlessly. Like Buxinxing, Ma Shenglai quickly became a national craze and became a hot news figure. Also lived the life of Buxinxing, giving lectures, running study classes, publishing books and so on all over the country. But compared to Buxinxing, Ma Shenglai has one more activity. That is a contracting factory, as if you will contract a factory every time you go. An article recorded Ma Shenglai's itinerary. When he went to a place, he made a report on the first day, and visited a local paper mill on the second day. The third day he discussed the contract matters and signed a contract. The media commented at the bottom of the article, "This whirlwind rhythm is itself an ode to reform, isn't it?" A whirlwind rhythm, an ode to reform. Jiang Xiaobai muttered. It is true that with the acceleration of the reform and liberalization process, it seems that the whole society has pressed the fast-forward key. Including Jiang Xiaobai is the same. 2 companies were established throughout 1987. One is a home and beverage factory, the other is Huiking Electric, deployed ahead of schedule and blossomed for many years. In fact, Huiking Holdings has developed very well at this time. It stands to reason that Jiang Xiaobai can also become a representative figure of reform. But now Huiking Holding Company is a township enterprise on the surface, but in fact it is a private enterprise at its core, and the course of its development is somewhat ordinary, unlike Ma Shenglai and others, which is representative. Ma Shenglai's contracting method has become a panacea for the current state-owned enterprises to get rid of the plight. This attempt not only occurred in the paper industry, but also occurred in other industries. Of course, Although Huiking Holding Company is not as representative as Ma Shanglai, it is also a product of reform. Especially after the completion of the Huiking building, it was not that no one from Jin province came to say hello, and even touched Jiang Xiaobai's old friend, Zheng Qinian. However, Jiang Xiaobai refused. But this era is a crazy era in history. Everyone is panicked and anxious, as if on fire. Business people are anxious to make money, while those within the system are anxious to achieve results. And if Huiking Holdings is established as a model, it will inevitably follow the old path of some people. The fire is cooking oil, the blooming of flowers is too intense, too vigorous, and too late. This vigor is often not long. Jiang Xiaobai is proceeding with the layout step by step, but it can't affect the vigor of the outside world. In November, Jian Lebao and Coca-Cola got on the bar at the 6th National Games reported in Yangqing. This is the first time that a domestic enterprise competes with a crossover enterprise on the same stage. Then multinational companies lost. Coca-Cola invested 1 million. And Jian Lebao invested 2.5 million, plus 100,000 yuan in beverages. Jian Lebao got his wish and won the designated drink for the 6th Games. The entire sports meeting has become an orange ocean, and Jian Lebao's advertisements are printed on the walls, trash cans, etc. in the stadium. 80,000 spectators at the scene each presented a bottle of Jian Lebao beverage. What was even more exaggerated was that at the closing ceremony, more than 200 staff members all wore sports clothing with the Jian Lebao logo in all colors. Even Jiang Xiaobai has to feel admired. He is generous and won beautifully. However, the domestic beverage war has just started, although Jian Lebao simply won the first game. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai did not want to compete for this opportunity, but when Coca-Cola and Jian Lebao competed, it was in June. At that time, the home and herbal tea beverages had not yet been offline, and even to be precise, the beverage factory had not been built. An obscure beverage factory, how could someone give you a place, just give it to you? You don't have a product to compete. So the home and the beverage factory can only watch silently this time, while silently accumulating their own strength to prepare for the next opportunity. It was also the same year. Later, Hui Hangxin, the founder of the famous sun god, was stimulated by the legend of Jian Lebao Li Jingwei and started his own business, and he was in Yangqing. Win a clean, exciting city in Li Jingwei, and this year also embarked on the road of entrepreneurship and later the founder of Wuhan, the founder of Warwick. The world in the future is destined to be wonderful, and it is destined to be magnificent, because there are a group of extraordinary people who are destined to rise silently. End of this chapter. Chapter 886 Advertising. Chapter 886 Advertising. On New Year's Day in 1988, Zhao Xinyi held Jiang Lanlan, Jiang Xiaobai took Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun, and a family of 5 returned to Jiangjia Hutong. One of the 2 big family members who has been together is absent, and that is Li Donghai. Li Donghai is still working out in front of his deputy head of the sales department at the pig farm in Jianhua village. In fact, Li Donghai can be regarded as an exquisite person, and after decentralization, it will be more like a fish in the water. Before he left, he didn't want history because of frustration and confusion. After he got used to it, Li Donghai enjoyed the working environment even more, and got into one with Li Lasn. The whole Jiang family is very lively at this time. There are more than 10 children in the youngest generation alone. Basically, there are 2 in the family. The younger ones are still in their arms like Jiang Lanlan, and the older ones are all played outside by Jiang Xiaomai, a senior kid king. Jiang Tishan was hammering his legs, pulling his waist, smoking a cigarette, and coughing twice from time to time. Jiang Xiaobai finally couldn't help it, put down his teacup and talked to persuade him. Father, you can't smoke less and see how your cough is. I will take you to the hospital tomorrow. Since he entered the door, Jiang Tishan's coughing has not stopped. When people are old, they are really fast. Compared with previous years, Jiang Tishan's hair has been grayed by more than half. The waist is even more bent, and the whole person seems to be old all of a sudden. It's okay, my own body, I know, it's okay. I don't need you to worry about it. Although Jiang Tishan is old, his temper remains the same and his speech is very hard. Jiang Xiaobai was also a little helpless, and wanted to open his mouth to persuade him, but knew that old man Jiang would not listen. Reborn for 10 years, he has perfectly integrated into this family. The blood of the Jiang family is also flowing on her body. How can she not care about the body of the old couple? However, the temper of the old couple is too stubborn to persuade them, and people at this time don't take minor illnesses seriously. Fortunately, after Jiang Xiaobai's repeated persuasion last year, Jiang Tishan finally stopped selling canned food and retired honestly at home. After eating, the family is ready to go away. Jiang Zijun sent everyone to the door. Jiang Xiaobai came to Jiang Zijun 2 steps behind. Brother, you are usually at home. See if you can persuade him more and let him smoke less. Jiang Xiaobai finished. Before Jiang Zijun could speak, Jiang Tishan heard him behind him. His face turned black and he said, "There is a lot of nonsense, I know it, and you don't need to worry about it." Jiang Zijun smiled bitterly. The old man's temper was too stubborn. No one could persuade him. Jiang Xiaobai smiled awkwardly, and the family got in the car and drove towards the Longan Hospital at home, ready to take a look at Yin Xiaoyan's grandparents. Along the way, even on New Year's Day, you can see all kinds of small merchants and vendors, carrying them on your shoulders and collecting them. Set up a small stall, better than a county official. When the horn sounds, don't be a high-ranking official. Various folk proverbs circulated again. In the hospital, Yin Xiaoyan's grandparents' faces are better than they were before they came to Longqing. After more than half a year of treatment and recuperation in the hospital, Grandma Yin Xiaoyan's condition has improved a lot. After Jiang Xiaobai finished preparing for New Year's Day, Liu arranged for someone to rent a house for the old couple outside. On the first day after New Year's Day, Zhang Wei came to Jiang Xiaobai's office in Huiqing Building. Director Xiaobai, we are ready. Starting today, the advertisements of various TV stations and major newspapers will start to play. Basically, we have contracted the garbage advertising time of all TV stations. Zhang Wei said excitedly, and Song Xin knocked on the door and walked in. Song Xin went to the garment factory to hang up the name of the deputy director, and she experienced it for more than half a year. It ended before New Year's Day, and I went back to Beijing to spend New Year's Day before returning to work. Jiang Xiaobai motioned Song Xin to sit down, then looked at Zhang Wei and asked, "Okay, when the advertisement is sent out, I just wait for the time to ferment, and the Chinese New Year is about to start. It depends on this time if it can be a hit." Jiang Xiaobai said, "Turn on the TV in the office." The TV broadcasts the public channels of Jin province. This time she is 9 or 10 in the morning. In fact, not many people watch TV at this time, basically some housewives, not the prime time of 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. But precisely because of this, the advertising fee at this time is cheap, even so cheap that it is basically a free gift. The TV is playing a lecture called The Sound of Health, a doctor with a white coat and slightly grey hair, and a host. There are more than 100 audiences sitting under the stage, but the more than 100 people have a special feature, mainly middle-aged and elderly people. "Hello, Dr. Liu." "Hello, host. I am very pleased to invite you to our show." After a set of polite words, the show came to the fore. The main topic is of course centering on the efficacy of home and herbal tea, introducing to everyone the medicinal value of herbal tea. What are the benefits to the human body after drinking, and then cooperate with the problems of many middle-aged and elderly people on stage. I am even more afraid that the effect of your entire advertisement is extraordinary. The key is that the advertisement did not mention home and herbal tea at the beginning. The grey-haired doctor on the stage began to introduce home and herbal tea. Of course, the advertisement is the best, and it is also famous. Jia herbal tea is a beverage and healthcare product, and it does not have the effect of curing diseases. Jiang Xiaobai earns money by earning money, but he is still unwilling to earn money with ignorant conscience. The entire ad is 12 minutes long, and after it's finished, it's done again. When this advertisement sold canned yellow peaches, it was used in the newspaper. This is the first time such a big commercial on TV. Jiang Xiaobai also let people know what spam advertisements are for the first time. It's just this junk ad that bombarded many people on this day. I don't know how many people. It was quite interesting when I saw it the first time. I was already frowning when I watched it the second time. There is no way. This advertisement is too long. Other advertisements can be considered good for 1 minute. It's getting sick and crooked in 2 minutes. This advertisement is so special. It's 12 minutes. And then it's not one time, it's special. And why should it be done twice? Some people can't finish the second time, so they are ready to turn off the TV. Some people change the channel, and then their eyes widen. It's special. What a sound of health. Then I changed it again. It was still the sound of health, and I turned off the TV. Wait in the afternoon and turn it on again. Hey, the sound of health is still playing on the TV. After 12 o'clock in the evening, basically most TV stations stop broadcasting, and they usually have a striped screen. But it is still playing now, and of course it is also the sound of health. The 1.5 million advertising fee for the entire home and the beverage factory is not for nothing. I bought the garbage time of various local TV stations across the country, in the morning, afternoon, evening and after night. End of this chapter. Chapter 887 Hot Chapter 887. After New Year's Day, it means that the Spring Festival is about to be celebrated, and the Spring Festival is the most important festival for the Chinese people. Often people are panicked before the New Year's Day. After New Year's Day, it is conceivable. And Jia Beverage is also ready to take this opportunity to launch its own brand in one fell swoop. Of course, unlike Jian Labao's Oriental Magic Water at the Olympics, it's not so noble. However, the bombardment using the time of garbage advertisements still abruptly opened up a market for home and herbal tea. Drink home and herbal tea, happy family. This slogan was also remembered. Many people get bored by looking at the healthy voice of home and herbal tea, but there is no way to be bored unless you don't turn on the TV to watch. It is the sound of health, and it is home and herbal tea. So everyone was bored, and at the same time they noted home and herbal tea, and noted drink family harmony, family happiness. It's a custom to buy Chinese New Year goods for the New Year. When you walk into a store and buy Chinese New Year goods, you will subconsciously think about it, or you can see if you have home and herbal tea. Then I walked to the home and the herbal tea sales point. Hey, I found that so many people were queuing up for sellers and herbal tea. Then I would buy it too. The desire to buy became even stronger. Several points in Jin province have sold short goods, and suppliers from all over the country are anxious to go home and beverage factories. Hey, Lao Jiang, we have been in a relationship for many years. When this time the goods arrive, you will be the first to remember me. Okay, Pharaoh, 10 boxes. 10 boxes for you, isn't it interesting? 10 boxes, Lao Jiang, at least 30 boxes. Don't you know, when I open my eyes, I will tell the customer to ask me, when will it be available, and when will it be available? It's money. The two wrangled for a long time, and finally reached an agreement with 20 boxes of home and drinks. Lan Fang, I went to your house for the first time this year. What are you carrying? Can canned pastries work? Okay, buy some drinks from that home and herbal tea. I heard my mother say 2 days ago that many people are selling them this year, and we are happy to bring some of them. Okay, no problem. Don't worry. Similar conversations continue to happen. People scold this annoying advertisement while subconsciously going to buyers and herbal tea drinks. People who haven't seen this ad are also selling because of the surrounding people, so let me buy some with the trend. Jia Beverage Factory used to stock 100,000 boxes. about 600,000 bottles of beverages. But within 3 days after the advertisement, 100,000 boxes of inventory were cleared, and also increased the horsepower to start production, working day and night without stopping, people and machines for non-stop production. This is the case. Less than 20,000 boxes are produced today. 20,000 boxes, this number looks large, but if it is put in the whole country, it seems very insignificant. There have been long queues of trucks from suppliers and sellers at the door of home and the beverage factory. The telephone installed in the door has been occupied by the vendor's door. Contact this one phone after the other. The prosperity of homes and beverage factories has flooded with huge cash flow. For to light a bottle of beverage, the price of home and herbal tea is 80 cents, while the price of herbal tea in cans is 30 cents. Compared with a bottle of drink in later generations, which is several dollars, it is definitely incomparable. This is the case. The average daily sales can reach about 50,000 yuan, and the monthly sales are 1.5 million yuan. This is still limited by the problem of the production line. Jiang Xiaobai has not caught up to the home and the beverage factory to see the lively scene of the home and the beverage factory. Jiang Wei blocked Jiang Xiaobai in the office and asked to increase the production line. You do it yourself. You think of a solution by yourself. I don't care about it. Jiang Xiaobai said barely. But we should pay attention to the problem of the decline in sales after the holiday. Jiang Xiaobai reminded. I thought about it, but according to this situation, even if the sales channels of our home and the beverage factory are opened, we'll use 2 production lines. Supplying the whole country must be tight. Adding 2 more production lines is almost the same. If you still have difficulties after the down period, then consider adding more production lines. Jiang Wei said. You can decide these things. Seeing that Jiang Wei had his own consideration, Jiang Xiaobai stopped asking more questions, but still got up, and Jiang Wei came to the home and the beverage factory to see the situation. The car was still some distance away from home and the beverage factory, and Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei got out of the car. There is no way to go in. The road is all blocked by trucks pulling goods. Duelan, the current factory is stuck in line, and the factory keeps getting cars coming out. Actually, it is possible to walk through the back door. Now the cars in the factory are accessible through the Kong back door. Jiang Wei said. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, no, it's the situation. What are you doing by the back door? Jiang Xiaobai walked forward, followed by Jiang Wei. Only a short walk. Jiang Wei and Jiang Xiaobai were surrounded by suppliers. Director Jiang, I am a supplier in Shimon City. We have seen it before. Director Jiang, Director Jiang, Director Jiang, I am. Jiang Xiaobai hurriedly sneaked into the beverage factory. He had already seen it, and there was something special on the side, so he squatted and remembered that he didn't know which one it was. No wonder Jiang Wei didn't want to go to the front door. It turned out to be like this, but at this time, it was too late to say that it was too late. Jiang Xiaobai went to the production workshop at home and in the beverage factory. In the production workshop, the workers did not notice Jiang Xiaobai coming in either. I don't know if I see 2 of them, because Jiang Xiaobai doesn't have a lot of time to come to his home and the beverage factory. Bottles of beverages go off the production line, packed in boxes. Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. After a round in the production workshop, they all came out. Jiang Wei appeared in front of Jiang Xiaobai sweating profusely. Director Xiaobai. Jiang Wei was a little helpless, smiled bitterly, and a little wronged, leaving me alone, and ran away, which was too interesting. It's over. Jiang Xiaobai was also a little embarrassed. After all, she insisted on going through the front door. Well, I promised to do an interview in the afternoon. Jiang Wei said. Well, I just saw the production workshop, it was pretty good, but a canning production line, a bottle production line, the sales of these 2 beverages are better. Jiang Xiaobai and Jiang Wei shouted as they walked to the office. Jiang Wei smiled bitterly and said, I can't see it at all now. As long as it's our home and herbal tea, it's not bad if they are in stock. That's true. Let's talk about it when sales decline. Jiang Xiaobai nodded helplessly. Of course he was more happy. End of this chapter. Chapter 888. Where did it come from? Chapter 888. Jianli Bao. In Li Jingwei's office, Li Jingwei is listening to the report of his subordinates, the national beverage market. After the 6th National Games, Jianli Bao's market share has been further increased. It can be said that it has reached a terrifying point. At this time, Jianli Bao is really hanging Coca-Cola and Pepsi. Of course, this means that in China, since the 1984 Olympic Games, Jianli Bao has tasted the sweetness of sports marketing. And this marketing method is really to the extreme. Coca-Cola and Pepsi have not been in the country for long at this time. In addition to various restrictions, it is not an opponent of Jianli Bao at all. But after New Year's Day, before the New Year, this is a time when sales are really rising. How could not only the sales volume not rise, but the phenomenon of decline? This has aroused Li Jingwei's vigilance. Li Jingwei is not a reformer like Bu Xinxing and Ma Shenglai, but from a rundown winery to the founder of the country. Soon Li Jingwei got news of his home and the beverage factory. Turn on the TV, Li Jingwei said. Soon I saw the voice of health commercials for homes and beverage factories on TV. Li Jingwei quickly figured out the power of this advertisement. The whole advertisement is not a fascinating or memorable advertisement, but with another boring attitude, it is remembered. After all, as long as there are enough advertisements, it can be remembered in mind. Awesome. Even as an opponent, Li Jingwei had to compliment someone who could come up with the creative idea of this advertisement. It was really amazing. Have you contacted the TV station? We also signed the advertising time. We didn't pay attention to it before. I hope it won't be too late to make up for it, Li Jingwei asked after complimenting him. I admire it, but it's always the opponent. After knowing the reason, I still have to catch up. Contacted, but they signed the contract for 1 year. The subordinates said as the fundraiser. Is this TV station a fool after signing for a year? How can it be signed for a year? When does the TV station still have this method of signing a contract? Li Jingwei patted the table, almost pointing at the TV station to scold his mother. That is to say, Li Jingwei is not the leader of the TV station, or he would have to fear the idiot who signed the contract. The subordinate smiled bitterly and said, before, didn't anyone want these junk advertising time? The home and the beverage factory have to sign, and the TV station is eager. Without others, it is impossible to extend the contract time on the initiative. No one thought that this garbage advertising time would have such an effect. Li Jingwei nodded. This is also true. He had never thought of it before. When did this drink factory pop up? Li Jingwei frowned and asked. After all, this is a powerful opponent that suddenly appeared. Never heard of such a factory before, it suddenly appeared. Even if it was other soda factories, the Arctic Ocean or Loshan, she could accept it. Although it is said that this advertising fee garbage period has not been paid attention to by the enterprise before, the price will not be too high. But it is not a small feat to sign all TV stations across the country at once. Such a cost, it is not something that can be taken out by someone who is contracted for a broken jar, or a factory that uses a dead horse as a living horse doctor. At the very least, their Jianli Bao could not be taken out before the 1984 Olympics. So this home and beverage factory shouldn't be unknown. I found out. This home and the beverage factory were built in Longqing, Shaanxi province. They were built in September this year. They are a new factory. The director is called Jiang Wei, and he is from Beijing. A sound factory? Li Jingwei frowned. But what? Hurry up and say, what's the selling point at this time? Li Jingwei said impatiently. This factory is owned by Huiqing Holding Company in Shaanxi province. It is Jiangxi Bai. In the first 2 years, Jiangxi Bai was a model of Liwai reform. In the past 2 years, Jiangxi Bai has been in obscurity. He thought it was declining like other classics. I didn't expect, subordinates said. They were interrupted by Li Jingwei. This Jiangxi Bai, I know that Jiangxi Bai clothing belongs to Huiqing Holding Company. When this clothing brand became popular, like our Jianli Bao, It was created by the storm of the 1984 Olympics. Li Jingwei remembered it. It turned out to be this company. Didn't you hear about what Huiqing mentioned they were building some time ago? Why did they start to engage in drinks again? Isn't it good to not make clothes? Li Jingwei frowned and said, if it were this company, it would really be a formidable opponent and very difficult to deal with. I do a good job in sports marketing, but others are not bad. And other marketing people also do a good job, and more importantly, they are strong. Huiqing building, there is such a building there. That's right now. Jianlabo's strength is better than others if it spends all its capital. Of course, it's not as good as anyone who has money to start a business. If that's the case, it's easy. It's just that such a powerful opponent comes from many places for no reason, which is quite depressing. You said that you make clothes so well, and the building is also good, so why do you make a good drink? There is no way for subordinates to answer this. How can I answer this? Okay, advertise in the newspaper first, increase sales promotion, and make a marketing plan, Li Jingwei said. After Feng's subordinates went out, Li Jingwei muttered, Jiangxia Bai, Huiqing Holding Company, my brain hurts. Here, Li Jingwei has a headache because his family and beverage factories have seized the market, and other beverage companies are similar. After all, the plate is so big, if one more company is given, the other companies will be less. But all this has nothing to do with Jiangxia Bai. Was in the office, drinking tea with Shi Sheng, discussing the end of the year. Director Xia Bai, I mean, our Huiqing Holding Company has all kinds of happy events this year. Huiqing building has also been completed, and the beverage factory unexpectedly fired its first shot. At the end of the year, everyone came to Huiqing Holding Company for a gathering, and you would like to say a few words for everyone to cheer for you. Shi Sheng smiled and said, the sales campaign at the end of the year of the beverage factory was very successful, but this was after he took office. Well, all right, you arrange. Jiangxia Bai nodded. Huiqing building is completed, everyone knows. But many people have never been here, especially those from several factories in Jianhua village. Now taking this opportunity to gather together in Huiqing building, it would be nice to increase cohesion. End of this chapter. Chapter 889 Shunks in Coal Mine. Chapter 889 Shunks in Coal Mine. The term the company's annual meeting is not called the company's annual meeting at this time. It is called year-end summary meeting and dinner. It's not so lofty. In fact, in recent years, Huiqing Holdings has not really held annual meetings. It's not that there is no suitable place to do it, but that everyone was in Jianhua village before, and they were able to meet each other usually. I just don't know each other, and I feel familiar, so there is no need to hold another annual meeting. I just have a summary at the end of the year, and then Song Weigo will wait to eat a meal and give out bonuses. Everyone is happy. Often at that time, Jiangxia Bai had returned to Longqing to celebrate the new year and would not participate. At the end of last year, Jiangxia Bai came to Longqing. The summary meeting was held at the Bingzi Hotel. Song Weigo returned to Jianhua village. But this year is different. One is the vigorous expansion in the past 2 years. Not to mention ordinary workers, the middle-level backbones of various enterprises, may not have seen Jiangxia Bai. Jiangxia Bai also needs to show up in front of everyone, meet everyone, let the company know who he is working for and who his boss is. Don't underestimate this. It is very important for a company. Except for some of the brainless novels, there are some Behind-Theson's bosses who have not shown up for 10 years. Others are basically impossible. Just look at the annual meetings of some big companies in later generations. Are the old horses and the old Wang really willing to sing? This is to get closer to the employees. Second, Song Weigo resigned and left, and Shi Sheng was newly appointed. He also needs to get to know everyone. Thirdly, the Huiqing building has been completed. Let everyone from Huiqing Holding Company come to see that there is such a building. Not only other companies will feel that Huiqing Holdings is strong because of this building, and even their own workers will feel at ease and relieved. Based on the above 3 points, Jiangxia Bai agreed with Shi Sheng's opinion and held a lively annual meeting. Okay, Direct by. Then I will arrange for the 23rd day of the 12th lunar month, according to the two-day schedule. Shi Sheng said. Jiang Xiaobai interrupted Shi Sheng's words, and said, well, you look at the arrangement, I will just take a look at the end. Shi Sheng nodded and left. Jiang Xiaobai frowned when he looked at Shi Sheng's back. This historical student has been the general manager of the company for half a year. It is said that he has passed the adjustment period, but he is still cautious in his work. All big and small things must be explained in detail. You said it is only an annual meeting. As for us, a chairman and a general manager, will the two discuss detailed plans? What are the people down there doing? The two of us just decided not to hold the annual meeting. As for how to hold and how to arrange it, that is decided by the people below. Jiang Xiaobai sighed. He still had to click on Shi Sheng if he had the chance. This would not work. As soon as Shi Sheng left, Song Xin walked in, poured herself a cup of tea, and then sat down opposite Jiang Xiaobai. Dong Jiang, what are you worried about? Song Xin's voice was sweet and greasy, and she didn't know where she learned it. Anyway, a sentence or two came out from time to time. Is really unbearable, coupled with a more mature figure, like a ripe peach. Old history, you give me analysis. After Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking, Song Xin gave a chuckle. It may also be that you are too strong, and manager she can't let go. After all, he was also the head of a factory, so how could he be really cautious to the extent you said? Song Xin analyzes Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai got up, stretched out his hand to circle Song Xin, and put his hand on the sofa, similar to a wall-banging posture, but there was no real contact. However, Jiang Xiaobai's male breath still made Song Xin feel a little dizzy. Am I strong? Song Xin's sweet lips, not retreating but advancing, even preparing to reach out and draw circles on Jiang Xiaobai's chest. Jiang Dong, what do you think? Jiang Xiaobai swallowed and spit, and sat back in his seat. Oh, serious. What is Lao Song doing now? Jiang Xiaobai took a sip of tea and said solemnly, there is a thief heart, no guts. Song Xin muttered, and gave Jiang Xiaobai a roll of eyes. In fact, if Song Xin hadn't been Zhao Xiny's best friend, Jiang Xiaobai might have already started it. Man, whether you can cheat depends on whether you are tempted or not, and how great the temptation is. Many people say that men change when they have money and cannot stand the temptation of beauty. That's because beauty does not seduce ordinary people. If you seduce ordinary people will definitely not be able to bear it. In fact, beauty does not seduce ordinary people. Some people take the pole and want to accept the temptation. They are collectively referred to as dog licking. When I was in the clothing factory, Sonj really heard about Sonj, and it was still very popular in Zhangxuan County. I heard that there was a coal mine called Shunxin Coal Mine, which is quite famous in the county. Song Xin said slowly. Shunxin Coal Mine. Jiang Xiaobai muttered. Song Weigo used to be the sales section chief. Now that he has been working in Huiking Holdings for such a long time, Jiang Xiaobai certainly believes that it is not a problem when he goes out to work in a coal mine. But I really didn't expect that it would be a breeze in such a short period of time. It's worthy of being the person from Huiking Holding Company to go out. Yeah? Song Xin also agreed. She didn't mean to lick a dog, but she really thought so in her heart. In the current stage of the township and village enterprises, Huiking Holding Company may not be as famous in terms of reputation as some enterprises, but when it comes to strength, it is also one of the best. Song Weigo, as the general manager of Huiking Holding Company, the second in command of the company, can't make any trouble after going out. That's weird. Just when Jiang Xiaobai and Song Xin were talking about Song Weigo, on the other side of Zhangxuan County, in the office of Shunxin Coal Mine Company, Song Weigo was looking at the newspaper. There were two other people in the office smoking cigarettes and drinking tea. Shunxin Coal Mine Company's office location, of course, was not repaired by oneself, but a dilapidated office location was rented for renovation. It turned out to be the office location of the Grain Bureau. The Grain Bureau has been changed and it is vacant. good steel has to be used on the blade. Song Wago withdrew from the company's shares before the Huiking Holding Company built the Huiking building. 5% of the shares, according to the prophet at the time. Song Wago received a total of about 2 million in funds. 2 million. Judging from the consumption level at this time, even if you don't do anything in the second half of your life, you can live very well, even if you can't spend it at all. After all, the average wage level at this time is only about 100 yuan. 2 million is an astronomical figure, but Song Wago is heartbroken because of the various expenses. He wants to open a coal mine. The money that can be saved is still to be saved. So Song Wago did not repair the office building, but rented it, refurbished it, and used it. End of this chapter. Chapter 890 Surface Scenery. Chapter 890 Surface Scenery. Song Wago read the Metropolis Daily of Jin Province, focusing on the content of the second edition. The report is about the home and the beverage factory. In fact, the recent extraordinary performance of the home and the beverage has been reported in many newspapers. At this time, the factory can make the trucks that pull goods line up at the door of the factory, even if it is a major event in the economic field. Not to mention that a newly opened factory can achieve this level. Although Gia Beverage Factory's sales this month has not yet come out, it has been able to pass the daily shipment volume, and there is probably a count between 1.5 million and 2 million. This is the amount estimated by the media. In fact, it was not much difference. Song Wago stared at the numbers in the newspaper. I feel a little happy for my home and the beverage factory, but I feel sour at the same time. I am so happy that I am worthy of my old owner. Huiking Holdings has not let myself down. It is still very impressive. The Huiking building, which was built this year, turned out to be a hot sales home and beverage factory. Somewhat sour. It seems that after leaving me, Huiking Holding Company has no influence at all, but it is flourishing. After I came out with 2 million, although the momentum was quite big, in fact, there is not much profit yet, and this is because I have accumulated some contacts in Huiking Holdings. However, I can clearly feel that after I left Huiking Holding Company, some of my original contacts were alienated from me. Of course, this is also a normal phenomenon. After all, my current coal mine has no way to compare with the original backing of Huiking Holdings. I remember that it would be able to fight against some people in the province. Now, even if there are some people in the county, I have to deal with it carefully. The pain in it is only known to me. Brother Song, your old boss is really good. You said we do something, a lot of trouble, and the profit is not good enough. What do people do to make money? The middle-aged man drinking tea put down his teacup, and said with some complaints and some annoyance, many people went to the sea in the past 2 years. He is also one of them, the director of the Sports Bureau, who left his post without pay to start a business in the sea. You also said, isn't that other people? Besides, how do you know them easily? Lao Jiang, you can't be too far away. Song Wago put down the newspaper and looked at the middle-aged man and said, you know, when I first met the director of Xiaobai. Song Wago gave Jiang Xiaobai night at the door of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative and gave another lecture the next morning. Encouraged the two men. After he came out, I found that he had a lot to learn. It is not that simple to lead a good team. In good times, you need to step on the brakes, and in times of adversity you need to cheer everyone up. But basically at the beginning of starting a business, it's all special. What is adversity? You don't need to step on the brakes, but you need to keep instilling faith in everyone and cheering everyone up. Song Wago couldn't imagine how Jiang Xiaobai was holding 100 yuan, how he fooled these more than 10 drinking educated youths to follow him. But I definitely can't do it, because I am now holding 2 million to start a business, and it's still special. When I was not stretched out, I encountered some difficulties. At the beginning, the little friends who were so energetic and reprimanded Fanku to start a business together, live and die together, and share prosperity. One by one, they already wanted to retreat. Sports Bureau, I chanted how good the welfare of the Sports Bureau was last time. Those who came from school said that they would miss students in their dreams from time to time. Fart. Good welfare, Miss Students, come to special. What are you doing here? I didn't think the welfare of the sports bureau was good, and I didn't miss the students for a long time. Because of some difficulties, it is because there is no profit as imagined, so some retreat. After listening to the story told by Song Wei-go, the two little friends in the office finally cheered up. Really? That Jiangxiabai was so difficult back then? Asked the little partner of the sports bureau. Well, it's difficult. It's 100 times harder. Song Wei-go nodded. The little friend who came from a school teacher said, there is no easy thing. The sky will be the big one, and the people in Sri Lanka must first work hard, work their muscles and hungry their skin. Song Wei-go slandered in his heart, you are special. What a history teacher. You know Chinese well. But at this time, he will not tear down the stage. At this time, the door of the office was knocked open. The wooden door, which was already dilapidated, almost fell off after being hit like this. Mr. Song, it's not good. It's not good. The visitor Shay, a young man with a strong head and some blood stains, looked embarrassed. Let Song Wei-go's anger abruptly suppressed because of the door banging open, asked, what the is going on? It's the man from the 72nd mine next door who beat up our workers, broke some machines, and let go, so that all the workers are not allowed to come to our shaft. If they don't, it won't be this next time. Up, the young man said. The opening in his forehead began to bleed again. Song Wei-go's brows wrinkled tightly in an instant. This 72nd mine is next door to the Shunxin coal mine. Originally, my own Shunxin coal mine was also a lip service. However, there is no development and no contract, so I contracted it directly. But I didn't expect that after the contract was contracted, there would be all kinds of messengers, brightly and secretly, and I would not tire of it. Coal has become yukin, and those who dare to pick up gold, there are no simple people. This industry has always been accompanied by an unknown wind. In the mine, under the deep mine, it is normal for people to die. At this time, you have to be prepared to bear the price if you want to do this business. At the beginning, Mu Zongkai wanted to pull Jiangxiabai to develop coal mines in Jin province. Jiangxiabai did not agree. One very important reason was because of this. Competition in other industries belongs to competition, but there are more or less rules. But in an industry like this, it's really not too particular about it. Song Wei-go had expected it before, but he didn't expect it to be so bad. Are the workers seriously injured? Song Wei-go asked. It's okay, it's all skin injuries. One arm with the problem has been sent to the hospital. It's just that the other workers didn't dare to stay anymore, they all went home, and the mine has stopped work. The young man shook his head and said, okay, then, you go to bandage first, then take some money, and follow me to the worker's house. Anyway, we work in our mine. We can't ignore it if we are beaten up. Stop first and send someone to look after the machine. Song Wei-go gritted his teeth and ordered, his eyes burning with anger. Okay, President Song, I will go now. The young man nodded in response. End of this chapter. Chapter 891. Ask for help. Chapter 891. When the worker Song Wei-go came out, it was already a starry night. There are still a few workers who haven't come to their homes. You will continue to check them tomorrow. You must come all the way. Song Wei-go looked at the young man beside him, confessed. Although the workers who went to the homes of the workers just now were grateful for Song Wei-go's personal visit, but when they mentioned going back to the mine, they all shook their heads like a rattle. However, despite the history, Song Wei-go still walked on one by one, and every household brought something to condolences. He has been with Jiangxiabai for so long, and he hasn't learned other things, but he has learned this to be better for his people. The two friends who followed Song Wei-go back to the office frowned tightly. Sports Bureau's friend asked anxiously, Brother Song, what should I do now? Workers are afraid to come back and start work. If the machines are left alone, they will lose one day. What can we do if this continues? History teacher's friend also followed up and said, the most important thing now is not whether the workers can come back, but it's useless if they come back. The problem of the 72nd mine will not be solved. Even if we start construction, they will continue to make trouble. So the key to the problem still needs to solve the problem of the 72nd mine. What you said is simple. Solve it. How to solve it? Take the 72nd mine as a group of hooligans. And how to solve it according to the rules. What I said is simple. I am a reanalysis, no-brainer. Song Wago hasn't spoken yet, and the two are about to fight. Okay, shut up for me, Song Wago shouted. The two little friends calmed down and stopped arguing. The little partner from the sports bureau looked at Song Wago and said, Song brother, think about a solution, or else just call Jiang Xiaobai and see if this can be resolved. Yes, brother Song, we have invested real money and silver. And if it ends like this, it will be a big loss. At least we will make a fortune. The history teacher friend also followed. Song Wago almost didn't die of anger. Real money, it was him who invested in real money, and the two of them took 3,000 yuan each. Although 3,000 yuan is not a small amount, compared to his 2 million, it is simply a drop in the bucket. Okay, you go back first, I will think of a way, Song Wago said, holding back his anger. Okay, brother Song. The two of them left, and they said nothing before leaving, but if they were very annoying, it probably meant that they both had their talents because they trusted Song Wago, and now they can't lose money. As soon as the two left, Song Wago threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. Bad bastard. Why did I choose such two second hands in the first place? I can't help with a little bit of help. It's special. It's too late. When something happens, others are not doing well. These two goods are going to run first. After sulking, we still have to find a way to solve the problem. But what do you think of a solution? Is it really possible to call Jiang Xiaobai? Let alone the love between Jiang Xiaobai after leaving Huiqing Holding Company, that is once used once, and once thin. More importantly, is the director Xiaobai willing to participate in this kind of thing? I just got involved and settled the matter this time. Can I find Jiang Xiaobai if something goes wrong in the future? Who owns the Shunxin coal mine? His own is still Huiqing Holdings. But if you don't look for Jiang Xiaobai, how can you deal with that group of rascals? I can't go to battle by myself. The key is my own skill. Even going to battle in person may not solve the problem. Maybe I have to be hospitalized. If it was the director of Xiaobai, how could this matter be solved? Song Wago subconsciously entered Jiang Xiaobai's vision. If it were Huiqing Holdings, the security team that Li Longquan brought was not a vegetarian. They were all retired veterans, and some of them had survived the battlefield with real swords and guns. To deal with the hooligans in the 72nd mine, it must be done by hand. In other words, Bai Hang went to the horse, and the other two. This stubborn master is not a joke. Thinking about it, Song Wago's eyes lit up. Yes, Bai Hang, Li Longquan belongs to Huiqing Holdings, so he can't use it or use it. But Bai Hang is okay. 2 years ago, Bai Hang and Xiao Bai's factory manager said they were going to return to the capital, and they would replace him with regret. I felt that Bai Hang didn't know how to cherish the opportunity. How great is it to be able to follow Jiang Xiaobai? But at this moment, if you say nothing, Song, fortunately, Bai Hang has returned to the capital. If he continues to work in Huiqing Holding Company, he will not be able to use others. Song Wago's execution is still okay, so he opened the drawer when he thought about it, found the phone book, and called Bai Hang. Hey, who are you looking for? I'm looking for Bai Hang. Is Bai Hang there? Who are you? My name is Song Wago. You told Bai Hang. He knows. Hey, brother Song. Bai Hang's voice soon rang on the phone. Hang Tsai. What about after returning to the capital? Song Wago and Bai Hang greeting each other. Brother Song, is there anything wrong with you? Bai Hang asked. Song Wago is also a good person, but since he returned to the capital, except for brother Xiaobai, who called himself and cared about how he was doing, that is, Wang Meng, Li Longquan and others who were good at the educated youth cannery. Now Song Wago suddenly called Bei Hang could guess what Song Wei-go should be. I remember that when I called Wang Meng last time, I also talked about Song Wei-go's going out and not following Brother Xiaobai. That's it. My coal mine needs people, Song Wei-go said with a smile. Although he wanted Bei Hang's help, he still wanted to be ambiguous and could still sell Bei Hang a favor. Brother Song, if you need help, just say, I'll be there. If not, I still like to stay in the capital. I am used to being free. Bei Hang said directly. If he is willing, he will follow Jiang Xiaobai. What will he do when he returns to the capital? Song Wei-go was a little embarrassed and speechless for a while, but after raising some funds, he still said honestly, Hang Tsai, Song brother needs your help for something. It's like this. Song Wei-go probably said the matter again. Bei Hang finished listening, and said without thinking, okay, so, I will send someone to buy a ticket now, and the train will leave tomorrow morning. Ah, thank you Hang Tsai, thank you Hang Tsai. Song Wei-go did not expect that Bei Hang was so happy, so he agreed directly. It's okay, brother Song, then I'll hang up and talk to my brothers. After Bei Hang finished speaking, he was about to hang up. Okay, but Hang Tsai, can you not tell Xiaobai about this first? Song Wei-go said suddenly. Bei Hang thought about it and agreed. End of this chapter. Chapter 892. To withstand the temptation. Chapter 892. Song Wei-go put down the phone, a little sorrowful. He did not expect that Bei Hang unexpectedly agreed to come and help after knowing the true situation of the matter. The two partners I found, after the accident, only knew that they were arguing blindly and kept their own interests blindly. But Bei Hang, he needs help, so he can come here without a word. Song Wei-go could guess in his heart that Jiang Xiaobai was very good to Bei Hang at the time, and he also helped. Now he needs help, so Bei Hang will not refuse. People are really maddening than people. Why can't I find such a business partner? Not to let Bei Hang and Jiang Xiaobai talk about it. Song Wei-go also had some consideration in his heart. At the beginning, Jiang Xiaobai didn't want Bei Hang to return to the capital because he didn't want Bei Hang to be contaminated with these rights and wrongs. After all, he would have to pay it back sooner or later. Now letting Bei Hang come and help by himself is equivalent to dragging Bei Hang into the quagmire again. If Jiang Xiaobai knew it, he might stop it. Bei Hang is straight-tempered, but it does not mean that Bei Hang is stupid. Song Wei-go's purpose can also be guessed. However, Song Wei-go was also good to himself at the beginning, although the big reason was because Xiaobai was there. But after all, it was a favor. Now letting help, there is no reason to postpone. Jiang Xiaobai, who was far away in Longqing, didn't know what happened between Song Wei-go and Bei Hang. The last time Song Xin knew about Song Wei-go's wind and water, she didn't pay attention anymore. It's not good to say it, after all, I have already parted ways, and I'm concerned about so much. Shi Sheng is busy with the year-end summary of the various enterprises in Jianhua village. Jiang Xiaobai took the time to return to Jianhua village to participate in the year-end dividends of the pig farm. The pig farm is now completely handed over to the management of the village, and the newly elected village director is now in charge of the management. The new village director is Igwewa. He is a new generation of young people who are energetic, but the old village head Huang Zongfu is helping. The pig farm now has more than 5,000 pigs. The scale is not small in the entire Shandong market, and it can even be ranked in the top 3. Is not too small, but it is more difficult to get one step closer. But that's it. Dividends have already made the whole village happy from ear to ear. In the past 2 years, the wealth of Jianhua village is not only in Jiangxuan County, but also in Shandong City. Jiangxuan County's ranking in Shandong City is already very high. Even if Huiqing Holdings does not have an enterprise in the county, it is supported by a village like Jianhua village, which makes Jiangxuan County's position in Shandong City even better ahead of time. Even people from Jiangxuan County went out. When others asked, "Where are you from?" they all said directly that I was Jiangxuan. They all look down on people who go to the party city, and even the previous leaders are thinking about changing the county to the city. Of course, this is not entirely the credit of Jianhua Village, but it has something to do with the facade supported by Jianhua Village. Jiang Xiaobai and Huang Zongfu were chatting casually while visiting the pig farm. He Guanwu closely followed behind them, waiting for instructions at any time. After visiting the pig farm and seeing the profit of the project and various items, Jiang Xiaobai nodded in satisfaction. Because of personnel changes in Huiqing Holding Company, Lausen Li was in charge of the feed factory, so the village sent someone to take charge. Of course, Jiang Xiaobai also slowly handed over the pig farm to the village to be responsible, and even waited for one day to completely hand over to the village to withdraw the shares of Huiqing Holdings. It's been half a year now. Seeing that the development of the entire pig farm is still quite good, Jiang Xiaobai is relieved. Brother Hua, good job. Jiang Xiaobai could praise him. He Guanwu is actually a little older than Jiang Xiaobai, but in front of Jiang Xiaobai he dare not really hold the village chief's shelf. Instead he looks humbly taught. Although Jianhua Village said that he is the village head, he knows who has the final say. Needless to say, Huang Zongfu, the old village chief who has been around him for a lifetime, didn't speak as much as the young man in front of him. This has nothing to do with the village chief or the village chief. It was the young man who led the villagers to make a fortune. You can even change your own village chief in one sentence. Thanks to the award, Director Xiaobai. He Guanwu put his posture very low, making the appearance of listening to Jiang Xiaobai teachings. Jiang Xiaobai also seriously talked to He Guanwu about the issues that should be paid attention to in the operation of pig farms. Environmental pollution must always be the first priority. Our pig farm is built in the village. If there is a pollution problem, the whole village will not bypass you. Educated youth cannery canteen. The meal has been prepared long ago. Jiang Xiaobai sits in the middle, with Huang Zongfu on the left, Wang Meng on the right, and then Li Laosan, Li Bibai, He Guanwu, Li Donghai and others. Li Donghai has been in Jianhua Village for half a year. Not only has he not lost weight because of bad conditions, but he has gained more than half a circle. Jiang Xiaobai talked about the annual meeting, and wanted to invite Huang Zongfu and others to Longqing to Lively and Lively. Huang Zongfu, in front of a group of juniors, did not directly agree, thoughtfully said, "Look again at that time." After dinner, Jiang Xiaobai and Li Donghai were smoking cigarettes in Li Donghai's office. "Brother-in-law, how is your work? Is it going well?" Jiang Xiaobai asked. "Smooth, very good. I really like the atmosphere. Before I came, I thought the environment in this village was bad, but I didn't expect that there was no such thing. The food was good." Li Donghai said in a high spirit. He is now the deputy chief of the sales department. Everyone also knows that he is Jiang Xiaobai's brother-in-law, who takes care of him to some extent, and pork is also in short supply. Thinking that there are a lot of people who get some pork from him, so he is also in a good mood. I don't know how many times stronger than when he was in Dragon City, so he is reluctant to think about it now. Looking at the erratic appearance of brother-in-law Li Donghai, Jiang Xiaobai felt a headache. Originally asked him to come to the Jianhua Village pig farm to exercise, but now it seems to have no effect. Even if doesn't work, don't let the temptation go outside and make mistakes in your lifestyle. Brother-in-law, you must stand up to the temptation. Jiang Xiaobai said. "Well, Xiaobai, don't worry, I can stand the test in this regard," Li Donghai said, patting his chest. After Li Donghai left, Wang Meng and Li Bibai came home. It turned out that Li Bibai wanted to resign and return to work in Huiqing Holdings. The couple are married. Li Bibai is working in the city and it is not convenient to go home. Anyway, Huiqing Holdings is developing well. Together, it is better to resign and return to Huiqing Holdings to work. Needless to say, the relationship between Li Laosan and Li Bibai, and also his classmate, just an ordinary college student, Jiang Xiaobai has no reason to refuse. End of this chapter. Chapter 893 Breakfast. Chapter 893 Soon Huiqing Holding Company wanted to report the annual meeting in Huiqing Building, and there was a lot of rumors within Huaking Holding Company. Of course, it does not mean that everyone will go, but there are also many people who are selected. Those who usually perform well and have a certain level of leadership will participate in this annual meeting. The entire branch of Jinling Hotel Huaking building was booked by Huaking Holding Company. Educated youth canneries, feed factories, clothing factories, and pig farms all returned. Arrangement of pick-up and drop-off vehicles, meals, accommodations, etc. A series of things. However, none of this has anything to do with Jiangxia Bai. Reporting an annual meeting is just a matter of reporting for an annual meeting. Although Huaking Holdings is not too big now, its scale is not too small. If an annual meeting is held, Jiangxia Bai needs to take the lead, and Huaking Holdings will simply go bankrupt. Oh, have you heard? On the 23rd of the 12th Lunar New Year, at our Huaking building headquarters in Longqing, report what annual meeting. I heard that the preparations are all famous dishes from all over the world, the big banquet. Well, not only is there a banquet, but also the Jinling Hotel where I live, which is the branch of the most famous hotel in Jiangxi province. I heard that the luxurious inside is the same as the royal palace. In the cafeteria of an educated youth cannery, two middle-aged women were having a meal and chatting. Huaking building headquarters holds an annual meeting. Recently, various factories of Huaking Holding Company are all hot words and the center of people's discussion. What palace? Have you seen a palace like? A man approached with a lunchbox and sat down and said with a smile, Jinling Hotel is magnificent and magnificent. I heard people say that the underground can shine and make people's shadows come out. And do you know? How much did the company spend this annual meeting? How much is it? Helan, can you know? The two female workers asked curiously. The man smiled mysteriously, and then said, I didn't know. But last time I was drinking with Li Donghai, deputy chief of the sales department of the pig farm, and listened to Li Donghai. After speaking, asked again, do you know Li Donghai? That is the brother-in-law of Director Xiaobai. Do you just say how much money? The female worker asked. They were not too cold about Li Donghai's identity. The younger workers don't know that they are both the first workers. Needless to say, Jiangxia Bai's brother-in-law. Even if he talked with Jiangxia Bai himself, this is the qualifications. The male worker stretched out 3 fingers, 300,000. The male worker said, 300,000 is not a big deal for later generations, but at this time, a huge sum of money is properly obtained, and there is no problem in saving a factory. For companies like Huai, Gome, and New Hope, if they can have 300,000 when starting a business, it will not be so difficult at all. 300,000? The two female workers showed shocked expressions. They guessed that it would cost tens of thousands of dollars. It's tens of thousands of dollars is their bold guess, but they didn't expect it to be 300,000. Well, I heard that I went there not only to eat and drink, but also to hire a well-known song and dance troupe in Jin province. And it seems that there are gifts to take at the end. Think about 300,000 yuan. So much money, it has to be spent. The male worker said, with his eyes bright, he would go out for a trip for free, stay in a high-end restaurant, eat a big table, and then be able to get gifts. Who wouldn't want to go? Then have you heard who can go? The female worker asked immediately. This is the focus of everyone's concern. If it is impossible to go, everyone will be discussing, and it will be overwhelmed in 2 days. But I heard that this time, ordinary workers can also go, and everyone has a chance. The specific number of people has not stopped, but the annual model worker is affirmative. But there may be a group of outstanding workers to be selected. The specifics seem to have not been determined yet, but I heard that there seems to be Liu Boshan in the workshop. The male worker said that the educated youth cannery has also continued the style of this time. Every year, some model workers and advanced individuals will be evaluated in the factory. The 3 people are talking here, and the other places are similar. They are all similar conversations. Everywhere there are well-informed people like male workers. On the 18th day of the 12th lunar month of the new year, Various factories posted lists of attending the annual meeting. Several factories were in an uproar and immediately exploded. There are a lot of people going there. Basically, the number of people going to each factory reaches 2/3 of the total number. The remaining 1/3 is either because of something, or being punished, or they don't want to go, or the employees that the factory must keep to see the maintenance of production order. However, except for those who made mistakes because of punishment, they all made it clear that they would be given priority to attend the next annual meeting. Several factories are boiling, and the announcement informs that the 12th lunar month will be gathered at the entrance of the factory on the 22nd of the year, and there will be cars to pick them up at that time. Then the annual meeting will be held for 3 days, 23, 24, 25, and then come back on the 26th of the 12th lunar month. Is a round trip, a total of 5 days. On the 22nd of the 12th lunar month, early in the morning, people came at the gate of the Educated Youth Cannery. Although they were not expensive clothes, they were more solemn and more serious than usual. Hweking Holding Company is paid well. Basically, workers who work in various factories of Hweking Holding Company can support their families even if their families are not rich. So this time I was going to attend the annual meeting, and the people wearing patched clothes did not show up. At most, it was just loose and unfit clothes. As time goes by, there are more and more people at the gate of the factory. In fact, many educated youth canneries, clothing factories, feed factories, and pig farms are from Jianhua village. So basically 2/3 of the people in Jianhua village will go to this annual meeting. Wang Zhao and Li Baibai also came down from the stairs and walked near the crowd. Director Wang, Director Wang. Everyone greeted Wang Meng one after another. Wang Meng also smiled and nodded, and said, "Everyone, wait a minute. The car will arrive in a while. Those who haven't had breakfast go to the cafeteria to have a bite. Let's set off to Longqing on time at 8 o'clock. It is estimated that it will be about 5 hours on the road. Eat at home." Director Wang, we all had breakfast, everyone said. Wang Meng was slightly stunned. Once upon a time, I remember that when the Educated Youth Cannery just opened, the workers would rather wake up half an hour earlier to come over in order to eat a meal in the factory and save a breakfast for the family. But now it's different. After several years of development, Jianhua village has made everyone rich and wealthy, but there is no problem in solving the food and clothing problem. End of this chapter. Chapter 894 60th birthday. Chapter 894 60th birthday. Today's Jianhua village is extremely lively, as Jiafang trucks and buses drove out of Jianhua village. Counted carefully, there were more than 20 cars, which had attracted nearly 1,000 people. This is still Guing Jianhua village, not the garment factory. Shi Sheng came to Hweking building early in the morning. Zhang Wei, Song Xin and others were in Shi Sheng's office. Accommodation and the like have been arranged. Thousands of people will come over. It's not a trivial matter, it's sloppy. Shi Sheng spoke, slightly nervous. Manager Shay, don't worry, there must be no problems. We have arranged special personnel to guide us. We checked all the preparations overnight, and we checked and filled the vacancies. It's okay, Song Xin said. Well, Shi Sheng nodded and said, in fact, with so many people, it is impossible to make any mistakes. They must be avoided as much as possible. Don't make a good company annual meeting. Was originally meant to improve the cohesion of the company's employees and turned out to be a joke. Everyone nodded and responded. This is the first time that so many people have been reported, and no one has experience. The motorcade of Jianhua village and the motorcade of the garment factory merged before entering Zhangxuan County. There are more than 30 cars in total. The front is Wang Zhao's Dongfeng Citroen, then Liu Jian's Black Crown sedan from the clothing factory, then a Black Crown sedan driven by Li Laosan, and then 3 vans. After that, there are 10 buses, and then 20 Jiafang trucks. Needless to say, the entire team is placed at this time. Even in the future generations, it is considered huge. Except for the cars and vans, this car is owned by Hweking Holding Company. The buses are all temporarily borrowed, and part of the Jiafang truck is borrowed from other places. Even drivers, Huiking Holdings does not have so many drivers. The entire convoy drove into Zhangxiuan County. Suddenly aroused the wait and see of many people. Today is the 22nd of the 12th lunar month. Many vegetable sellers and stalls selling Chinese New Year goods are surrounded by people. All raised their heads to look at the team, and then guessed what they were going to do. Some people speculate that this is because a big leader came to check. Some people speculate that the army is changing defense. And some people speculate that this is a foreign guest. Said there are many. Of course, there are also some people who know the news of the annual meeting of Huiking Holding Company. Then pointed to the team and said that it was Huiking Holding Company who went to Longqing to attend the annual meeting. Because some people also saw familiar faces in the windows of the bus. Suddenly one after another exclaimed that a company has such a big battle to attend the annual meeting. I heard that this year's party spent more than 1 million yuan. After eating, I lived in a high-end hotel. There were also theatrical troupes hired from the capital and the man. The whole drama was singing for 3 days and 3 nights. Nonsense. It is obviously a master invited from all over the world. They opened the water table and ate for 3 days and 3 nights. What do you want for sea cucumber, abalone, fish, shark's fin and bird's nest? Everyone was discussing and arguing, as if they had seen it with their own eyes, and even saw the annual meeting plan on Jiangxiabai desk. The more it spreads, the more mysterious it gets. Some people even say that this is Jiangxiabai's 60th birthday. A group of people who don't even know how old Jiangxiabai is, they are still discussing vows, as if they have seen it with their own eyes, discussing what gift money was given by others for Jiangxiabai's 60th birthday. After Beihang came, the coal mine finally started normally. Song Weigo took 2 small partners, and he saw the long queue in front of him as soon as he came out of the dilapidated office building. The 3 stopped and waited for the convoy to pass. Soon I heard people's comments. Brother Song, this is the team of Huiking Holding Company? The little partner of the sports bureau asked in surprise. Yeah? Song Weigo nodded. In fact, he already knew when he saw the small cars in front. He had heard about the annual meeting of Huiking Holding Company, but he did not expect it to be on such a large scale. I drop a good boy. So many cars. This is 2. The math teacher is good in Chinese and literature, but at this time I don't know how to describe it. Some words are poor. Brother Song, what are you going to do? Annual meeting, does it really cost more than 1 million as they said? Asked the little partner of the sports bureau. Song Weigo gave him a fierce look, and then said, take care of your own business and worry about eating carrots. I am special. How do you know how much money was spent? But Song Weigo estimated that it is impossible to spend more than 1 million, because just one annual meeting, no matter how much money is spent, it can't be spent that much. Seeing that the boss is in a bad mood, they dare not say any more. The huge convoy slowly passed in front of the crowd. It was not for writing, but for such a long convoy to enter the city, it had to be slower, otherwise it would be troublesome. On the other side, Wang Zhao, Wang Gong brought more than a dozen people on the train towards Longqing. The flagship store of Huiking Electrical Appliances opened last year. Although the performance is good, the number of employees is not large. There are still some people left to look after the house. So Wang Zhao and Wang Gong also brought more than a dozen people. It's coming soon, I will be able to get out of the car after 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Zhao muttered. In fact, he didn't feel too much expectation for the annual meeting, but what he expected was to be able to go back to see his wife Liu Xiaomai. Because of Huiking Electrical Appliances, the newly married couple separated, one in Jinling and the other in Longqing. The 2 would not be reunited. Super son, I miss my younger siblings. Wang Gong walked over and handed Wang Zhao a cigarette, and asked with a smile. No, what do we have? I think that Xiaobai and his sister-in-law were separated from each other. In the past 2 years, Huiking Holdings moved to Longqing and the 2 talents were together. Wang Zhao shook his head, stubbornly refused to admit it. and also gave Jiangxia as an example. Well, this time the company is a big deal. It is estimated that thousands of people will participate. Wang Gong said, there are just a few factories in Guangjianhua village, as well as garment factories, beverage factories, and the flagship stores and direct operated stores of those garment factories. 1,000 people will definitely not be able to stop them. Maybe it will be around 15. Wang Zhao said. Then I looked back at the car. There were more than a dozen people with me, which was a bit pitiful. People bring most of the factory, and hundreds of people bring 3 or 2 kittens and puppies themselves. Wang Gong talked about Wang Zhao's gaze, and some guessed what Wang Zhao was thinking. Let's not compare with them. When Huiking Electric develops in the future, each city has its own branch. By that time, we will be able to hold the annual meeting by ourselves. Then we will be in Jinling, covering the entire Jinling Hotel. Come down. Well, no, let's build a building by ourselves. The 2 young men spoke their own rhetoric. End of this chapter. Chapter 895. Bring troops back to Beijing. Chapter 895. After 1 o'clock in the afternoon, a long convoy drove into Longqing. Such a large fleet rouses people's curiosity not only in Zhangxuan County, but also in Longqing City. Some departments have started to report to the upper side whether they are inspected by the leaders, but the feedback they received is not. In desperation, he sent someone to stop the team and the team to communicate, only to learn the truth of the matter. Fuck. I have a year-end summary meeting. I have long known that this Huiking holding company is not ordinary. A township and village enterprise built the highest building in the province. The sales of several factories are very good, but this is so special. Such a big battle. Even state-owned enterprises are not so ostentatious. That's right. There are more than 30 cars. I don't know if I thought there was a leader. That's indeed a guess. The relevant departments who learned the truth were talking about it. Some leaders were also a little speechless. They were nervous and relaxed, but some were dumbfounded. Turned out to be a year-end summary of a township and village enterprise. Think about the unit. 1 year-end summary report is enough for one person. Compared with other people's, it is really. It's better not to write. On the 22nd of the 12th lunar month, at 1:40 in the afternoon, the convoy stopped at the gate of Huiking building. Suddenly attracted a lot of onlookers, and cars began to get off. Wang Zhao, Li Baibai, and several key members of the educated youth cannery all looked nervous, and quickly organized their own factories to line up. This is the time when the real test begins. Before I set off, it was in my own factory. Normally employees are used to listening to orders, but now it's different here. I'm in a mood to fly. Plus I've been holding back all the way. It's much harder to manage at this time. Don't run around. Come in line. Wang Ergu, don't look, it's you. Zhang Kaiwa, the female worker is on the right. Hurry up. Find your place. Don't run around. Sena, where are you going? For a while, why don't you try to strengthen the toilet, and hold back for a while to die? Wang Meng's prestige is still quite high. He has been in the educated youth cannery from the beginning. From the deputy director to the director, he has been working for 10 years. There is no one in the factory who has his seniority, so he is not polite to talk, even cursing and coaxing, and quickly organized people, although they are still crooked, but there is always no running around. Also it's a formation. Lausen Li is much worse than that. Although he is not low in prestige in the village, in the beginning, people who worked in various factories in the village were looking for him the first time they had problems. However, with the subsequent development, workers in several factories have long been satisfied with all the rivers, and there are people from nearby villages and even the county. He didn't have much time to go to the feed factory again. So he was still a little short, and he had to get off the court personally to catch people. The team could be formed, and everyone was finally standing in a group. As for the formation or something, he didn't even think about it. He only knew that this group of people belonged to the Xinxing feed factory. Li Lausen, who had just finished his formation, turned his head and looked in other directions. It is not surprising that Wang Meng can manage the educated youth cannery well. Wang Meng has been in the educated youth cannery for 10 years, and he is about to enter the category of the old factory director. That is to say, he wants to scold that. The lack of a garment factory on the side attracted Li Laosan's attention. Under the leadership of Liu Jian, the garment factory had already formed a line. No. The clothing factory is not in Jianhua village. Liu Jian went there. It was a completely unfamiliar environment, and it was a college student. Education level is definitely not a problem, but if you talk about the prestige in the factory, Li Laosan doesn't think Liu Jian can be as high. But the facts are in front of me. The people in the garment factory stand neatly, much better than the team in the cannery, let alone compared with my own group. Come to each workshop, each department take their own people, and stand in the formation arranged for you in the meeting before departure. This time the annual meeting, we are also included in the assessment. If anyone is embarrassed outside, I am sorry. There will be no such opportunity in the future. If the team has a problem, the person in charge will not use it next time. Liu Jian stood in front of the garment factory and said, looking at hundreds of people below, quickly counted the number of people, how many people were before getting on the bus, and now there is no shortage of people. Before getting on the train, Liu Jian rehearsed the formation at the entrance of the factory. And the section chiefs and department heads of each workshop were not gathered together, but stayed with their own department, led by the backbone of the workshop and the heads of the departments. In this way, a person in charge can only look at a few people, and they are usually the person in charge. Of course, the speaking force is strong. Just like the county official is not as good as the current one, the factory director may feel that such a big leader will not care about him or the like. But the person in charge of the department usually speaks. It is different, and direct leadership. Thinking of the educated youth cannery and feed factory, it is not that there are no key persons in charge, but that this is not thought of at all. When you get in the car, you are not together. It is impossible to get together again after getting off the car. You can only add chaos. As expected, a college student, Cow. Li Laosan sighed inwardly, and then looked at the pig farm. Fuck this. Li Laosan was slightly gloating. This special, the pig farm is really messy. Higuangwu can't handle it at all, and some people have even ran outside to smoke, and there are 2s and 3s not far away from the bill and looking up at the skyscraper in front of him, chatting with the onlookers, moving their bodies. Anyway, there are all kinds of things, but few of them stood in line. Higuangwu was anxiously sweating, and wanted to ask Li San to help, but seeing Li San, who is the mud bodhisattva crossing the river, he couldn't protect himself. If you leave, the feed factory will fall apart. The other Wang Meng and Liu Jian, who are not familiar with the pig farm, are not very helpful. Shi Sheng, Song Xin, Zhang Wei, came out with a group of staff, one by one in black suits, with a strong momentum. President Che, Mr. Zhang, Assistant Song, Wang Meng, Liu Jian, Li Laosan and others went up to say hello. They are a bit like princes who are released outside, bringing their troops back to Beijing. Well, you guys have worked so hard. Organize the line and start the elevator. You must manage the staff well. Shi Sheng confessed. Liu Jian and the 3 others walked into the Huiking building with others, and came to the elevator of Jinling Hotel to go upstairs. And Shi Sheng frowned as he watched the mess of the rest of the pig farm. Let's help and maintain it, Shi Sheng said, and Zhang Wei had already taken someone to help. End of this chapter. Chapter 896 Annual Meeting 1. Chapter 896 Annual Meeting 1. Shi Sheng, Zhang Wei and others were willing to help, but they did not expect that there were 2 headquarters staff who had a dispute with the pig farm workers. Zhang Wei finally persuaded both sides, and things got worse. Higuangwu also persuaded him for a long time, and the 2 sides separated, but the workers on the pig farm were a little excited. Zhang Wei and Shi Sheng smiled bitterly. They didn't expect that just such a small matter would go wrong. And with so many onlookers around, it's really embarrassing to be thrown outside. Okay, line up quickly. Higwenwa organized the workers. In fact, there was a conflict in this kind of place, and the workers on the pig farm were also out, ready to follow Higwenwa's words. But in the end, I was prepared to put a few very words, stick to it, and then listen. Director you must be the master for us. The male worker in the conflict was interrupted before he could finish speaking. Call the shots. Let me call you the shots. Okay. Jiang Xiaobai separated the crowd and walked in. Okay. The male worker said half-heartedly, and when he saw that it was Jiang Xiaobai, he fainted. Xiaobai Director Xiaobai. Everyone greeted them one after another, setting up a shadow and a name. As soon as Jiang Xiaobai appeared, everyone was quiet. I'll give you 1 minute. I'm ashamed to get out of line if I don't line up well, Jiang Xiaobai said. As soon as the voice fell, the people on the pig farm started to move. One by one, they huddled together, and then quickly formed a formation. The several factories in Jianhua village were all created by Jiang Xiaobai. Jiang Xiaobai's name is not a bit of awe-inspiring power. Higwenwa looked at the regular formation in front of him. He was really angry and hated him special. It's useless to say it for a long time. If people say you are special, then they line up obediently. This is for me. Eye drops. Just now, Jiang Xiaobai's eyes were a little disappointed. Higwenwa couldn't tell. He lost points when he arrived at the headquarters of Huiking Building. Is it too conniving to these workers? We arrived at the basement of Huiking Building at 1:40 p.m., and after 5 o'clock, all the talents had arranged the check-in, then arrange unified dining in the restaurants distributed by Jinling Hotel. At this time, Wang Zhao and Wang Gong also arrived with more than a dozen people from Huiking Electrical Appliances. Although the Huiking Building is not comparable to the Jinling Hotel in Jinling, Wang Gong looked at the Huiking Building in front of him with excitement. After all, this Huiking Building is the property of its own company. Let's go. Director Xiaobai is already waiting. Liu Xiaomai said with a smile. Wang Zhao and others who she was in charge of picking up. Go. A group of people walked into the Huiking Building. Wang Gong looked at the interior decoration of the building. He didn't know if it was because of his own building. He always felt that the decoration of the Jinling Hotel was better and more important. Be fashionable. The huge office of Jiang Xiaobai is quite popular today. Shi Sheng, Zhang Wei, Song Xin, Wang Meng, Li Bibai, Li Laosan, Higwenwa, Huang Zongfu, Liu Jian, Zhengyu Omin, Li Donghai, Li Xiliu. More than a dozen people were sitting, not looking crowded. Zhao Xiaojin poured water for the tea. Director Xiaobai. Wang Zhao knocked on the door and walked in with Wang Gong. Back with Super Sun. Jiang Xiaobai nodded with a smile. Okay, everyone is here. Let's go eat. Jiang Xiaobai stood up. Everyone also got up, followed Jiang Xiaobai and walked towards the restaurant of Jinling Hotel. Some people only met and talked with each other in twos and threes, and some chatted and laughed with Jiang Xiaobai. A group of people came to the restaurant with great strength and sat down in the box. Everyone is an acquaintance and came here together. Jiang Xiaobai didn't say much polite words. Toasted a glass of wine. After the head started, everyone started to eat. Director Xiaobai. I toast you. Shi Sheng was the first to stand up with a wine glass. Jiang Xiaobai interrupted before finishing the words. Stop, stop, old history, don't stop me. Shoot at these factory directors who have come here. Fortunately, we are on the same front. Mengtsai, Super Z, don't you seize the opportunity to respect Brother Shi. There are more than a dozen people in the factory. If one person toasted her, he would have to fall. After Jiang Xiaobai flicker, the whole scene became a chaotic battle. Jiang Xiaobai drank almost, so he got up and withdrew. But when Jiang Xiaobai left, Shi Sheng was already ready to get to the bottom of the table. Xiaobai, are everyone here? Zhao Xini asked with a smile while soaking Jiang Xiaobai in honey water when she got home. Well, there will be a meeting tomorrow, and there will be a performance the day after tomorrow. Then you can bring the children over. Jiang Xiaobai said. Is it appropriate? Zhao Xini asked in a daze. What's wrong with this? When the time comes, let my mother come over and watch Lanlan. You can ask Seojeon sisters and brothers to see if they are willing to go, and if they are willing, take them together. Jiang Xiaobai said, Jiang Lang, from the big winter when the waves are still young, I am afraid of getting sick when going out. Okay, then. Zhao Xianyi nodded, her face full of smiles. On the other side, after Li Donghai returned home, he and Jiang Hongmai were married. After the passion, Jiang Hongmai looked at her husband and asked, why don't you come back after the Chinese New Year? Jiang Hongmai said. Li Donghai shook his head and said, no, my husband is ambitious in all directions. I have developed very well in the pig farm. The next step may be the chief of the sales department. What are you doing back? Besides, what are you doing? Continue to be a small leader. Others dissatisfied, thinking that I rely on relationships. If I start as an ordinary employee, I will not do it in vain. Don't worry, I will work hard for 2 years and make some achievements. When I come back, I won't be able to embarrass you and the children. Jiang Hongmai was shaken by Li Donghai's words. Do you really think so? Well, there is still a fake. It's just hard work for you, alone. Li Donghai said. It's okay, unfortunately, bitter. Jiang Hongmai shook her head and said emotionally. The next morning, the large conference room on the 18th floor of Huiking building was full of people. This is the first time that the conference room has been renovated. General meetings are held in the small meeting room next to it, which can accommodate about 150 people for meetings. Time arrived at 8:15. Jiang Xiaobai led a group of senior officials of Huiking Holding Company into the conference room behind him. The meeting room slowly became quiet. This was the first time that the senior officials of Huiking Holding Company showed up in front of all employees. The entire high-level team is centered on Jiang Xiaobai, with Shi Sheng on the left and Jiang Wei on the right. The others line up in order. Is basically the director and deputy director of each factory. End of this chapter. Chapter 897 Annual Meeting 2. Chapter 897 Annual Meeting 2. The 1987 Year-End Summary Meeting, now is the beginning. Shi Sheng presided over the meeting, and his voice echoed in the huge meeting room. Now proceeding to the first item of the conference, I would like to invite Chairman Jiang Xiaobai to speak. Jiang Xiaobai moved the microphone in front of him and said with a light cough, 10 years ago, this year, our Huiking Holding Company has just been established. No. Will it be called Huiking Holding Company, an educated youth cannery, and it has just begun to build plant. I remember that there were less than 100 people in the factory at that time, and the working capital on the account was thousands of dollars. At that time, I remembered that the bricks and cement used to build the factory were sold in arrears, as if owed 10,000. It's still more than 20,000 yuan. I can't remember the exact amount of money. After all, it is owed to others, and not to others. Who will remember this? Jiang Xiaobai said, and there was a kindly laugh from below. Some of the people came from that time, and there was a look of remembrance on their faces. Scenes from the past rushed to my heart. At the beginning, Jiang Xiaobai was also going to leave. But because he missed the opportunity, he didn't leave, so he made up his mind to build an educated youth cannery. It is also a wonderful opportunity. If Jiang Xiaobai had gone to university in 1978, there might be no educated youth cannery. Or Jiang Xiaobai, even if he is a business, it is not what he is now. Maybe he can't make canned food at all, and he may not make clothes. On the part of Jiang Xiaobai, he has also experienced a lot of difficulties in establishing an educated youth cannery. I remember the 12th lunar month of that year very clearly. It was the New Year's Day. There was no money to return to the brick factory manager. It was also the 23rd of the 12th lunar month. Early in the morning, I ran back to Longqing by car to escape the New Year. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. The old man knew about this, but most of the newcomers didn't know that Huiking Holdings had already begun to take shape when they came. Off the stage, Li Donghai was stunned. He didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to have this kind of experience and escape debts during the new year. I remember in my own impression that Jiang Xiaobai was also very rich in those 2 years. He also gave food stamps and meat stamps to his family. I didn't expect Jiang Xiaobai to have such a difficult life in those few years. Liu Shun is the same. He always felt that Jiang Xiaobai was able to have today, and probably had luck. But after listening to Jiang Xiaobai experience, he realized that it might really be not luck. Later, I escaped a few debts. Then the factory became rich, and basically I didn't hide the debt. Now it's 1988. 10 years have passed. Nearly 10 years have passed. The total number of workers in the various factories of Huiqing Holding Co., Limited. Thousands of people, tens of millions of circulating funds on the books. Just the salary that is sent out every month, are hundreds of thousands. As everyone listened to a few numbers, they were a little short of breath, especially with the previous comparison. They could even feel the power of Huiqing Holdings. From being forced to evade debt by 20,000 yuan, to expelling hundreds of thousands of workers' wages a month, this is the growth of Huiqing Holding Company. And the growth of Huiqing Holding Company cannot be separated from everyone here. Thank you. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and bowed, then sat down. There was thunderous applause in the meeting room, and it took a long time for Shi Sheng to signal him to quiet down. The second item of the meeting will be carried out below, and each company will report and summarize, starting from the garment factory. After Shi Sheng finished speaking, Liu Jian stood up. Although the home and beverage factories rose at the end of the year, they are not to mention the size compared with the garment factories, but they are a bit worse than the others. Of course, the future of the home and the beverage factory is bright. The content of the next report is basically the same. What achievements have been achieved under the leadership of Jiang Xiaobai and the headquarters of Huiqing Holding Company? Then what are the shortcomings? And how to improve in the new year. Needless to say, the people below, it is Jiang Xiaobai who listened to these chariots on the stage, all felt confused and wanted to sleep. And what can arouse people's desire in the middle is the huge turnover and profit. However, this form is also indispensable. Xu is that the major factory managers have seen Jiang Xiaobai impatience speeded up the progress of their reports, but that's it. The conclusions of the various factories were also finished at noon. After eating, I took a short break, and in the afternoon, I deployed a New Year's work. There is nothing to say about the pig farm, and continue to expand. The Educated Youth Cannery originally planned to open 2 branches in the next step, but Jiang Xiaobai rejected it. The Educated Youth Cannery still uses the current model of joint operation to expand the scale and increase production capacity. This expansion method has 2 advantages. The first is that the investment is small and the results are quick. The joint factory machinery and equipment are readily available. Once an agreement is reached, it can be put into production immediately, increase the production capacity of our factory. The product launch cycle is also short, and the effect is quick. The second is that for joint ventures, it can solve the problems of a large number of state-owned factories, and it can also be regarded as reducing the burden on the country. Relatively, we can fight for some policies, and it can also save expenses for our factories. Jiang Xiaobai said eloquently. In fact, the most important thing is that he is not optimistic about the future market of the cannery. Educated Youth Cannery is the first enterprise founded by himself. If possible, Jiang Xiaobai is also willing to develop in this industry and make the Educated Youth Cannery bigger and stronger. But although the canned food market at this time still seems to be okay, as time goes by, the canned food market is destined to be a sunset industry. A sunset industry. Deteriorating, it is obviously a big hole. If you have to throw money in because of your feelings, Jiang Xiaobai decided that he might not be so hypocritical. The scale of the feed factory was further expanded. Jiang Xiaobai had no opinion, and asked Li Laosan to look at the feed factory and invest in a research institute. The garment factory will also build a branch. The plan is to acquire a piece of land in Shandong City. Jiang Xiaobai shook his head and said, "If you want to get the land, take it in Longqing, one-step island in place. As for Liu Jian's suggestion that the garment factory should engage in downstream enterprises, it was rejected by Jiang Xiaobai. The entire industry chain, now garment factories do not have this ability, and there is no need. Just do a good job in the clothing brand. There is no development plan for the beverage factory. It was originally planned to increase the production line, but there was a general marketing plan. Jiang Xiaobai agreed. Huiking Electric plans to launch 10 branches next year. Jiang Xiaobai told Wang Zhao that the pace can be bigger, 10, 15, or even 20 as long as the management can keep up. Funding issues headquarters can increase investment. Wang Zhao nodded excitedly, and the eyes of other people also showed their brilliance. It seems that the director of Xiaobai is very optimistic about this newly established Huiking Electric appliance, which is still in its infancy. End of this chapter. Chapter 898 Annual Meeting 3 Chapter 898 Annual Meeting 3 At 4:30 p.m. on the 23rd of the 12th lunar month, the year-end summary meeting finally ended. Tomorrow morning there will be a performance by the Dragon City Sing and Dance Troupe in the conference room. In the afternoon, I will travel to Jinsei Park. Later, I will go shopping freely. Jiang Xiaobai announced the activities of the next 2 days, and the conference room had begun to become noisy. After a whole day of meetings, the people who suppressed the whole day were finally excited. Of course, there are also arrangements tonight. I know someone rumored that there will be a big dinner at the beginning of the year, saying that there are shark fin, bird's nest, sea cucumber, abalone, fish and the like. Jiang Xiaobai paused, then said loudly, I tell everyone, yes, you have everything you guessed. What? Director Xiaobai. Everyone was crazy. Everyone eat and drink well at night, not drunk or return. Jiang Xiaobai finished speaking and put down the microphone. Leading the people behind him down towards the Jinling Hotel, the crowd automatically gave up away. When Jiang Xiaobai brought the excitement to the gate of the Jinling Hotel branch, Liu Zong was already waiting with someone. The most important thing he did before was to do well in the reception of Huiking Holdings' annual meeting. Director Xiaobai. Liu Zong's posture was very low. Thanks to Jiang Xiaobai blessing, he won the deputy general manager of the new Jinling Hotel branch last time. However, this time the Jinling Hotel branch opened the transaction. He was even more aware that the total price of the four-story building was 38 million. Of which 25 million was cash, and it was cleared in 2 years, and the remaining 13.1 million is for the shares of Jinling Hotel, not more than 2% of the shares. But 2% of the shares, that is also a shareholder. In other words, the current Jiang Xiaobai is also the leader of his Liu Zong. Well, President Liu, have you arranged it? Jiang Xiaobai nodded, and everyone lifted the sedan chair. It's arranged. Manager Xiaobai, don't worry, although our Jinling Hotel branch is newly opened, we still have the ability to receive 1,000 people. Liu Zong said proudly. Then wearing Jiang Xiaobai and others came to the Meyuan Hall to sit down. Meyuan Hall is a large box that can seat more than 30 people. It's no problem to sit on the top of Huiking Holding Company. Director Xiaobai, then I will arrange to serve the dishes, and I will come over to toast you later. Liu Zong retired politely. A banquet for thousands of people, and it was such a festive occasion, Jiang Xiaobai just didn't want to drink too much. Let's not talk about the high-level officials of Huiking Holding Company on the table. Other tables also sent 1 or 2 representatives over to toast. Every time I toast Jiang Xiaobai, I always make a sip, and I don't dare to drink a cup or a half. But that's it. When Jiang Xiaobai walked out of the Huiking building, his footsteps were very vain. One day, even I did it. You are free, can't hold it. Jiang Xiaobai is in charge of the railing at the door, feeling a little bit too many people to hold it. When he got home, Jiang Xiaobai fell asleep on the bed. Li Longquan was a little embarrassed. Every time he sent the director of Xiaobai back, he was drunk. Fortunately, Zhao Xinyi also understood. Without saying anything, Li Longquan left after drinking a glass of water. This night, the people of Huiking Holding Company left each other very late. Wang Zhao, Li Bai, and Li Lawson did not stay at the branch of Jinling Hotel, but came to the small courtyard that Jiang Xiaobai gave him. I came to clean up before yesterday. I came here to do some sanitation. It is just right to live today. Wang Zhao and Li Lawson did not drink less, but it was much better than Jiang Xiaobai and Li Bai were drinking tea and chatting in the living room. I really didn't expect that Uncle Xiaobai was so difficult at the beginning, and even went out to hide his debts. If it weren't for Uncle Bai said today, I don't know, Li Bai said somewhat unexpectedly. It's harder than this. When we went out to sell canned food, sometimes we walked far away. It's the village entrance, the supply and marketing agency, and the store entrance. Sometimes it started to rain in the middle of the night when we slept, able to stand under the eaves wrapped in wet clothes and freeze overnight. Wang Meng said that he was full of emotion. How could it be so easy to go to the sea to do business, especially if they started from nothing? Well, what impressed me the most was the night when the first batch of canned bottles came back in. The village chief at that meeting was Huang Zongfu. When we organized our villagers out to help, each one was like coming out of mud. Director Bai, I have a feeling that this young man is really not easy. Li Lawson also said. Today Jiang Xiaobai remarks evoked everyone's memories. Although the senior officials of Huiking Holding Company are not old enough, they are still interested in recalling the difficult years of the past. On the other side, Wang Zhao also chatted with Liu Xiaomai again. If Li Bai still knows a little about the history of Huiking Holdings, that Liu Xiaomai knows nothing. When she first met Jiang Xiaobai, Huiking Holdings was developing very well. When I came back from studying abroad this time, the Huiking building was completed, and the whole thing was a giant. Jiang Xiaobai has always been a great figure in her heart. At that time, I collected eggs from the countryside and sold them in the city. As a result, I almost didn't pay for the coffin. Later I met Brother Xiaobai. Wang Zhao also recalled history, and Liu Xiaomai on the side listened with gusto. The next morning, after Jiang Xiaobai got up, he wiped the side of the pillow and touched the empty space. After getting up, he found that the whole family was gone. Even Jiang Lanlan was sitting between Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun and playing. Zhao Xinyi and Kai Zhenhua were busy in the kitchen. After breakfast, Zhao Xinyi went into the house to clean up. Kai Zhenhua gave Yin Xiaojun's sister and brother a slap. Jiang Xiaobai played with his son Jiang Lanlan on the sofa. Call dad, call dad. Jiang Xiaobai teased his son. Jiang Lanlan crawled around on the sofa. Whenever he climbed to the edge of the sofa, Jiang Xiaobai pulled Jiang Lanlan back. You are so happy, the second generation of the little rich, Jiang Xiaobai muttered. Jiang Lanlan giggled. The little guy is better to coax, except for eating and drinking. Lazar would cry when he was sleeping, and he would not cry at other times. The small eyebrows are also long open, very cute. Jiang Xiaobai is also willing to tease him every day when he is fine. Soon Zhao Xinyi came out with Yin Xiaoyin's sister and brother. Zhao Xinyi was dressed in a black down jacket, with a particularly white skin, and her hair was pierced at random behind her head, but she appeared to be amorous. Although she is a child, she is still like a little girl in her 20s. Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun have been in Longqing for half a year, and the bodies of the two children have returned to normal. They are no longer skinny. Although it has nothing to do with picture, it has returned to normal. After a while, Yin Xiaoyin already looks like a big girl, youthful and beautiful. And Yin Xiaojun, a young man, is equally cute. End of this chapter. Chapter 899. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Chapter 899. If you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. Let's go. Let's go. Jiang Xiaobai handed Jiang Lanlan into Kai Zhenhua's hands. Thank you, Xiao Kai. Yes, Brother Xiaobai. Kai Zhenhua shook his head and said, well, I will give you a holiday and go home after these 2 days. Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. And Zhao Xinyi led the two children out. Jiang Lanlan watched his parents go out in Kai's arms without crying or making trouble. just waving his hands and going to the sofa. "This kid," Jiang Xiaobai muttered helplessly. The black Crown sedan. Li Longquan did not drive away last night, knowing that Jiang Xiaobai would use the car today. Jiang Xiaobai drove the car all the way to the parking lot at the gate of Huiqing Building. As soon as I parked the car, I found that Wang Meng, Li Bibai, and Li Losan were all here. Brother Xiaobai, sister-in-law, brother Xiaobai, sister-in-law. Wang Meng and Li Bibai greeted Zhao Xinyi. This is? Li Bibai looked at the Yin Xiaojun sisters and brothers with some doubts. Xiaoyin and Xiaojun are called uncles and aunts, Zhao Xinyi said with a smile. Uncle and auntie. Yin Xiaoyin's sisters and brothers are cute and cute. Wang Meng and Li Losan guessed a little about the identities of these two children. It should be when the clothing factory had an accident. I have heard that the director of Xiaobai adopted it, but the details are not clear. Sister Xinyi, how come you are so beautiful? You have all had children, and it is almost the same as when you were in school. Li Bibai looked at Zhao Xinyi and said, they are also alumni. It's just that when he was in school, Jiang Xiaobai was still with Li Xian, and Li Bibai and Li Xian were a little more familiar because of Jiang Xiaobai's relationship. And Zhao Xinyi I have only met twice, but they were still shocked by Zhao Xinyi's beautiful and incompetent appearance. Why, we haven't seen each other for years. I remember the last time we saw each other. Zhao Xinyi and Li Bibai said a few polite words, and then the group walked into the Huiqing Building. The first and second floors of the Huiqing Building are white goods. When there were a lot of people a year ago, after entering the Huiqing Building, there was still some time before the singing and dancing troupe began to perform. Wang Zhao and Li Bibai went shopping. Jiang Xiaobai took Zhao Xinyi and the two children to go upstairs. Director Xiaobai, Jiang Dong. Someone kept saying hello along the way. However, everyone's eyes were involuntarily focused on Zhao Xinyi. Most people in Huiqing Holding Company had never seen Zhao Xinyi. That is, the senior management of Huiqing Holding Company rarely sees it. Such a beautiful woman appeared next to the big boss of the company, and the relationship between the two seemed unusual. So everyone was speculating about who this beautiful and unbelievable woman was. Who is this? She is so beautiful. Is it Jiang Dong's wife? Yes. It looks like the relationship with Jiang Dong is unusual, and there are those two children. This seems to be the first time that Jiang Dong showed up with a woman in the company, outside of official business. Xinyi, Song Xin stepped on her high heels and walked over. Xina, small Yin, Xiaojun, come here, auntie. After the children Yin Xiaoyin and Yin Xiaojun entered the mansion, they were dazzled by the magnificent mansion and the array of products. On the elevator just now, the two little guys were dizzy by the elevator again. This hasn't been slowed down yet. Let's go, take a look at the office. You haven't been here yet. Jiang Xiaobai took Zhao Xinyi to the meeting room. Is uncle's office big? Jiang Xiaobai asked Yin Xiaojun's little hand. Well, it's so big. Yin Xiaojun looked at Jiang Xiaobai office and exclaimed, go and play. Jiang Xiaobai let go of the little guy's hand. It's really big. Zhao Xinyi looked at Jiang Xiaobai office in shock. She has been working at Longgang. Father Zhao Gang's office has also been there. It is considered high-end, but compared with Jiang Xiaobai's office, it is really insignificant. As for the comparison between my office and Jiang Xiaobai's office, it is estimated that even the toilet I just looked at is not as good as that. Come on, lady boss. Sitting on this leather sofa is the most comfortable. Song Xin pressed Zhao Xinyi on Jiang Xiaobai office chair. What nonsense. This child is still the... How do you know? You have sat there. Zhao Xinyi asked. The two women were joking with each other, while Jiang Xiaobai and Li Losan were chatting. Boom boom boom. Zhao Xiaojun knocked on the door and walked in. Looking at Zhao Xinyi, she opened her mouth and didn't know how to say hello. Just call sister-in-law. Jiang Xiaobai gave the answer. Ah, what a sister-in-law. Good sister-in-law. Zhao Xiaojun heard people talking outside just now. He thought it was a business partner or something, but he didn't expect it to be a real boss. Jiang Dong, the song and dance troupe is here, and it is already preparing. When do you see it? Zhao Xiaojin asked. Let's pass now. Jiang Xiaobai stood up and said, leading Zhao Xinyi and others towards the meeting room. Song Xin consciously fell behind and followed them. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Huiqing Holding Company executives looked at Zhao Xinyi, slightly stunned. They all said hello one after another. This is the first time that Zhao Xinyi has officially appeared in Huiqing Holding Company. But it amazed everyone as soon as he showed up. This is the wife of Director Xiaobai. It's really beautiful, yes, like a fairy descending to the earth. It's so beautiful. People in the city are different. Like in our village there is no such beautiful. Back then, I was a flower in Shalibar village. But there was no way to compare it with others. You, a flower in 10 miles and 8 villages, a dog's tail flower. Lani, tell me again. See if I will tear your mouth. The moment Jiang Xiaobai took Zhao Xinyi into the meeting room, the eyes of thousands of people in the meeting room focused on Zhao Xinyi. Curious, envious, jealous, or ... There are all kinds of eyes. Zhao Xinyi is a little nervous. She has been the center of everyone around her since she was young. All kinds of compliments have never been cut off. The big scene is not unheard of. Like this, thousands of people are watching and looking at it, and the welcome party and the like have also been on stage when they were in college. But that kind of feeling is totally different from now. Everyone was a classmate at that meeting, and it didn't matter to be watched. It was only on a specific occasion. But now more than 2,000 people are looking at themselves, and they make their first appearance as a boss. Everyone is examining whether they are qualified as the boss wife. There is a saying, if you want to wear a crown, you must bear its weight. If you want to stand beside this man, you need to bear this. Director Xiaobai. Director Xiaobai. I don't know who shouted. And the meeting room suddenly sounded like a tsunami. End of this chapter. Chapter 900 Song and Dance Troupe. Chapter 900 Song and Dance Troupe. Amidst the cheers of everyone, Shi Sheng brought a middle-aged man over. Director Xiaobai, this is the head of Longqing Song and Dance Troupe. Head Dragon, this is our Xiaobai factory manager. Shi Sheng introduced them to the two. Jiang Xiaobai nodded and stretched out his hand to hold Captain Long's hand to say hello. Head Dragon, hello, you have worked hard. When Head Long heard Shi Sheng's introduction, Wai was a little stunned. He didn't expect that the boss of the Huiqing Holding Company was so young. And listening to the cheers in the conference room just now, you can imagine the prestige and status of the young man in front of everyone. Hello, Director Xiaobai. You are too polite. You should. If there are any shortcomings, please give your advice and understanding. Long leader finished speaking modestly, and then went to work. Shi Sheng, Jiang Xiaobai and others came to the front. So many people are watching, even Zhao Xinyi feels nervous, let alone the two children. At this time, Yin Xiaojun's hands were all sweaty. They have experienced this scene, and there is no sense of existence in the school. Relax, Xiaojun, there will be someone performing on the stage for a while. Jiang Xiaobai comforted, and Yin Xiaojun next to him said something. Then she turned her head and looked at Zhao Xinyi and asked, how do I feel that you are also nervous? Isn't this afraid of embarrassing you? Zhao Xinyi finally relaxed at this time, and Jiang Xiaobai said with a playful look, who are you ashamed of? You are my Jiang Xiaobai wife. Who dares to say that you are ashamed? Jiang Xiaobai held Zhao Xinyi's hand and said domineeringly. So many people. Zhao Xinyi blushed all of a sudden. Even though she had been married for so long, she was still not used to being affectionate in front of everyone, and looked back with a guilty conscience. But my heart is sweet. Watching Jiang Xiaobai eyes are full of love. The host on the stage that was arranged soon came out and announced the official start. The first show was a group of young and beautiful girls dancing. Jiang Xiaobai didn't pay attention to the name of the dance, but the young and beautiful the stage still looks very attractive. Then came a tongue twister and said a cross talk. The laughter on the scene was not short, and it completely brought the atmosphere of the scene into a climax. Applause and applause continued. and Jiang Xiaobai also watched it with gusto. Approached and showed another sketch, Deer and Lover Family, and a Going to the Sea. Deer and Lover Family is a story that happened in another large courtyard, and it can be regarded as in line with the current social phenomenon. And Under the Sea is not to mention, it is currently the hottest. Jiang Xiaobai can see that this Dragon City song and dance troupe is also attentive. Then there are songs and the like, which are all old songs of this era. But the actors in the singing and dancing troupes are very good. Yin Xiaojun and Yin Xiaoyan's sister and brother looked at them with gusto. Yin Xiaojun's little head was little by little from time to time, and he applauded, and the smile on his little face remained unbroken. Finally, there are performances of Jinopru and Shangdong Bangtsai. Jinopru is also called Zonglu Opera, Zonglu Bangtsai, and the birthplace of Shangdong Bangtsai is Shangdong City. Is characterized by tact and smooth melody, graceful tune, mellow, cordial, clear utterance, strong local flavor of the region and its own unique style. Snow in June, The Legend of the White Snake, Famous Temple, etc. sang until dark. When the curtain came to a close, the meeting room was thunderous with applause. Jiang Xiaobai took Zhao Xini and Yin Xiaoyan to dinner at the Jinling Hotel at noon. In the afternoon, they drank everyone and went to Jinsi Park to play around. After dinner in the evening, they went home. On the way home, the two children have not yet come out of the singing and dance troupe's performance, and they are chatting about morning comics and sketches. As for Jinopru and Shangdong Bangtsai, although the two little guys are old and lively, they don't know much, especially for children of Yin Xiaojun's age. After returning home, Yin Xiaoyan's sister and brother were sleepy. Zhao Xini and Ki Zhenhua took the child, and Ki Zhenhua went home. But Jiang Xiaobai stopped calling. Jiang Xiaobai took out a red envelope from the bag and handed it over. Let's go home tomorrow for the holiday. Just wait until the end of the 15th year, Jiang Xiaobai said with a smile. After getting along for so long, Jiang Xiaobai found that this little Ki person is still quite good, different from the strong baby Ki Zhenhua, not feminine or pretentious. And there is nothing wrong with it. The little girl from the countryside is practical and easy to use, and she can rest assured that the child is handed over to her. It's okay, Brother Xiaobai, you don't have to go back in a hurry, you can go back 2 days later, Ki Zhenhua said, opening the red envelope without knowing it, only to find that there was a thick solidarity inside. At a glance, there must be more than $200. Brother Xiaobai, this is... The salary has already been paid. Thanks, I will seal a red envelope for you during the Chinese New Year and just keep it. Go back and buy some New Year goods for your home. Jiang Xiaobai smiled. The money is not much, only 300 yuan, which is equivalent to Ki Gen's salary for 2 months, which is nothing to Jiang Xiaobai. Ki Zhenhua took good care of Jiang Lanlang and gave him a red envelope during the Chinese New Year, which is a thank you. But the 300 yuan has a different meaning to Ki Zhenhua. After all, this is an extra money. In fact, even if it was 150 yuan a month, Ki Zhenhua felt that he took a lot. Brother Xiaobai, I can't ask for this money. Ki Zhenhua refused, and Zhao Xini also came over. After repeated persuasion, Xiao Ki accepted it with great gratitude. On the 26th of the 12th lunar month, early in the morning, a long motorcade pulled the employees of Huiking Holdings to attend the annual meeting and drove out of Dragon City. However, some people did not leave. For example, Zhang Omin, it was the 26th lunar month, and he was going back to the capital to celebrate the new year. Zhang Wei's home is also in the capital, but recently there was a lot of business with the beverage factory. He bought a ticket for the 29th lunar month and went back. He pushed for another 2 days to deal with the matter on hand before going back. Song Xin was planning to go back with Zhang Omin. Jiang Xiaobai drove the two to the train station. Huiking Holding Company is on holiday, but Huiking Building is still open for business. The shopping mall inside is just when there are too many people. On the afternoon of New Year's Eve, The listening business was closed. Jiang Xiaobai sold some New Year goods on the road and returned to the Jiang's small courtyard. Xiaobai, why did you come back by yourself? Where are Xini and the children? Jiang Mu asked, looking at Jiang Xiaobai empty behind. There is no holiday in Xini's unit. The children are all home again. I bought some New Year goods to send home, Jiang Xiaobai said, and a group of children ran out. Uncle, uncle, uncle. Various names. Is the eldest sister's children taking the lead, and the third sister and the eldest brother's children are behind.